You are watching the Vodka stream.
What's happening, guys? Welcome to the Vodka stream. It's Friday. Sorry, I'm a little late. Trying to get my stupid my full-on review for Black Adam up. It is still processing. It's just taking freaking forever. So I apologize for that, but hey, what can you do? You know? What can you do? Anyways, guys, cheers. We are here. It is Friday. It is time to talk about the Man in Black. Did the hierarchy of the DC universe change? Well, you know, like I said in my first reaction, it got a little shook maybe, but cheers, guys. The good old vodka right there. And some spritzy stuff. So, but yeah, so if you want to just, well, I mean, we're going to be talking about it all, night tonight. So, but yeah, I was trying to get my full-on review up and it just, I don't know, it's taking freaking for, okay, there it goes. It's finally good. Publish. Yay. Finally. My God. Can't believe it took that long. Sorry, I'm so dark right now, but hold on. Let me just post this real quick. My God. Man, I thought I would give myself some time, but did not work too well for today. Technical difficulties, you gotta love it. And then of course, oh wait, where am I at here? Work. Just trying to get work done, which was great because loving the new job. Anyways, there we go. So if you want to go watch my review, it is finally up. My God, I can't believe how long that took. Took way too long. All right. Post it there, post it everywhere. We're good. All right. We're good. Anyways. All right, guys. Who's out there? We got Esteban. Just got a BA with my 9-year-old son, and he loved it. I think it fits right in there with where the DCU most people left. Oh, yeah, okay. Kudos to The Rock. There you go. It's Infinity Dave just finished watching Pearl and X. I still got to watch both of those. Best horror movies of the year easily. Highly recommend. Yeah, horror has been pretty damn good this year. Nate, very interested to hear all the different opinions on the movie. Also, if you haven't seen it, check out Coppola's Dracula. Just had a flashback to watching the clock at school, and when realizing we aren't getting out now, Dave delayed the stream another 15 minutes. 15 minutes was only it always seemed like the clock was slow It always seemed like in school it was slow going this. I don't know. It's slow going one of the ways. Day, my daughter and I went and saw Black Adam in 4DX. Nice. I appreciate the slower moments in the movie so I can get readjusted back in my chair. Have a great show. Thank you. Glad you guys enjoyed it. We got Mr. Fear Jason right here. What's going on, Jade? We got Rowdy. What's happening? Mark. We got another Mark. Black Adam was great. Loved seeing Doc Fate and Hawkman finally. And The Rock was awesome. Long live Cavill Superman. What's going on, Sith? Hoy, hoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Always good to see you, buddy. We got Jose. Yo, what up? Dave, what up, people? Happy Friday. Black Adam is far. Watched it twice. We already got people watching it twice already. Jeez. What? I can't wait to see it again. 8 out of 10 action visuals are insane. Henry is back. Let's go. Now, of course, you said that, Jose, because you know how much I love it when people go, let's go. There he is. I'm here. Here I am. Rowdy, how you doing? Yeah, awesome shirt. Thank you. Ray is right here. Yeah, do what she says. Smash that like, thumbs up. That's right. We got Stephanie T. Just got back from the movie. I'm hyped. Superman, baby. Also, we got Miss Steph right here. Nighthawk, how's it going? Cheers to you. Cheers to you. Who else we got? Let's see. Anybody else new? There's Carrie. Poured some bourbon to celebrate the Man of Steel's return. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Who else we got? Anybody else? Okay. I think that's pretty much. Let's see. Black Adam was awesome, fun. 8.5 out of 10. The Rock was great, and the JSA amazing. So there you go. Got a lot of people talking about it. I love Black Adam movie. It was good. I am going again tomorrow. There you go. Like that. Hola, hola. I think Adam Smasher was not necessary in the movie. Yeah, watch my review. I was kind of like, yeah, we'll talk about it. I wasn't all about that guy. I don't know. It just didn't do it for me. Cyclone, on the other hand, though, I liked her. I couldn't stop seeing Deadpool. Yeah, he does have a very Deadpool-esque mask, but I mean, yeah, I mean, let's face it, some of the costumes are just going to look like each other, but I just wasn't digging his character really, So I don't know. Yeah, there needs to be like a JSA like movie, like by themselves. So then we can actually get some, flesh out some of the characters and whatnot. What's going on, Clay? How you doing? All the characters were great. I don't know why people are hating on. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Oh, the kid. Yeah. Yeah. I wasn't too. I didn't really like that part of the story either. But hey, we'll talk about it more. All right. I think that's pretty much it. Hawkman is awesome, isn't he? Enjoyed 7.5 out of 10. Cool. All right. Cool. Nothing wrong with that. All right. Well, yeah. Like I said, I'll be inviting in some people. We'll be getting in here. We'll be filing in here shortly, or we're going to bring them in now, of course. But yeah, I mean, if you want to go watch, we're just going to do full on spoilers. So if you haven't seen it, it's just full on spoiler talk. So. And, we'll give our opinions and see what everybody has to say. Let's see. We got Christian right here. It was so messy. The movie felt unfinished and rushed, low-key letdown. Ooh, oh no. Enjoyed Black Adam a lot. Story isn't great. Lack of character development and some cheesy dialogue, but the great superhero action and Cavill's cameo helps me overlook that. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Could it get a $70 million opening? Well, I saw it had like 7 point something million Thursday showings. And then today, apparently it was like 25 million, which I don't get that. It's like, how do you I mean, it's weird how they already have like the ticket sales for Friday, even though like people could be buying a ticket right now. It's pretty interesting, but hey, what do I know when it comes to all that stuff? But we'll see, let's hope the box office does fairly well so we can get some more in this world and get that Superman guy back. So but all right, let me start getting in the guys here. So let's see. All right. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, here we go. Sorry, I'm trying to. There we go. Let me set the tweet here because I already got people backstage. Come on. All right. Yeah. All right. Have joined the stream. Whoa. Somebody else just joined. Man, going to be full up right away. Love it. All right, here we go. Okay. All right, we're there. We're good. Okay. Let's see. Well, since one of them already has one person has a drop, so I'm going to use that. What's going on, buddy?
Of course, you bring me in first. That's the hierarchy of the vodka stream.
That's pretty much what it is,
and that's not changing.
That's not changing. When I saw you back there with all these other rascals, I was like, nah, I gotta bring in Scott first. Of course.
No, wait. I got my Superman sweatshirt. I got my Zoa. I mean,
oh, look at you with a Zoa. Watch out.
I totally like DoorDashed it from CVS just to be here in time for this. Like I'm not lying. That and my pretzel M&Ms.
Pretzel M&Ms are good, delicious. I like it. All right, and now we got some Geekverse guys going to be joining right now. We got Travis, we got Taylor, we got Kirkland.
Taylor,
Scott,
my team leader. Oh, captain, my captain.
Oh, captain, my captain. That's right.
Good to have you join.
Already got Travis shaking his head.
You know what? I've had a good night. I'm gonna end it right there. You know.
Bye.
I can't be mad for a second though, because we messaged each other privately in our chat. We're like, man, look at what Scott's drinking. You got a Zoa.
I can't believe it. I can't believe they're real. Honestly, I thought they were a myth at this.
They're
point.
not in Canada. Our whole gimmick is we were all gonna buy Zoas for the Black Adam review and the 24-hour stream and drink them, and then we find out they don't even ship to Canada. It's just jealous.
Ridiculous.
How is it like actually taste wise though?
Yeah, what flavor is that?
This one is wild orange.
Okay.
Ooh.
It is good. It is. And by the way, only 15 calories, and only 3 grams of carbs.
100% rock though, you know that's the seller.
Just his sweat.
Flat out, there's like chunks of bison meat in there or something.
And there's a lot of different flavor choices. Unfortunately, when I ordered it through DoorDash at CVS, the orange was the only flavor they had. Like I was going to try the lemon lime flavor.
Oh, yeah.
I was going to try original, whatever that means. I didn't know.
That's the rock BO.
That's just
it tastes like Dwayne Johnson's ball sweat.
Yeah, they're at his iron paradise and they just wringing his towels and stuff like that.
That's what it's. But we have somebody who could take place for the Rock right now. Just saying, Mr. Anthony right here.
Anthony,
what up, man?
What is going on, sir? How you doing?
Doing good, man.
Nice
how y'all doing? Appreciate it.
Good.
Sorry,
I couldn't join your stream earlier, but
it's good. It's good, man. It's good.
Great job on the cosplay.
We're gonna talk about it some more.
Yeah, the cosplay was great.
Yeah, your cosplay was great.
I appreciate it.
Dude, yeah, that's a good cosplay.
Didn't I wore it on my stream earlier?
Yeah.
Was thinking about wearing. I was like, I got to get out of this thing, man.
I'm sure it's hot. It's pretty. It doesn't breathe, does it?
Not really. No. Yeah. But I remember when I ordered it, it was a while ago, and obviously shit like that comes from like overseas because they just don't sell shit like that in the States. Besides having like muscles already put it in or whatever. And I was so scared it wouldn't fit, man, because I've been tracking it, and I was like, damn it, it's taking forever to get here. I was like, yo, please fit when it gets here because it took like 2 months or whatever. It fit though. It fit.
Look good. Everybody was, commenting about it that one day.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. But you don't have a Zoa. I mean,
that's next. Yeah.
Now I've actually tried every. I did another picture of like last year where I remade his picture where he was sitting at that.
That's
table.
right. I remember that picture.
Yeah. And we. Went to GNC and bought like one of every flavor they had just so we can remake that picture. And they're all pretty good except for the coconut. Oh, it's disgusting.
Really? That's the one I want to get.
Now, is that because you don't like coconut, or was
no?
I
like coconut. I love.
Okay.
I don't like coconut.
Also, I would say this: I do work out a lot, and as long as that dude's been working out, there's no way that. I don't know how often you guys drink energy drinks. There's no way he can work out off of one of those energy drinks. Not strong at all. As far as my tastes are. No, I was like, it's like it's almost just like a cup of coffee in the morning for me. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's not like a pre-workout. So when he says he drinks it before he works out, I don't know if that's true.
Well,
Is there two different kinds though? I thought there was a pre-workout one and then like a regular.
Yeah,
like, energy drink
I haven't
one.
tried the pre-workout one though. I just tried the regular. Yeah.
He just mixes them together and he just.
I was about to say,
He
probably just takes like 6 cans and puts it into like a pitcher and just.
That's why they sell them in cases because like Rock just drinks them all in one.
Yeah.
God damn it. Every time when he posts his cheat days, I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Like on his Sunday cheat days, like, yeah, I got this, Texas style French toast. There's like 8 slices. And then he's like got a plate of cookies and he's just like, yeah, and I'm just sipping it with my tequila. Okay.
I say this on Geek First all the time. I'm so concerned he's just gonna explode one day. Like his heart is just gonna. I guarantee you, we're gonna wake up one day. They're gonna announce Man of Steel 2, starring Henry Cavill and Rock. Because like my thing I've always said about The Rock is he's so big and it's great, but he's just obsessed. Like he keeps getting bigger and bigger. It's like no, just stay. Like don't go anymore.
I mean, we had Arnold. We had some of the the 80s stars. They did, and they gradually just kind of shrunk a little bit. But I mean, look at Stallone. Stallone's still pretty freaking like.
They were, but the Rock's his biggest when he's like 50 now. Those guys were younger, right? So that's my worries. Like, it's like he's gonna look great, but I just don't want to lose him. That's my concern. When all he drinks is nothing but Zoa. He's just in the like. I don't think he consumes water. I think it's just Zoa. Like when he goes to sleep, they like put him.
Just an IV.
So he's still technically awake while he's sleeping, so he can think about stuff.
Well, I think the fact of the matter is he's probably got the top notch like experts watching his stuff, taking blood and all that stuff. They're probably, I mean, no way that he's just taken. Obviously, it's like, oh, is it all natural? Probably not. He's probably got something else that's there too. But at the same time, I think he'll be all right, but don't put that out there, Travis. Damn.
I'm just worried, But he's probably not even drinking the Zoa's watch. Anytime
he refuses.
Yeah.
He's like, fuck, I'm not drinking those things. Yeah.
It's gross, man. Anytime he's drinking, it's just like it's something else in there. So
yeah, probably. It's just straight up creatine and water. But anyways, well, thank you guys for joining. We'll get some other people in here too, like as soon as they pop in. But so obviously we've all seen it. We've all seen the movie. Only once, I'm guessing, with all of us.
Yeah.
No two first.
No, I'm planning on a second time. Hopefully, maybe this weekend.
Okay.
But 7:15 last night was it because Tim and I came home. I literally came home, paid the babysitter, came down here, and recorded DC Squadcast, dropping first thing tomorrow morning. So make sure that you go to your podcatcher and subscribe so you can get it as soon as it drops in the morning.
There you go.
Oh, nice.
So, okay, I'll ask this then. How were the theaters? Full, half full, empty? What do you?
Well, I was about half.
You're about half full?
About half full for me, yeah.
Half?
I would, okay, with the qualifier that I was in an IMAX on a Thursday night, less than half, but more diverse than I'm used to seeing in my audience mix.
Okay.
Yeah.
Travis?
I think me and Taylor Sears probably about 60%, but the ones we went to is like very limited seating because they have the big luxury seats. So
no one sat in front of us either, so we didn't really look behind us.
Why did no one sit in front of us, Taylor? Because he bought us tickets and it was in the third row, and he's like, no, trust me, third row, like close to the screen. He's like, no, the way that theater is, we're gonna be not too far enough. I'm walking there with him and his wife. The first thing his wife gets in, we're really close. I'm like, yeah, your fucking husband's the one who bought us the seats. We're staring up at Dwayne Johnson all night. Luckily,
he was close. We were right out the gates.
Yeah, they reclined, so luckily it wasn't as bad. But I was like, are you kidding me? Like, why are we sitting so close? So I couldn't even see if people were behind us. No, but yeah, I'd say like 60% full was that. So,
okay. Yeah, it was probably about maybe just like mine was about 70%, maybe. So it wasn't too bad. It was a good it was a good amount of people. But yeah, I saw it at 4:00, and it was funny too because when I was getting a beer at the girl behind the bar was like, she was like, oh yeah, like a lot of people have been coming for that, like been coming for Black Adam. I was like, oh yeah, really? It's like, yeah, I don't think they I know that sounded I heard the little giggle right there. Yeah.
The Rock's like, yeah, they are.
Well, yeah, I bet they are. Have you seen Dwayne Johnson's traps? I mean,
Hard to miss.
no, but like she was just saying like, yeah, she goes, I don't think people realize that Thursday shows are actually a thing. And I'm like, yeah, but more and more people are starting to realize that. I mean, usually it's 7:00, but now it's like getting earlier and earlier for these big openings. So yeah. So yeah, we'll see what happens with that box office. I don't know. I'm just kind of like a little worried about it, but
well, apparently though, I mean, yeah, Deadline out there, I guess, trying to be like the glasses half full publication right now, saying that it's still Dwayne Johnson's biggest Friday opening for a movie with him as the leading man.
It'll be his biggest movie, I think, because, if you think about like, well, I mean, Jumanji is that technically like him leading, or is that more of an ensemble?
I think it's him leading, but I think this is still going to be bigger. Jumanji just had bigger like staying power.
Yeah, it had legs. Oh, he had legs.
That thing had legs like crazy, man.
And still, those Jumanji movies are still like my favorite rock movies. I'm not gonna lie. Like I love those. I love those Jumanji movies.
Pain and Gain's my favorite rock movie. I think that's my favorite.
Really?
Pain and Gain is.
I love Pain and Gain because I feel like so many people before Black Adam were like, oh, I just want to see him do a role that's not The Rock. To me, that was Pain and Gain. That's not him. Like when he's playing, he's always coked out all the time. Like that's why I always like joke that's what he's like on the Zoa and stuff.
Yeah,
like it's so good when they're like murdering this guy. He's like, hang on, I need a pump, and they're like it. Yeah, they tapped into something there with it. It was a different type of humor. So yeah, I love Pain and Gain. And I love him in that one. So that's my favorite rock movie for sure.
Pain and Gain's underrated. Like I didn't like it at first. I was like, what the hell? Like this was like I just like came out of there going like, I don't know if I enjoy. But then I watched it again. I'm like, I don't know what my problem was. This is actually very unique. It's unique for Michael Bay. It's unique for Mark Wahlberg. Well, maybe not Mark Wahlberg so much, but Dwayne Johnson mainly, because it's just like, dude, he's like not the lead, and he's in a role that's R-rated and just fucked up, and he's like coked out of his brain and shit like that. It's just like something that was definitely something different for him. So I don't know, but I could see why they're spinning it like that, because it's like, yeah, it's going to be like big for him for being the lead, because obviously the Fast and Furious movies, that other bald guy that has to stand up on a step ladder to get in his face is the lead in those ones. So in your face, Vin Diesel. But so let's kind of just go around the horn then, and let's give just like a little. We'll break it down. We'll talk about, of course, the entire movie and stuff like that. But let's give our initial thoughts. You go first, Scott.
I think mine are pretty much in line with what I saw from your first reaction video last night. It's fun. It's fine. It's okay. It's not something that blows the doors off for me, but like I just said, I still want to go see it. I still want to give it like a second watch.
Yeah.
So it did things, and this is a really interesting part of the review that you'll hear on DC Squadcast, is there are thematic elements that went deeper than I was actually expecting. So when the movie went there, I was like, damn, okay. That was more than I was expecting from this movie. But everything else, I enjoyed myself. I was entertained. I love Pierce Brosnan. I've always loved Pierce Brosnan.
Yeah.
So him as Kent Nelson just was like, yes,
I love you.
I love you. So I went in with my expectations set at a level, and the film pretty much arrived where I expected it to land. So I enjoyed myself, and I got out of it what I expected to get out of it.
There you go.
I was surprised when I saw your letterbox, Scott. You had in the bottom 3 when you.
I
was like, wow. So I thought when you were going to open up here, I was expecting you to be a bit more harsher, because I'm like, bottom 3. Whoa.
But once again, and to your point, Travis, bottom 3, but in relation to those other movies, like you've got, I generally like most of the DCEU movies. There's only really 2 movies that just don't do it for me, and only one that I really dislike. And so that's why it's above those movies.
Technically 2, probably, right? If you count another one from 2017.
I don't. That doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, we've totally
Right.
just got rid of
It's
that
been
one.
buried 6 feet under.
Yeah. We
No,
put it to bed when we did
I
our
remember,
live
yeah,
watch.
yeah.
Oh no, I didn't just bury it. I like poured gasoline. I set it on fire.
Yeah,
Yeah.
threw a couple of like bombs in there, grenades, like blow it up. Yeah.
Mhm.
Now
Oh,
it's
yeah,
gonna come
yeah.
back 20 years later for your kids, like on Elm Street, you know?
Oh, no. All scarred up with that effed up
Yeah.
Superman face.
You're gonna watch this movie. Your kids are gonna watch this movie. That's what the new
That's a
Freddy
good
Krueger
idea
is.
for a movie
Yeah,
right there.
you get in the dream. You think Freddy's gonna kill you. No, he just makes you sit down and watch 2017's Justice League.
I like it. Oh man.
So that's what. So Travis, to your point, I know it looks harsher.
Yeah, of
on,
course, yeah.
on the letterbox, but once again, that's in relation to just those movies. If you actually drill down, and look at my score, I gave it a 3 out of 5.
There you go. So,
And for me, that's where it kind of like it's just kind of it kind of sits there. It's like, yeah, it's a movie. It deserves to be a summer blockbuster kind of movie.
Totally.
But for obvious reasons, I'm glad that it got delayed based on what THR told us on Monday. So
yeah,
it's kind of a catch-22 situation. I think it belonged in the summer.
Oh yeah, totally.
100%. Yeah, it's a weird October movie.
Yes.
Indeed.
So I'll put a bow on it. Those are my high-level thoughts.
Okay, Travis.
I think it's fine. It's fine. It's
Yes.
fine. It's the chat will probably turn against me, but I think it's a very similar to an MCU type of movie and the style of it, to be honest. It feels like the type of pacing, the type of all the and I think some of the bad tropes that MCU does has this of like lots of world building, lots of meeting people really quick, lots of like we get introduced to one character and I thought, oh, that's the comedic relief character, but then everybody has a turn of like quipping and things like that. And I think The Rock did a good job. I wish they actually toned his humor back like a little bit more, because I think they're like, oh, the people need to see The Rock like drop one-liners. Like, no, I'm fine with him just being this deadpan, very serious type of character.
It worked very well for him, actually.
Yes, it does. Yeah. So I can't say like I liked it. I will watch it again at some point, but I'm definitely not running out to like, I'm not going to see it in the theaters again. And I guess for us it'd be like Crave. I don't know when I'll watch this again, because my lady has no interest in it, and I don't know if my kids would at any point. So I'm not rushing to it. I think it's not a bad movie where I think, oh, how could you like this movie? Like, there's some movies where I don't understand, like, Dave, you are with Thor: Love and Thunder, but there you go. And here you go, Chad. I'm somebody that I loved Thor: Love and Thunder. What? I'm not going to say it's a great movie, but I had a good time with it, where this, I just didn't have that fun of a time. Where my example is to tell people, because when I get that reaction, I go, at least my stuff with like Bale, I had somewhere I loved. Didn't have anything that I loved in this movie. The closest was Pierce Brosnan. I just wish we got more of him, and I wish we got more of JSA, and just some weird choices, but I don't know. It's interesting because it's mixed, not even just from like the online people you talk to, just even people in my real life I've talked to. You go like, it's very spectrums of people being like, yeah, I fell asleep during it, to, oh, I loved it. So it's classic DC movie where unless you're apparently the Batman, it's just like, it's always going to be mixed and stuff like that. So
blah, 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 fake, fucking fucked.
That's for the Thor: Love and Thunder thing. Anyway.
Did you just drop a clip from the best DCU movie, Birds of Prey? That's what I think he just did. I think that's what he just did, everybody, because that's number one with a bullet. But yeah, that's my thoughts on Black Adam.
Okay, it's fine. All right, Taylor.
Well, I think that there was a version of myself somewhere in history that would have loved this movie, like right out of the gate, just been all for it. But I think the more I review movies with Travis and Kirkland, the more I start to develop a similar kind of mindset to them.
We're corrupting him. He used to be so innocent. He used to
this-
drop 9 out of
What did you
10s,
do to
10 out of
this man?
10s.
This man
every
gave
movie.
2016 Suicide Squad a 10 out of 10.
I was on another level back then. Yeah. But nowadays, like, I think watching the movie, like, I think it had so many things I was really enjoying, but probably just my biggest con with it. Just I couldn't keep up with the pacing. I feel like it was just super quick cut, and there were some sequences where I think it was supposed to be like a developing moment, like specifically for Black Adam, but the whole thing would literally happen in like 45 seconds, and I'd be like, holy crap, like so much just happened. I think there was like 20 different cuts to different scenes here in different like heights, ground level, and then up in the sky, stuff like that. And just I couldn't really like keep up with it, and it made it hard for me to kind of follow and kind of connect with some of our characters when I really tried and I really wanted to. The only time I was connecting was in all these humorous moments that you mentioned, Travis, and I mean that's okay, but I don't want that to be my only connection. I want to feel other forms of like sorrow and like happiness and all those kind of like different things that make these characters. So that's probably where I'm at.
Okay. Did we hear at some point that like maybe even Hiram Garcia, like they made cuts and like some of those like character moments that Taylor was alluding to ended up on the cutting room floor? Because I felt that way. I felt like this thing had a breakneck pace, and there were probably some breathing moments that got classic Warner Brothers edited for time.
What? Yeah. I know. There was times too where I even had to go to the bathroom, which I was like, all right, I think this is a point where there's nothing happening. And as soon as I got back, it was already in the middle of another action sequence. I was like, shit. So I was like, damn it, man. Kirkland.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I had a good time with this movie. I had pretty low expectations going into it, and I had a good time. And at the end of the day, that's like I can't really ask for much more out of that. You know, I really didn't know anything about the Black Adam character or anything like that, so I was going into it very blind. I haven't even like seen Shazam yet, or like any. Again, I'm like very green when it comes to DC stuff. So this was just like coming in for a good action movie with The Rock in it, and I think it delivered on that note. Like the action sequences visually looked phenomenal. In my opinion, I think all that stuff looked great. I think I was expecting to have those like classic like Rock feels, where like every time I'm watching a movie and The Rock's in it, it's just like because he's just such like I want to call him a superstar, but he's like a caliber of his own. Like these days, of just there's no one like The Rock. So when he's on screen, you just see The Rock. And there was moments where I just felt like he maybe took a step back and like wasn't delivering as many Rockisms, if that's even a thing, on screen. And I enjoyed it because it just felt like I was able to see him as Black Adam. So that's definitely a positive. I liked all the JSA stuff. You guys mentioned Pierce Brosnan. Yeah, he was 10 out of 10. He was so fantastic. That's I think my favorite James Bond. I think Daniel Craig's getting pretty close now, just with that last performance. But yeah, definitely.
No, Daniel Craig is the right answer. I'm just saying. Daniel Craig's the right answer.
It's nostalgia at the moments though, because that was like the first one I had witnessed back as a kid.
GoldenEye era. We grew up in the Golden. Like
we totally did.
No, Scott. We literally grew up though in the GoldenEye era.
He's living through us.
We were 7, so that's where, that's the
true.
I was 14. It was my first James Bond movie.
You didn't have to say our age.
Everyone knows I turned 40 this year. It's been a 40 club joke since March.
See,
I know. We were teenagers when we were playing GoldenEye. Yeah.
I think Kirkland might be with me where I say Craig is the best Bond, but I still say Pierce is my favorite Bond. That's where I
am.
Yeah.
I get that.
Craig is just so good, and
Pierce's like suaveness, like it just like transferred over to this movie. Like, do you see his outfits in this? Like, holy crap!
The robe. The dude had drip.
Oh, it was crazy.
Yeah, Kent was on fire. Yes.
Yeah, it was fantastic. So yeah, I am excited to see this movie again. I don't know if I'll see it in theaters because my lady's not too interested in seeing it. But like again, I think this will be a.
Guys, better ladies. I'm just saying, my lady was there.
Yeah, mine was too.
I'll let her know you said that, Scott.
Yeah, Taylor. After we saw it, Taylor's wife was, these DC movies, and she loved the Batman though. So like that's where it's just like it's funny, but I don't know. It's funny because Kirkland she didn't want to say it, and Emily doesn't want to see it. I don't know if it was a Rock thing because they like the Rock. I think it's just the trailer's all. I think you knew it. I think here's the other thing I would say about this movie. If you've seen the trailer, you've seen the movie, and I feel like that's kind of how my lady feels. Like I know what this movie is. I don't need to sit there for 2 hours and watch it. She wasn't interested in that one. Where we'll watch the Batman every month because it's like okay, we're into this and stuff like that. So
big thing there, Travis. I feel like especially for Shay, probably Emily too. they are so done with this Zoa joke and like memeing about
They
The
hate
Rock
us.
and all the marketing leading up to it. So I think they're just exhausted.
That's true.
That's our fault.
Your fault. It's your fault. All right, Anthony, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I enjoyed it a lot. Obviously, there's some things there that obviously we talked about the kid already.
Yeah, we'll get into it.
Oh yeah,
my goodness.
Yeah.
Then and there's a lot of stuff that happened during the third act that I was just kind of like, why? But I thought The Rock was he was dope in the role. I thought the visual effect. Look, man, as somebody I've seen Dr. Fate in live action before, but like not like this. When he was fighting the Black Adam and there were several Dr. Fates, I was like, I am in heaven right now, because it just seeing that like happen on the screen. And Hawkman was dope. And with the other two characters, I would say I thought that I don't know if it's one of those situations to where maybe they might have wanted to put two other characters in there besides Atom Smasher and Cyclone. They did pretty good, but it just, like we've already said, it just felt like they were just kind of in there for some space to take, because they, obviously if you're going to tell Amanda Waller, yo, we'll take down Black Adam, you can't do it with two dudes. Got to have two more. So I think that was just two other characters. Maybe they wanted some different ones and they said no because they've said no before. So I don't know if that
Cyclone was created by Jeff Johns, just so.
You said the name.
Here we go. That answers a lot. But she was great though. She was great. I thought they were both good. I mean, humor. There was some funny moments, and then there was songs like "Relax." But overall, I thought it was dope, man. I like just seeing the action sequences, were cool, and there were several of them that I saw, and I was just like, man, I didn't see anything. Also, I do want to mention watching Black Adam float around the entire movie was absolute fire. After I was done, I was like, I don't know if I want to ever see Henry Cavill walk on land in a movie again, because just
it was kind of cool when he's just looking and he's just floating,
and he would just turn around to whoever's talking to him, and he'd just be. I was like, that's man, it's incredible. Yeah. But yeah, I thought overall it was good, man. Like I said, there's some things, and I'm sure we'll get into that I was just like, oh man, y'all could have left that out. And the scene at the credit scene was fire. So,
of course,
yeah.
I didn't tell Heather. I tried to make sure that I wasn't listening to Film Junkee Live, or that no conversation. Like I wanted to judge her by the general audience reaction. Like it was like, if you don't know this is about to happen and you're bitching at me because I'm like, we're staying for the mid-credit scene, and she's like, oh god, what, another one of these? Okay. I was waiting to see what her reaction was going to be, and so the drone explodes, you hear the sonic boom, and she just leaned over and went, is that who I think it is? And I was like, yes.
Yay. Oh, so antsy.
We had cheers in my theater. I'll say that.
Mine too.
Nice. Yeah, same.
We'll get
Big
to
applause.
that. But we got somebody else joining.
That is the sexiest thing I have ever seen.
Casey!
Casey is here. I'm sorry.
Hey, how you doing, Anthony? How was your movie?
Yeah. Anthony's one of the many Rock clones out there. That's why they look so similar. That's why he's getting all this done.
His cosplay was amazing.
Yeah,
like that picture you posted was amazing.
I appreciate that. Yes.
So KC, we're going around the horn, giving our overall thoughts before we start diving into, stuff with this movie. Go ahead and give yours.
Well, I'll start by saying fuck Travis. And
you're speaking for the live chat. Eh?
Oh wow! KC coming in hot.
Hey,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
You up?
I'm glad you liked Black Adam, because you can like a gold standard movie. You can like that. We looked at that formula and went, we want to do that.
Yeah,
You
that
should cut that, and that should be my drop from now. Whenever I come on the vodka show.
There you go. Right? Fuck. Okay, continue.
but no, but like
continue,
I
please.
actually I actually liked the movie, obviously, but the thing is that I agree with some of the people complaining about it. Like, I agree with the complaints, and I see those issues. But at the end of the day, I liked it because the positives for me just were too many. And for me, it was like, look, I liked Dwayne Johnson as Black Adam. I liked the visuals. I liked the action. The music was fantastic. I knew that the story and stuff wouldn't be that great going in because the writers and the director are just not great. And so I wasn't expecting anything in that area. So
It was better.
I
than Jungle
wasn't.
Cruise.
I mean, I didn't see that movie. The only
Good.
um,
Good.
yeah, I think I just saw Jumanji. That's it, and no other rock movie. No, wait, I think I saw San Andreas as well. Yeah, but yeah,
Wait,
I think
those are
this
the
is
only two rock movies you've ever seen, Casey?
Yep.
Oh my god!
My goodness.
Shit.
I usually don't watch his movies because I know
That's
that
fair.
they're.
No, you know that Casey
Yeah.
usually doesn't watch movies, so this reaction you're having is
Yeah.
pretty much the reaction
No.
that we give him.
But it's just because you guys usually give him crap for older movies than rock and current ones. But he's right about like if you've seen one rock movie, you've
Yeah.
seen them all.
No,
No,
you
no,
gotta
that's-
you gotta dig deeper. You gotta do Walking Hard. You gotta do Gridiron.
The
Gang.
Rundown.
You gotta do what's it called? There was like one where he's driving. What's that called? Drive or
Faster?
Driver? Faster. Is that what it was?
Or is it just fast?
I don't know what it was.
Because the
but it
cover
was
it's him and he has a gun and he's looking really serious.
But it's R-rated. It's
Yeah.
and then Pain and Gain. You gotta.
No, it was called Faster 2010.
It's called
You were-
Faster. Yeah.
Faster,
Be cool
yeah.
for sure. Be
The
cool. That's another one.
The Rundown.
cool
You got to
stuff.
watch that. You got to watch the movies where he still had hair. That's the thing. You got to not the Tooth Fairy, okay, or or the Game Plan. I know he
Game
tried.
Plan,
He went.
yeah.
Yeah, he
Central
did, like,
Intelligence.
Central Intelligence.
Oh, I
is
saw.
actually
Oh,
good.
I saw that one.
You did
I
see
saw that one.
There you
Yeah,
go.
that was
Actually wasn't bad. Yeah, I actually
Rampage.
You can skip
Skyscraper.
Rampage. You can skip Rampage.
No, I haven't
Yeah,
seen those.
Rampage.
That was a terrible experience in the theater for me. Rampage.
You gotta Get Smart. He's got
Get,
hair
yeah,
in that
Get
one.
Smart
Smart
was
was
actually-
fun. Yeah.
I really,
yeah.
He's not the star. He's not the star. It's Steve Carell that, of course, steals that show.
And
that
just
movie's fucking
YouTube,
hilarious.
YouTube his clips and the other guys because him and Samuel Jackson together are
Oh,
dynamite.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
They're so good because he's playing like just a very arrogant asshole, like what people would make fun of The Rock of being, and him and Sam Jackson are just the worst cops in the world. And just I love when
And
he's
the
an
way they
asshole.
go out.
you know?
Oh, it's so great. But we got somebody else showing up right now.
Throw a knife at Steven.
What's up, Steven? How's it going? Hey.
What up? What up?
Well, we got a celebrity here. I want to say hi to Dwayne. He's right below me. Yeah. Saying, I tweeted out today. I was like, "Hey, Dwayne Johnson, get pour some tequila to join up." No, but anyways, thank you, Steven, for joining. We were just going around the horn and kind of giving our initial thoughts before we dive into some of this stuff. So go ahead. You made it just in time.
Yeah, it was trash.
No, get him, Jack. Get him.
No,
They're all after me before you got here, Steven.
No,
No, he wants to say it's trash. He
it
wants
wasn't
to.
trash, but it was not a good movie.
Yeah.
There were some cool moments. Like there were some legitimately cool moments where I was like, oh, that was cool, and I was surprised by a little bit of it, and there was a number of like jokes that I like involuntarily laughed at that like I just like ha like in the theater just like it was like
They sound just like that.
Someone's like, fuck this
basically-
guy in the back. Jesus Christ. I can't hear the
sarcastic
movie.
laughing.
that happened like 2 or 3 times. So there was like a one-liner where I was like, ha, but that I don't know that's like the most.
Was it when Hawkman got smashed?
no, I did not laugh at that.
You and me.
That was very funny for me because
Yeah.
that character is so annoying by everything he was doing.
I feel like I was talking to I was telling Dice about it, and I was like, there's an awesome like 90-minute dread version of this movie.
Mm.
And there's also an awesome 90-minute Team America World Police version of this movie.
Nice.
And instead they made a 2-hour combination of those. Like imagine if like when Hawkman jumps out of the ship, if like America Fuck Yeah kicks in and that just plays.
All right, somebody make that edit right now.
Casey.
Yes.
Do it.
Oh yeah. You got a project tomorrow, Casey.
Like lean into that legitimately, because like the way that the Casey says he thinks this is intentional, but I don't think they thought it through all this well. But like the whole commentary on killing is just laughable and pointless. Where to the point where like Hawkman is like, no, how dare you kill that terrorist who's actively shooting at children? What are you wicked monster? Like, well, hold on here. This isn't like, you've got BVS, Batman is branding villains, and they're like, ooh, this is evil and too dark. And then Black Adam throws a rocket back at a helicopter that's actively trying to explode him, and they're like, shame. That's immoral of you. And it's like, I think this goes back to my complaint about it from before I saw it. I was like, this movie needs to convince me that he's like actually doing bad stuff. Because in order to make the killing that he was doing seem bad, they had to make the JSA have such a weirdly puritanical, perfect line in the sand about what was okay killing and what wasn't okay killing, that none of the killing made sense anymore at all as a result of it. Because if the JSA had embraced the normal superhero, even like this version of the JSA would hate every single member of the Avengers. They like the Avengers kill these guys that are in helicopters shooting at them all the time, right? So I don't see that so much as like a oh, that's a commentary, as like they had to do that in order to draw contrast against what Black Adam was doing, and like that didn't work for me. But it would have worked if they had leaned into them being Team America World Police. And that's like what the JSA is in this movie. And like the 90-minute version of this movie doesn't include a second of exposition narrative over a flashback or a second of a skateboarding.
All right, we'll get into it.
It was like 500 words of
Steven's giving like the full movie review
in the first 5 minutes that didn't matter. I was like, why am I reading so much? There's so much reading. And it's okay.
I came here for a rock movie.
I was like, it's okay. I don't mind. I love subtitles, but like I was with Shep and I was trying to read him all the subtitles, and he quit asking me he's 6, and so I was like, I quit reading them to him, and he quit asking. We were like, you know what? It doesn't really change.
Okay. What did he think of the movie?
He thought it was fine.
Okay.
He
actually
was like,
said that to you, Dad. It's fine.
Afterwards, he was like, when does that one in the water happen? And I was like, you mean from the commercials? He goes, yeah. And I was like, oh, you mean Black Panther? He's like, yeah, when does that one come out? Or he's like, what was your favorite part? And he's like, the Superman part. But it was the same thing as Super Pets.
I love that outfit. That was great.
That was so funny.
So, like it was fun enough. Like there was, but like it feels. I don't know if the longer version would be the better version necessarily, because of how boring some of the stuff just like lagged. But there's definitely a good 90-minute version. Maybe fleshing it out would make it better, but
because I didn't think there was lag, because I didn't think it stopped long enough to lag like that. It's weird for me, I guess, because I feel like I like longer movies, so when there is no breathing room, it just like exhausts. I'm exhausted.
Mm-hmm. The whole movie was an action scene. Like the music just never stopped, even while they were talking.
The licensed music.
Oh, fucking Paint It Black, please. That was a bad. I did not enjoy that choice.
Yeah, I was not too much of a fan.
The needle drops. I was like, why?
The needle drops, like especially like when they, are we gonna really use the what is it, the Kanye song, All That Power? Like,
yeah.
That was like a little. I'm like, really? How many times?
Bad timing too for that
used?
One. I
mean, it was a cool scene because he's just zapping dudes like crazy, and I thought that was cool. But I'm like, Yeah, but you have to use this song that's been used how many goddamn times, especially in trailers.
And this might be I don't know. This might be one of those things where like a lot of people roll their eyes at me as a criticism, but like the sound.
We do that
mixing,
anyway, Stephen. It's okay.
But the sound mixing, I thought if I
Yes.
my number one complaint, I'd say the sound mixing was just atrocious, and part of that was the score was just going at full blast the whole time.
Yep,
I'm there with you. Yep,
And they would just like turn
Yes.
it down. And there's like a boring dialogue scene where like nothing is happening,
and you hear
in the background it's like going crazy, and I'm like, what? What is going on with that?
Like the drummers in Mad Max, it just won't stop.
He got the guitar guy.
And that was the weird thing is that I listened to the score. I listened to the score in isolation because I listened to it last weekend, and I enjoyed it by itself. But no, Stephen, you are not alone. The mix was
not good.
Not good.
It was not good. It was not good. I found myself many times too. I'm like, why is the score just like so just
loud
and loud on this part? And I'm like, it shouldn't be. It's not. It's totally just like killing the vibe that should be happening right here. And it's just like, yeah. So I'm with you on that one.
And it's like going full blast like that, and then you've got like Adam Smasher like, oh, hello, Uncle Henry Winkler, the original.
I know what.
I love that. I'm sorry, that got a smile out of me that we had Henry Winkler's Al Pratt. I was like, oh, he's the OG Adam Smasher is the Fonz. Okay.
Yeah, but even like the way that the movie started, obviously it's like, all right, now we got to just talk about this backstory, and it's like, all right, visually cool, but.
Why the narration?
Why is the narration recorded in someone's bathroom? I don't know.
man, I thought
the skateboarding hyper DC fan who lectures inner gang thugs about the perils of colonialism.
I did not like the kid. I did not like the kid.
Is like just a million steps too far. And to add insult to injury, every single line of his dialogue was terribly ADR'd.
Yes.
Okay, Casey, you seem to have a soft spot for this kid.
No. I mean, I agree with all of that. I do agree with all of that. But
I kind of saw you shaking it. I was like, "Do we hit?"
I said the same thing. Like, I agree with the complaints, but despite that, I like the movie.
No, and Casey, I'm there with you because preview to the DC Squadcast review. It's a divisive review between. Tim and myself, and it's one of those ones that where Tim and I we share the same criticisms. It just bothers one of us a whole hell of a lot more than it bothered the other one.
Yeah, it's like at the end of the movie with the third act, the visuals and everything, I was satisfied at the end of the movie. So that's all that matters to me. And to contrast this with the Batman, which is leagues level above this movie, which is well made and everything like that objectively, before Ray comes in, but but I wasn't satisfied after that.
You
movie.
just woke him up somewhere like a fucking
Don't wake up, Daddy.
I heard my name.
Yo,
he's like Black Adam the Two.
He's been asleep for 5 days, bro. Yeah. He just woke him up.
Casey just whispered the charm. All is subjective, and
saying objective is like saying Shazam.
It gives him powers and takes it away because you can use it against him at any time.
Also, Steven really liked the underwater thing.
The whole Task Force X plot was so crazy because that entire thing, the whole plot of the movie is like, let's go to this other place so that we can go back to the first place again, and then the whole Task Force X thing, you could cut that entire plot out and not lose anything. And so, cool, go to a Task Force X base, have Amanda Waller, have the cameos. If you're gonna do that, then like make it mean something other than we need a reason for the Rock to be underwater.
I know, and then the movie should have ended there,
or you show all the pods and like show me some name tags or some villain cameos.
Oh, I know. I was like, when they gave that shot, like we saw, I was like, is there anything noticeable that I should?
Not at all.
I was saying earlier that I'm sure somebody's gonna screenshot that and try to zoom in and see what those.
Yeah,
Like
They could have
on the way home when
some
like
of them are
all,
different
the things are all
sizes.
ripping up.
Yeah, they could have
Joey-
shown just one person, the
Jared
the
Leto's
chamber
Joker.
beside.
Jared Leto's joke.
If you couldn't get an actor, if
Fucking
you couldn't get an
Kanye
actor to do it, you could have just put Weasel in there or
It
something.
felt like some Agents of Shield shit, where you're like, ooh,
Yeah.
they're going to the Pythagorean theorem, whatever the name of the building is called. And
That's a slur in some countries, I think.
Earlier, Joey said, "No, one of them probably just had King Shark in it. One of the big
Yeah.
ones that you saw King
Or
Shark."
Grundy, yeah.
But it was it was like
Oh,
Agents of Shield. Well,
Grundy
they'll go
would
to
be a
like one of
good
these
one,
Shield
yeah.
bases, and you're like, ooh, what's like they could have all sorts of stuff in there, and then it's like, oh, here's a Shield character we introduced just for this show in order to. And you're like, I don't.
You don't even have to show the character. You can just show a name tag with the character
Yeah.
name. Like it's
Yeah,
that simple.
Yeah.
Exactly. Or like, yeah, or like for example, have one of the tanks have like, this doesn't make sense, but something along these lines of like having one of the big tanks like have green fluid instead of red fluid, or like something like that would have been enough for me to be like, ooh, like
Snoke.
but,
on
or, you know, but no, instead it's just like it's a generic
Who said
shield
that, man?
base. or a generic Argus or
He
Task
said
Force
so.
X base that they go to imprison him, and they imprison him there so that he can escape.
Which are
And
the
the-
worst guards in the world because they lose to Little Depowered Rock. That
Oh,
I
yeah.
did not enjoy
Little
that
Rock.
sequence where Little Rock took them
The
all
way-
out.
The way they
Well,
suddenly
he
came
jumps
in though.
underwater before he pulls his mask off, and I'm like, if you just pull your mask off while you're in there instead
Yeah.
of while you're underwater, so you get shot while you're not Shazam, and then you jump into the water where you can't yell Shazam.
But you got that cool shot underneath when he's like,
The mask came off while he was swimming, though. That's what took the
Nah,
mask
man.
off of
Yeah,
him.
it was
Look,
water
he-
activated.
yeah,
He took-
that
yo,
water lubricant, man.
I'm like, I can forgive like a pointless detour if it. I know people are gonna be like, oh, and that had to happen because he had to come to terms with what happened to his son. Like sure, fine, whatever. But like, you don't have to like take him to this
They
base
wanted-
and have this whole introduce this base, because what they were that whole thing is world building. 90% of what they were spending time on there was world building, but they didn't all like Harcourt. That was all to set up James Gunn's fiance or wife or whatever. It's like, let's have a side plot so we can reference a James Gunn character. Like, but there's nothing. It's just weird.
What are you talking
The
about?
whole
She's rocking
thing-
that
the-
frickin' that
There's so many
jacket
ways
with
to accomplish
shiny-
that. Either
The whole
either
thing-
accomplish that without the detour, or to make the detour like worthwhile. And it was just a weird middle ground of like, I don't know why we're here or what this adds to
Yeah,
the movie.
I completely.
The whole thing
I
was done
completely agree with
to
you.
the whole thing was done to mirror Superman's, the space moment where he suddenly opens his eyes and flies into the earth in the third act. That's what they wanted with him, and that is why he had to go there.
Or like, there's a bunch of stuff like for example, when I say like the Team America version of this movie that I would love is stuff like the fact that he refuses to use doors. Like
That was cool.
Yeah.
Like,
I know, okay. I know,
it's
hold on,
fucking
hold on.
hilarious, but like it's never explained, and it's not like he's walking through the wall next to doors. Like,
And
there's-
none
Right,
of the people in the house even said you could have used the door or
and
something
at no
like that.
point in the movie did they say, "Dude, you guys have
Yeah.
destroyed our apartment for absolutely no reason."
Exactly. Like there was one shot where Sarah Shai's character just runs out of that hole into the corridor. I thought she would say like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought she was gonna mention something too, like door's like right there. No, but I mean, like, just from the beginning, and when they do the callbacks and stuff like that, the flashbacks. I didn't really like how they use the flashbacks. I mean, obviously we need some backstory, sure, but for some reason, it's just the way that they utilized them. I think there's like
Imagine
3
how
different
the
spots in the
backstory
movie
would-
where it's like it's very expositional, and it's very just like, okay,
It's
so
literally
now-
expositional because we have
Yeah.
freaking narration. I'm like, I don't like show it to me. You don't have to tell it to me. I
Oh no, not
Well, we're
doing it. We're doing it now.
Everybody,
Oh,
Hour in, yeah.
That is-
Hour in. Let's do it.
It's this.
that is his bat
Mighty
signal.
Morphin power.
I feel like somebody in the test screenings was like, "Guys, we're gonna have our own Wakanda forever."
That is his bat signal.
Yeah, somewhere Jay-Z's going, "What the fuck? What are you doing? That's what I do."
And not anymore, Jay-Z. But like, what's crazy too is that, like, it. So much of this feels like, oh, this makes sense as like a test screening note. Like this is all like so much of this is focus group stuff of like, oh, I didn't understand what's going on at the beginning. Okay, so we'll because it's hard for me to chalk it up to like incompetence. I like to trust that like the director and editors like know how to put this stuff together. But you just like don't even explain that. Simply open the movie when they're in the tomb. Getting the crown, and the movie is instantly like twice as good.
Or just like flashback without like this expositional shit. Like just flashback. Just like cut to it. You have the different, we know it's a flashback. There's a way to do that. There's like directors out there that do it very well where you could just go right back.
They kept going back to it way too much.
We know Shazam, right? We know how Shazam works. So his backstory is like, oh, I was the Shazam guardian, but I went bad. Like, imagine if you just vaguely allude, oh, the wizards turned on me. Like, you just imagine if that was all vague references or like mysterious, like, oh, what did he do that was so bad? But no, at the beginning of the movie, it's like, here's 10 minutes where we're going to explain all of the mystique out of his backstory. And so now he's no longer because the Man in Black figure is literally the lawman or whatever that comes in from out of town where nobody knows his past and he kills people and then he nods at the kid as he walks off into the sunset. Like that archetype,
like in Westworld,
is supposed to have this mysterious background.
But that's the idea, is that he's either the mysterious villain or the mysterious hero. Because there's also like Stephen King's The Dark Tower. Literally, the first line is the man in black fled across the desert and the gunslinger followed. Like, they
literally see him watch Clint Eastwood on TV. They literally echo that.
They do. They want. Is that like
if you don't get it?
Ugly?
Yeah, it's Dirty Harold.
But it's only that the point of that is to do the shootout scene, not because he's actually following the rules of that archetype. It's like that would be a cool which
was kind of funny because it's like, wait, he's gonna reach for a gun that doesn't work. That doesn't work for him.
Like when I compare the movie to
still kind of
serious because that's how that movie plays out with like the backstory and stuff. And that's all it opens up with, like, here's Mega City 1. That's all we're gonna tell you. And then like you go through all this stuff and the backstory is kind of revealed through references to whatever happened in the past. But the way the movie feels like it needs to like lay out all of the backstory and do it up front. I don't know. It just every time that stuff came on, I just tuned out because it's easy to infer from subtext and just made the movie more boring. Like, I don't know. It's
You're not wrong. I have nothing to combat you with.
I would defend the Hawkman thing though, because to me, like the way he was coming on to Black Adam and everything, like he was very. Yeah, like he was very supercharged, angry.
Sexual. He was straps, bro.
It was very unusual to me because the movie did not set up anything for him to have that reaction, and it was always just without even talking. He was just straight on, just going and angrily hitting him, just saying that heroes don't kill people and all that stuff. I was like, why? But what is wrong with that? And I mean. What is wrong with that? Why do you say that with such passion and everything, right?
And that's the thing, is that the character in the comics has a reason to do that.
Exactly.
But the movie doesn't give it to you.
That's what I learned from a Hiram Garcia interview that he did from December. He was like, his dream project basically is Kingdom Come, right? And that he likes the idea of the juxtaposition of this old hero, ideals versus the new hero ideals. And I feel like he kind of tried to put that in this movie, but didn't explain it or didn't set it up properly. Maybe he wanted to explore that in the future or in a JSA movie or whatever. But I felt that was kind of what was going on, and which is why Sarah Shai's character was straight up calling him out, and the people in Kandak were not responding well to him. So I felt like that was a good thing in there, but they didn't explore that at all.
It makes you wonder, like, just talking about like things that were cut out. Like, was there a scene with him and the young ones where we get that little bit of like, hey, this is why he's in his ways. He's been doing this, and the reason why is because of this.
Once again, is he Thanagarian?
Yeah.
Is it the reincarnation Carter? Because they talk about nth metal, and it's like, great. You really have a throwaway line about nth metal. Cyclone mentions the fact that a professor like kidnapped her as a kid. And I'm like going, okay, there's our Professor Ivo reference. It
was almost like they were
Red
just
Tornado, everybody.
Yeah.
Tornado.
But it was just like, it was almost like they were just going, hey, this is for DC fans. They're gonna get this, but it's like, but you also, we don't need to be like, how many times have we been in a movie theater with people that don't know a lot of stuff, and then afterwards you're fucking going, okay, well, just because of this, just because of that, blah blah blah, but it just seemed like they were relying heavily on that, or they cut out that kind of stuff that was kind of, hey, there's some scenes in here where the movie breathes without action sequences, where we get some of that, backstory.
Where?
Which one of those?
Or where you get that backstory and you get the reasons why the JSA is the JSA, and because I felt that it was just like, all right, so we got these two young ones. You're gonna bring them into this mission to take on a dude who's been sleeping for 5,000 years and has pretty much almost unlimited like everything.
The way they were introduced was just weird. They came out of nowhere, and why those two people specifically? Like, what were the other options?
She showed up to the gate wearing these.
That's what I was saying. I was like,
she's just like, I'm here. Like, you realize that you might die.
Were there auditions going on? Like, what was the thing? Like, I didn't get
and that whole sequence of them showing up and the plane coming out of from under the mansion and taking, like, I was watching that whole thing, and it was like, I had one of those moments where I was like, has this been happening for 10 minutes or for 30 seconds? Like, where are we in this sequence of like introducing the JSA? And then they were like in the plane and like, we're on our way. And I was like, wow, like it was very efficient, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Like,
it basically was like, it was him just talking about to Amanda Waller, like, who's the team. And it was like, oh, we got Kent, we got her, we got him. And it was just like, they showed up, hey, here we're here, and blah, blah, blah. And then they're walking to the plane and going right at it. It's like, hey, can we just show somebody like unpacking their bags and putting into a pretzer and just having a moment of like, hey, let's settle in first before we go and try to get the big guy that's gonna probably kill us. There needed to be
like if you're gonna do that, just open with him on the plane. Why do we need to know that it comes out from under the basketball court at Kent's mansion?
Could have saved some money,
because it looks cool. Because it looks cool.
That's it. That's probably exactly
like there's too many characters in the movie that could just be 100% cut and nobody would ever know. Like, you could tell me there were 5 more JSA members that got cut in post, and I would be like, oh, okay, because that's how, like, Atom Smasher and Cyclone. I couldn't tell you what they, like, you remove them from the movie, and I couldn't tell you how they were plot relevant, other than like how they were there. If they were cut around.
Adam caught a statue to save some people. He did that.
That's true. Yeah, I got this. Carry on.
Yeah. Cyclone threw some metal poles at Black Adam to like stop him for a second, so he got that. Yeah. That's about it.
He's got some good hair though. That hair was flowing.
That stuff reminded me very of, like, I hate to say, like,
I know what it was. Cyclone. She saved the brother. She did the digital surgery on it. There you go.
Right. Okay. Yep. She said something.
By the way, I didn't really like that guy.
I didn't accept he was.
I wish he failed.
He was one of my involuntary laughs because the entire movie I was like, this guy is like singing in the van. Like, I was like, none of these jokes are hitting.
But
also like part of, I was like, but kind of, you're not. I feel like they're supposed to not hit. Like, he's a character who's like not funny, and but that's not really a good for a movie. However, when he says like, "No, I die of electricity," it's like, there we go.
It's like, just stay away from electricity.
Oh no, he said, "Yeah,
electrician."
But I'm an electrician. Yeah.
Okay, but all of Pierce Brosnan,
he said I die from electricity when he's fighting the fire demons. He's like, no, they're not going to kill me because I die of electricity. So therefore, it's like the Rick and Morty unfulfilled wish.
Yeah.
The Pierce Brosnan humor worked really well for me because it's Pierce Brosnan, and he delivered it so dry. So the whole back and forth with Black Adam about sarcasm.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
that was
I loved that. Yeah,
I loved that.
Yeah.
That was the best interplay, especially with those were two of the best one-liners. Is the first one was that was sarcasm. No, that was just a lie.
Lie.
And then the other one was like, that's sarcasm, isn't it? Oh, definitely. Like,
No, that was good. No,
one subtle thing about his performance that I liked was like he was always very bored sitting there because he already knows what's gonna happen. And the one moment where he got activated was when he didn't get to see what's gonna happen next, and that's when he was like, "Oh, now it's beautiful." So I liked that aspect a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sucks
Taylor,
it's
you've been kind of quiet. What did you think about like Dr. Fate and all that? I mean, anything you want to add to some of this stuff when it comes to the JSA?
I've never had any pre-existing knowledge of these characters, so this was literally my first kind of
Really?
yeah,
Okay.
I've never known about them. So this was my first kind of introduction to them. And I like them. Again, Dr. Fate, he was super, super cool. My association with him is Doctor Strange because obviously Doctor Strange is my first witness on screen. So when I see him moving around, like I can see these comparisons. I can't help it. But that being said, he still stood out on his own as his own character doing his own thing, and I like that. I think that's great how they executed him. I thought that that when, like you mentioned, Casey, that moment when he gets to the end there and he's at this time where he can't really see what's going to happen next. That when they kind of tackle that in like other movies with characters that can kind of see into the future and stuff. I like that, and I think it's kind of it's like a humbling experience when you get this character that's like he sees everything, and this one thing that's just unexpected and unknown is just so like frightening, but he sees the beauty in it, and I like that. So getting our other characters like Atom Smasher, he was very cool. Though his humor definitely, it made me laugh when it was super uncalled for. He swings his arm up because he almost hit Black Adam, and then
that was the funny part.
Be careful, I'm gonna hit you, and then Hawkman.
Yeah, when Hawkman hit him, it just caught me off guard, and I was like, oh, it's gotta hurt.
Yeah,
you and me.
I like
you and me.
that joke. That joke worked for me. That recurring you and me later. You and me.
Yeah, you and me. Yeah.
there's a bunch of moments like that where it's like little moments where it was like that was fun. It's just that like so few of them were like stitched together. It was like boring. Oh, that's funny.
There was one bit of dialogue that just I failed to mention it when we did our review, Travis and Kirkland, but it was when Hawkman just kept saying bad plan is better than no plan. He said it I think like 3 or 4 times, like he's really saying it a lot. So
it worked out though. They won, right? So the bad
it worked
plan
out. Yeah,
he lost his friend, but
yeah, I know.
Oh, well.
I will say.
Did he though?
No one's ever really
Yeah. I will say I literally when the movie was done and I processed everything to the best of my extent, like literally just finished watching it. One of the things I did desire more was more of Hawkman and Dr. Fate because the dynamic between them was fire, and it's just like some of the things they said to each other, especially when it was like Dr. Fate held no punches. You're gonna die, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like when he asked, "What did you see?" or whatever, there was nothing there to like. Well, yeah, they're truthful with each other, and I just
Barry Allen was ready. No, sorry.
yeah.
Yeah.
I like their dynamic, and that's one of the things. Once the movie was over, I was like, I'd like to see more of.
Well, and
go ahead.
And that's one of those things that, like, if they had just left Cyclone and Atom Smasher out, and devoted more of that time to Hawkman and Dr. Fate, because in my brain, and I don't like this kind of criticism when someone tries to rewrite the movie. But what I'm saying though is that I agree. What worked best was Dr. Fate and Hawkman. So something that could have been done was, instead of having 2 extraneous characters like Cyclone and Atom Smasher, give that screen time and that character development to Hawkman and Dr. Fate and build them out more in a way that maybe they're just the last 2 surviving members of the JSA, and there's some like tragic old guard feeling of we're the only 2 left.
Yeah. And it almost seems like when it came to like you know, the new, like, remember when Cyclone was like, he was about to for some reason be like, oh, there's Dr. Fate's helmet, let me touch it, you know, and then she's like, don't touch it, because and then all of a sudden she explains it, and then people are like, oh, like people who don't know, they're like, oh, is that what's happening when he puts on the helmet? Because remember there was that whole thing when then we got that TV spot. I'm like, are they going to do a Tony Stark kind of thing? But really they didn't, because that was just that one shot where you see him inside the helmet. I thought it was going to be like that, and everybody's like, well, wait a minute, but he's like possessed by it. How is that even going to work? And it was like, I don't know. It's just, I'm just going by.
They really never brought up Naboo at all.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they don't mention that. She just goes like, oh yeah, he's literally possessed when he's, you know, blah, blah, blah. That's pretty much, she gave like a brief little backstory. It's like, well, how did you know? First off,
and that's what caught me off guard from every trailer. I thought they were going to be a unit when we started. Like, these four had been together for whatever amount of time. I didn't think that
they should have been. They should have been.
Yeah, just start them that way. Not this whole, because then you can cut out the introductions. You can cut out this stuff, and at least maybe you can even have Atom Smasher as like the one newbie. But I don't think those two had to be. It was a strange choice to me. I wish they were just together, and that's it.
And the way they played that too was weird, because they would. I felt like they were like, it felt almost like there was two versions. Like maybe they had a longer version where they were a unit, and they changed it in order to explain away backstory or something. Because, like for example, Cyclone is a good example.
They finally got Henry Winkler. They're like, all right, we got to do this.
They shot a whole version with Henry Winkler, and they were like, this just isn't working.
We got Henry Cavill? No, Winkler. Oh,
The Rock said Henry's got to be in this, so I don't know.
Now imagine the universe where we didn't get Cavill, and he's like, well, I never fucking lied. I said Henry was going to be in this movie. Henry.
Walter Hamada didn't want Henry in it, and The Rock was like, screw you, I am putting Henry Winkler on the phone, Atom Smasher.
I love the phone.
No, but it was weird, because I think Cyclone is a good example where there were moments where it was like she would say something like to Atom Smasher, and I was like, wait, so is she knows everything about, like, she was like really, really familiar with Fate, but then other times would be like, I don't know.
Well, they established that she's really, really smart, which I'm like, cool, but at the same time, it's like she seems like she's already teamed up with them before, I guess. I don't know.
I think one of the reasons, I agree that, look, I don't like these choices with these new characters, but I think they are setting up the Kingdom Come again. Just because they want to do the old versus new thing, I feel like that's the reason they wanted two new people in there.
If they do Kingdom Come with Black Adam instead of Shazam as the...
Get ready.
Oh, no.
Buckle up, baby.
But I think it won't be just Shazam, though.
Correct me on this, but that ruins the whole point of Shazam's role in Kingdom. Obviously, because we're replacing it, but like it's got to be Shazam, because it's old Billy Batson. Like, it's
you can't.
I feel like it will be all of those members, though, like the Justice Society, old, new, and Justice League at that point in time. So it probably will be like Civil War, where half of them are, on Hawkman's side.
I thought. And that feels a little. What that started to feel like to me, and I mentioned this on the DC Squadcast review, was in the New 52. There was the lead up to Forever Evil that was called Trinity War, and in the New 52, Waller creates her own Justice League, where you had the Justice League, and then Waller creates the Justice League of America, and and the whole point was she picked superheroes who could counteract members of the Justice League. Because I remember one of the things that was kind of weird was the JSA working with Waller, and so
didn't she like found the JSA though, or wasn't Argus like a sponsor of the JSA or something?
Well, what continuity you're asking me about?
In the movie?
I don't know. In the movie, I have no idea, because they didn't tell me.
Like that was my question, because like, for example, with Justice League, we can say that, okay, maybe they have some sort of, mutual truce or whatever with Waller. But what about Justice Society?
Peacemaker.
Yeah. But what about Justice Society? Like, why are they listening to her?
And once again,
that was never established in the movie.
Well, and then they also, the fact that it wasn't an Argus base, it was a Task Force X base.
Task Force X.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also, like I said, if they would have delved more into Hawkman, and gotten a little bit more understanding of his philosophy, because this version of Hawkman feels a lot like when Kevin Smith was writing Green Arrow, and he really played into the idea of the Thanagarians being this military police, we attack first, ask questions later, because it's like it's that very sort of like, think of the military in Avatar, and then like that be the Thanagarians, and so you would understand where Hawkman was coming from.
Yeah, if they would have just one little 2-minute scene that could have just maybe established that. Maybe it exists, who knows? But yeah, if there was something that kind of established why he was so like return this guy down, I don't care, and he's just looking at people like
I hope it doesn't exist.
No, hey Jose, wait a minute. He says, remember. I'm looking at Jose in the chat. Jose says, remember, people don't know Waller runs the Suicide Squad. Not after the end of season 1 of Peacemaker.
Yeah,
everyone knows.
Everyone knows now.
Unless this was before, which some people have said for some reason this could be before that, because people.
It's got to be after, because Harcourt.
Space.
There's no way. She was just like she was like at a desk in the Suicide Squad.
But then
Peacemaker,
I guess so. But don't people also go, then why is she still working with her? Because I thought the whole thing was everyone on Peacemaker was like, "Fuck Waller, we're not."
They
with her
were, but then
anymore.
she accepted a job from her at the end. I thought.
Yeah.
Didn't she?
She went on special assignment or something at the end.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
I can't say if that's true or not, because I'm not gonna.
Well, let's just say
I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying that's what I mean. Like, I don't have the base to be like, do I remember the Peacemaker finale? I'm like, no, I don't. I remember the Justice League and the big thing they had to fight, and that's what I remember. So yeah, that could have happened. So there you go.
I don't know. It's interesting.
But to Jose's point, as Jose is staunchly defending this movie in the chat, and good on you, Jose. I don't have any. I'm not.
Hey, I'm with Jose.
Chill.
Yeah, I'm with Jose too.
I'm with his.
Awesome.
We just became best friends.
Yeah.
But I think what this does bring up, and this was one of Tim's biggest gripes in our review. Once again, dropping tomorrow morning. Subscribe now. Is this movie just continues to be an example of the lack of leadership or good leadership behind these films for the last 6 years, that we're sitting here going, what are they trying to stitch together? Like, what's the hodgepodge quilt that they're trying to stitch together here? It's like, are you trying or are you not trying? Or are you trying? Right, that's my point.
Yeah.
Is that they're
doing the X-Men 2000s thing right now, where it's kind of connected. It's not, oh look, this character's in here. They can't be in here, but they're in here. You like them, right? Well, I do like them.
Just throw a name out there.
That's the thing that this movie was the most successful at, probably. Which I almost hate to say this because it's very, or I do hate to say it, but I think it's true. Is that it's in the same way that the MCU does it, where you watch the movie and you're like, well, it doesn't really matter if the movie is good or bad, because the point is that it introduces X, Y, and Z characters. And so, like, I am excited for more Black Adam. I thought that The Rocket's Black Adam was great, and Henry Cavill is back, which isn't even part of the movie. It's a post. It's a press release put in theatrical form in the middle of the credits. Is like the significance of that. Not to, that was a cool scene,
awesome.
but I'm saying functionally in terms of, like, it doesn't add anything to the movie. It's an announcement that Henry Cavill is back. That's the significance of that in terms of the universe. And so, like, those are two really, really, really good things. And does that make the rest of the movie worth it? I think that it points to an exciting future. But it puts you in a weird place of being like, well, what is the point of this movie? Is the point of this movie to be good in itself, or is the point of this movie to be like, oh, watch the next movie with Black Adam and Superman? I think it does a good job at the latter.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I agree
we'll
that
disagree on the rest of it.
I agree that Cavill's cameo is not, at all significant or has to do anything with the movie. Like, I would have had the same reaction if I didn't see that cameo in there.
The whole time I'm just going,
surprisingly it does nothing to the
yeah I'm like, he
exactly, Dave. That was a question that was raised in the movie.
But I hate that though because, and I love the fact that people start questioning that with, they started questioning that after the first Avengers movie. So every solo outing, everybody goes, where the fuck's everybody? Hey, where's Captain America? Huh?
Yeah.
What's going on with that? You know, and they
He's
start
having
doing
sex.
that.
Leave him alone.
Yeah.
Same as Cavill. Maybe they're trying to make a kid. Leave him. You know.
Yeah.
With Sharon Carter.
Yeah. Oh. Oh,
Captain
boy.
America: New World Order. That title means something else.
Oh man.
No, I just that stuff never bugs me because I just headcan like, he's
you know,
on a different
that's what
mission.
You have to do.
He's in space.
I hate that.
You know,
Yeah.
because even in comic books they don't fucking do that. They don't like.
Well,
not
no,
every
okay,
single-
no, in comic books, Batman's doing 3 different things in the same month.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's just like
I hate that. I hate when people ask that. Just because it's a shared cinematic universe, you don't need to address what the other people are doing. Like this is not their movie.
Plus, this is a short span of time. It's not like they were fighting Black Adam for a month. It felt like a day or two.
Yeah.
You know, it felt like a very
but
suppressed.
I think it's excusable when it, like, in 99% of situations where it becomes a problem is when it's, and I don't think this movie necessarily even did that, but like, for example, if they had gone to Metropolis or something like that, you can't then be like, oh, Superman is, you gotta, you have to include like Superman is off planet or whatever. But yeah, I think like a day-long event in Kondak, you don't necessarily...
Superman was just full
But
on.
it was not.
I was not expecting that drop. Why do you have that in there?
What the hell?
I don't know. I was like, I had my thing up there, and I was like, yeah, that's a good time. He's wearing a cape. He's wearing a red cape. And I'm like, that's what Superman's doing. Sorry.
The argument in the movie, though, it's not about this one event, though. The character, Sarah Shai's character, she was pointing out that for decades they've been suffering, they've been oppressed,
centuries.
And it's not even that she's complaining that they're not coming. She's complaining that they're coming now when they finally have a hero.
That was the one thing that surprised me about the movie, and I gave it props for. I was like, wow, that's where it went deeper than I actually expected this movie to go. Like it actually.
But again, the very next second they just bounced off of it.
Yes. It's like, oh, this is a great idea, and then they beeline away from me, like, oh, like I want that.
There was some
plot
gold
right
there for sure. Even just like the citizens' reactions to like
Right.
JSA members finally getting there, and then them like defending
They
Black
were
Adam.
booing
And
the fuck out of them.
yeah, and that was awesome. That was
That was a
awesome.
good
I wasn't
story
expecting
point.
that.
Very good
It's
story
a different superhero take that I'm used to. So yeah, I totally
So
appreciate that.
this guy killing everybody. No, it's great because he's killing the people we want him to kill.
Yeah, they got Hawkman saving the terrorists.
And I really wish I really wish that, I'm with you guys, where they should have like focused maybe more on that, as opposed to, just like, hey, he's just zapping people, we got to get him and blah, blah, blah. And then, it's just like, they should have focused more on that, because I actually like that too, which the fact that it was like, everybody was like just happy, like, hey, we have our own hero because look, we got these fuckers on these crazy bikes with this technology and stuff like that. Like, what is happening? Like, we've been like enslaved pretty much by these guys, and now we got a hero that can fight against them. Hey, it's the hero that's looks like that statue right there. Look at that.
Yeah.
That's one thing I liked about the kid, that he was the supermassive DC fan and whatever. He had the jail posters and stuff, right? But he was not that kind of, he was not dumb. Like, he understood that they're just out there and they won't be coming, right? He knew that, and finally he was happy that Black Adam was here, and he was teaching him that, oh, superheroes are, people worship superheroes and you're supposed to be cool and all that, right? So it was teaching him how to be a superhero.
I got the Freddy vibe.
Right.
Yeah, it was very
right.
It
It was a bad version of Freddy, though.
Yeah.
Freddy.
Yeah, I got that Freddy vibe, and I was like,
Yeah.
are we doing this again? Where you're trying to teach him to do like a catchphrase and blah blah. blah.
Oh,
But
yeah.
see, I like, but to defend Shazam, but I like.
I like that.
Freddy.
With Shazam.
I liked it with
Shazam's
Freddy.
Yeah, Freddy.
Yeah.
But I didn't like it here. I was like,
No.
What was the most cringy moment with him was at the end where there was
God.
they were getting surrounded by these zombies and this guy comes out with those people. It was
Okay,
just
when he
so
was
cringe.
giving his little speech, and doing that, I was like,
Yeah.
can you put a little more emotion into it? I'm like, I think.
Man.
Come on, guys. What are we waiting for?
Yeah, it was,
Throw 'em up.
it was very.
Like,
Like,
no,
it was
let's
supposed to
run.
be. It was supposed to be that moment where somebody goes, "Hey, everybody, let's do this," and it was so like low energy. It was very low energy.
Well, and
it was
also in the Army of the Dead, it's like,
yeah.
could I have gotten could that have been? There needed to be more. That felt like such a late edition.
Yeah.
Because it's like,
Yes.
that felt slapped on. It's like, is that one? Okay, I'll be the first one to admit, Sabak is a character that I know next to Zilch about.
Yeah.
So it's like, is that part of his? Is that part of his character? And or is it?
You know what I liked about Sabak though?
What?
He didn't speak much.
Yeah, he didn't.
What are you gonna say? What are you gonna
Quiet,
say?
fella.
Scott, yo, same thing. Don't know much about Sabak, but they acted like,
I have a
yo,
fun
once
fact.
his ass cheeks hit that throne, it's going down. They acted as though when the butt cheeks hit the throne,
Yeah.
and then the butt cheeks hit the throne, and it was Evil Dead 2. I was like, what the fuck
Yeah.
is
No, it was Army of the
Hawkman
They grew up out the
Yeah.
ground, and they were with the. They had this. I was like, no.
Hawkman literally
And then
says,
there was-
"Don't let him sit on that throne. Whatever you
Yeah.
do." And I think, isn't it just a chair? Isn't
Yeah,
it
what
just
does
a
he
chair?
know?
Yeah,
And I
and
think,
I was
no, it's
thinking,
not.
oh no! When he sat down, literally, look, man, I'm watching, and I said, oh shit, they let him sit. And the thing, what I thought was gonna happen was right before that, when old dude was falling to the depths of hell, and you saw the other demons down there. I said, oh, they're gonna come up, maybe, and they're gonna do some, some damage or whatever. Like it's gonna be real hell on earth.
Yeah, me
Oh,
too.
Fucking settle
It was
down.
just 5% hell on earth.
They got beat by people with
Right on the
broomsticks.
throne, and as soon as he sat down, the shit came out the ground. Is it Thriller or it was terrible? It was the most.
All right, so
And I'm sorry, no,
It reminded me. It reminded me of Enchantress and from Suicide Squad. Enchantress, and it's the Cooper thingy.
Scott's a Thriller. Yeah.
What it reminded me of, and the throw it to the chat to hate me even more is, and through Dave too. Remember Thor: Love and Thunder when those
God,
fucking
no.
kids? But hang
Yeah.
on, follow me.
I agree. I agree.
No,
I
no,
agree.
I blocked that from my memory.
When the
I agree,
kids
Travis.
fight Bale's little demonic people, that was this
actually
scene.
okay.
But that
I
was,
agree, Travis.
that was the
I
scene,
agree.
except with
I had
that, they got all the Thor's powers, and it's like, okay, they're powered up. These were just people with shovels and shoes kicking the hell out of hell demons. What are we
Yeah.
doing here?
I'm convinced
Cut this.
I
And it's
could
just-
take
Save
him
the
out.
money.
Yeah.
Save
It
the
felt
money.
like
Cut
was
it.
added. But apparently,
And
with
they-
Sabak,
and they
apparently,
just
like,
hit it
his
once.
name- apparently, his name, like Sabak, is like it's like an acronym for all the different demons, like
No,
Satan.
because
Yeah.
it's Shazam.
Oh,
It's like
fuck.
Shazam.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
Shazam is Solomon.
Yeah,
you know,
it's all the
it-
wizards.
It's
all the shit.
it,
So with
it's-
Sabak, it's the same thing. That's the only thing I
Right.
really know about the guy. I was like, oh yeah, that's pretty.
it's
Oh.
because it's the seven demons. Because the whole idea is that Sabak, because they're from the rock of finality, which is the opposite of the rock of eternity,
Mhm.
and it's so
Oh,
it really.
I didn't know that.
Oh.
Fuck,
I didn't know that. I didn't know that
Yeah, I
either. I'm
didn't
with
know that
KC.
either.
Yeah,
No, no, I was not okay. okay.
Didn't you read any of the subtitles in the first?
Yeah. I wish Cyclone said some of this shit to me in the movie.
Or the kid. Fucking
Or the
exposition
kid,
machine.
yeah. You know about Sabak? He just whips out a comic book by Jim Lee. It's like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah,
They went
that was
into
cool.
it.
That was like interesting when they like. Of course, they had to like focus in on the comic books, and it was just like, okay.
You literally
cool.
just went to a store, bought some. Like here, like I wish they were just like in universe.
Oh,
looking,
did
but
you guys see
Yeah.
like the posters on his wall in his room? It's like, all right, they got the comic book ones, but they literally had the first Wonder Woman poster, that one of her silhouette with all the cool
Aquaman's too, I think.
Yeah, it was like,
Oh,
it was like
was
really?
that
Hold
was that
on,
Batman
yeah.
statue that tumbled past the frame in slow motion? Was that Robert Pattinson's Batman?
it looked like it was
Almost
very
it.
black, and the ears were that type
Really?
of pointy. Yeah.
yeah. And I
Oh,
thought
yeah,
I
they
saw
had
the
that.
wrist.
Yes, they totally had that
Yeah.
poster on
Yeah.
his wall.
And
yeah.
I hate that shit movies when it's like, oh, we got a photo of them, but it's just like a screen grab of the movie. It's like, couldn't you just took a photo and done something a little bit
well, that
different?
just
But,
happened
you know.
recently with the Creed 3 fucking trailer, there's literally a poster of like Rocky on the wall, and it's one of the covers of the first fucking thing where he's just standing there shirtless. And I was like, I didn't even notice it like the first couple of times I watched the trailer. I noticed it when I saw the trailer, when I saw Black Adam. I was like, they just had the fucking Rocky poster like right there. I'm like, okay, it's interesting.
That's always weird to me because it's like they've got like all this stuff has archive footage that like nobody has seen. Like there was
kind of looked like no, but it had like
to me it looked like the Batfleck one from JF.
I thought it was Batfleck.
That's fire.
Yeah,
that's fire right there. I don't know.
I have it too, Scott.
Oh, look at that. Statue
Arkham City, baby. I love it.
Arkham City.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. I stayed up to midnight.
Travis's looks like a knockoff.
So wait,
His
so
looks
now,
better.
so
I just have shit like
portal to the portal to the left of Scott's desk goes into Travis's.
It's the same statue.
He's got a porter to Canada right there.
We got a big money laundering scheme going on right now. The conversion rate's great.
That's how we got
for
our
me.
Zoas from Scott.
Pass them over. Come on.
See, one of the things when they start doing the merchandise and stuff with this, like they did it with Shazam also, and it's like, all right, so you know when Shazam was in the mall and he's just like, save me, Batman, and he was like throwing the stuff. I'm like, all right, I can understand there's merchandise.
Yeah.
Then you kind of wonder like, okay, so the symbols and stuff, because obviously we know Batfleck, if Batfleck's the Batman, he's got the fat bat. Maybe at one point he had the regular bat that is right above, Scott's head right there, the normal, the emblem that we know, for his bookshelf, which I really want that fucking shelf. God damn it. Not a bookshelf, but whatever shelf.
No, it's a bookshelf.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but you have it with
Dave's saying he's not going to put books on it.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that shit was dope.
Who reads nowadays? I mean, my God. There's subtitles in this movie.
What are you saying, Anthony? Sorry.
I said I like what you did with the shelf, man. I like what you did with that shelf. I've seen it before. Hobby Lobby.
It was a Christmas present from my wife.
Oh, I like what you did with it. The way you fucking set it up. It's
and then that Justice League clock. Right above it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So good. No, but I just find it funny, like anytime they show like the merchandise, because then it's like, all right, even with Superman, even like in the first Suicide Squad, when it's like they have the shirts, they have the new emblem and the old emblem, you know, the normal emblem. It's always kind of weird when they start putting that. I guess that meta
and that was reshoots too, by the way.
Oh yeah, I know. That's probably not going to be that's not going to be an Ayers cut.
That's not going to be an Ayers cut. No.
Not going to be an Ayers cut. Showing the guy that was selling the shirts and never whatever it said, like don't forget or whatever the hell it said.
Remember.
That's right, yeah.
Don't forget that fucking massive alien that died. Superman.
Which, although I think I hinted at this last week, but that's one of the points that I like though about Superman and what he says in the post-credits scene, and maybe this is jumping way forward in the conversation, but what his line is, it's been a while since anyone made the world this nervous, which I was like, oh wow, that's cool. Like everyone's like, oh, the suit's too blue or whatever, the Williams theme, but I was like, oh wow, if you want to bring him back and clarify like, oh, this is not the Joss Whedon version of Superman, they literally have him being like, oh, remember when the world was nervous about my existence and it led me to fight Batman, it led Amanda Waller to create Task Force X, well now they feel that way again, but
Good
about
point.
you, and it's such that embraces, like, if you want to sum up Cavill's arc in the DCEU and embrace it, and it's not just embrace it, but it's not just saying like, oh, this is Cavill's origin story, but literally it's a controversial part of those movies. They could have said something else, but they leaned into the world was nervous about Superman. I was really encouraged to see that.
We should talk.
Yeah.
More on this on Black Adam by the minute.
Oh God! He said, and we should talk. Yeah. Now, as far as what we talked about earlier, just I didn't get to say because I went with my son yesterday. Me and my wife are going to go back and see it tomorrow because she was working, so she couldn't see it. But he didn't know. So we're on our way to the theater yesterday, and he asked, he's like, "Yo, I hope Henry's in this." Like, you know what I'm saying?
You didn't
like,
say
just
anything,
like,
did you?
No.
Good.
Henry Winkler.
Look. I saw.
He's like, there he is. There he is.
No. I because I didn't want to deal with the social media gymnastics that come with trying to hide from this shit. When it came out like last week, I just watched it. I said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna watch it."
Same.
I saw it.
I did too.
Yeah,
I didn't. I stayed pure. I
stayed pure too, Scott. Yeah,
I was a virgin. I went.
Yo, good thing, because guess what? Every single day when I got done with what I was doing, if I go to watch YouTube, if I opened up YouTube, it doesn't matter who I'm going to watch, if I'm streaming or whatever. Even if I was getting ready for Dave's stream, at some point in time, through those blocks that pop up on YouTube when you open it up, it was right there. And I was like, yeah. So whatever. So I just went ahead and watched it last week. And so he said that, and I was like, yo, that'd be dope. And I just thought to myself, oh man, it's gonna be cool. So we got there, watched the movie. He loved the movie and shit. But and look, my son is older. I'm an older cat. My son he's 24. So he when that scene happened and we were sitting right next to each other, literally, he hadn't seen it yet. And it was cool because I don't know many people who hadn't seen it at that point in time. He said, oh shit, that's fire. And I was like, I felt that on a level that you just can't even fucking explain. Just because
I told the lovely lady next to me that I went with, I was like, hey, don't even look at it. I was like, I saw it. I couldn't help myself. I'm like, don't even look it up. Don't look it up. Just go to the theater and watch it.
All my wife knew was there was going to be a mid-credit scene. I didn't tell her what it was because, like I said, her reaction was she was like, "Is that?" Like before she even saw Cavill, she was like, "Is that who I think it is?" And I just went, "Yeah, it is." And then as soon as he showed up, oh no, more than a few people in my theater like screamed and yelled and cheered. And I was like, nice, thank you.
I know. That's what I was wondering. Like, what was going to be the reception of this? I mean, when the credits rolled, I was like, all right, anybody leaving? And of course, a couple people leaving. I was like, I was like, no, don't. I was like, I even like kind of said, don't leave. I said it out. I was like, don't leave. Don't leave.
Get your ass back here. Yeah, where you going? Locking the doors on these people
or something.
But it was like only a couple of people, but luckily most of the people stayed. And then once it happened, and it was just like, and then I mean, that scene, it was cool because obviously we have, and good on Viola Davis. She is just collecting checks. Just recording. I mean, they must just go like, "Hey, can you just zoom us something?"
Easy.
I know,
right?
Peacemaker in this, it's just like, "Hey, just record you in, done up, wear a nice little, pantsuit,
power suit,
just talk shit for 5 minutes.
Just say these lines, and then you're good. You get, And she's just like, "I'm down. I'm Amanda Waller. Let's do this." So it's like nothing but that with her, which is great. And I love the fact that it was like a drone thing that was kind of like a hologram. I was like, oh, that's cool. And then I was like, all right, how are they going to work this in? And then I actually like how Dwayne Johnson was just like, send them. He just said, send them. Let's do this. I'm like, all right, good. Because I thought you were going to be a little too good at the end of this movie, saving, and being all, yeah, I know you're anti-hero, but I was getting to like, you're a little too much hero, not too much anti. And then when he said that, I was like, cool. And then when he like, destroyed the drone, and then all of a sudden you see the shadow of, and I was like, oh, just.
But you hear the sonic boom.
Yeah.
You hear the sonic boom. Yeah. And I was like, yes. I mean, and to the point, okay, I'm going to go ahead and address something, I'm sorry. I'm not going to get my panties in a wad about hearing dun, dun, dun. I heard a 3-note progression.
That's all it was.
Yeah.
That's all it was. It was 3 notes on a descending scale. I'm not going to get my panties in a wad.
Yeah, that was the big thing too, was the John Williams score. Like when the leak happened, I was like, I didn't hear it. I remember even saying
because it's 3 notes.
Yeah.
Also because the leak had it sounded like there were 7,000 people in the theater. Yeah. It was so loud. I was like, yo, what
but that's how I saw it as well. Like in the theater, I didn't hear it because people were screaming.
That's good though.
But you know what? I like the fact that he looked cut, he looked clean. His pretty face was
no mustache.
No, there you go. He got himself. Hey, I'll say this. Very subtly.
Okay, Travis.
He had a nice little spit curl.
You did.
He had a nice little spit curl on there.
Travis, do that face again.
Oh, that's good, Travis.
That's the Travis. Yes. Thank you. There you
go.
go.
I can't speak with the car keys.
Now,
Like,
say-
remember,
Gives a good smile too.
now say hope is like your car
Yeah,
key.
I can't with the tongue like that. But remember in 2017 when that fucking opened up on the movie and we had Henry Cavill looking like that? Can't like the fact that it's still. I'm not trying to get us off track, but the fact that it still exists. There's a screenshot of him looking like it's just like why? But yeah, they took the hair down there and they put it up there for the curl. Good, thank God.
All right, but what about your guys? Is like Taylor? How did the scene like play out? Like were people cheering, clapping, anything happen in your guys'
I
theater?
mean, well, Travis, like maybe you would have been more aware of that. I was just like totally in the zone, like with the
Yeah, because
scene,
you hadn't
so
seen
I
the
didn't-
scene before. Yeah.
I didn't seen it. No, I was
Good.
totally at this point. Like I thought if we see him, he's gonna be like maybe in the actual movie. Like I didn't think maybe. If anything, it would be an end credit scene, but it just caught me off guard in a very, very good way. It was super exciting. Like, okay, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It's not Martian Manhunter. It's gonna be the Man of Steel. And so,
Fuck. Like I love Martian Manhunter, but man, everyone would have turned on Manhunter real quick.
as soon as you guys said that sonic boom though, that clicked. Like that was fantastic. That's like okay, yeah, it's the guy. It's him. And
We didn't have cheers, but we had people like shuffling around, and we had one person be like, "Shh, quiet!" Like you know, someone was real. So like people took people paid attention. There wasn't clapping, but there was like scuttlebutt, like oh. So we didn't get that, unfortunately.
And I like the fact that he starts talking before you actually see him. You see his silhouette, and he starts talking, and then all of a sudden he comes into it. It's like
because there's that moment because you can tell. Because once again, we're in the shit so deep. It's like we know how the sausage is made. That you're sitting here going, you can tell this thing was shot. Like these are separate elements that were shot. And at what point, once that deal got inked, that it was like, and now we can actually put Henry in the scene. Mm-hmm. And you can tell that the like what you were reporting on, Dave, like the shadowy Superman cameo stuff. It was the placeholder. It was. We're fucking gonna get Henry.
The test screenings all had a placeholder. Can you imagine that? Like, what was that like having that placeholder? Because it was revealed by THR with that article that they shot this last month. At the beginning of September with Cavill. Like they finally
imagine
made a deal.
if that was if his face was like covered in smoke.
Oh man!
But you heard his voice. You're like, wait. Was that him?
That's what's so crazy about this is maybe they would have cut the scene altogether, but like the fact that they tried so hard to not have him in, like it's so insane to me that it was.
That's why the guy's last day was Wednesday.
Yeah,
I love the people who are like, "Don't let the door hit you on the way out." Like, no, let it hit you as hard as it can on the way out.
And they're making it like Hamada was angry that Batgirl was canceled. That is why he's leaving. I feel like this was the bigger one because Dwayne going on behind his back to the other execs and them agreeing and undercutting Hamada.
Such a
Hamada wanted nothing to do with Snyder. He wanted nothing to do with Snyder, and it was like when it came to Ben Affleck and Henry Cavill, he was
like successfully for 3 years. I've been avoiding this. Now just in one scene, undercut my entire thing.
I got a question. You say I didn't hear the placeholder stuff. So when you say there's a placeholder, so the credits played, the scene opened up, and did you just saw Black Adam talking to nobody, or like what was the?
I don't think they were talking. There were no lines. I think they just face off, and he's in the smoke.
I bet he just like
scene cut.
I bet like a Superman silhouette lands, and it probably like cuts around there, like it's covered in smoke, and you can tell from the cape. And they had the Williams music, right?
Through the screen.
Yeah,
you sitting in there and you watch this whole movie, like, oh man, that was all right, man. And they're like, oh, check this scene out, and you're like, what the fuck? Yeah. I just wondered because you said placeholder. I was like,
I would be very curious to know what Hamada's alternative was. If he was saying no, let's do it faceless, or if he was saying don't do it at all, because that would have been the third faceless Superman cameo in a row.
I think he wanted to do the faceless to embarrass Cavill, because having that in there will be like, why does Cavill not want to do it? It would be blaming Cavill for that.
It's like what Grace has been doing. It says Cavill's difficult to work with. No, the guy just wants money because it's his living.
Yeah, it makes you wonder what
he's worth it.
the sources
He's
were
worth
praised.
it.
Like what exactly is.
People always get mad about that. Like he's not difficult to work with. Like I am sure somebody thinks he's difficult to work with. The question is not whether somebody thinks he's difficult to work with or not. The question is who thinks he's difficult to work with. Is that like Zack Snyder saying that, or is that like Walter Hamada saying that?
Yeah.
Robert Meyer Burnett said straight up that he heard from his source that is close to, inside and knows about Toby Emmerich and stuff. He said that once Cavill and Danny Garcia said, no to the Shazam cameo, they didn't even say no. They were just saying that they need to make a separate deal for that, and not count with his another appearance within his contract. It was some stuff like that. So once they said no to that, then Toby Emmerich basically said that, then we will no longer have Henry Cavill Superman ever.
Man, little PP Energy destroyed the DCEU for a few years.
It's so weird. It's such a weird hang up of for years, like not to bring him back and to do this. It's just like imagine, because you got Jackman come back for Deadpool. Imagine back in the day if it was like this, where he can, because he was associated with Singer, we're not going to do anything. And there was like good and bad movies along the way, but then you just brought him back with a new set of writers, new set of directors. Even if you had no plans, like if Hamada's like and Emmerich like, we don't want to do anything with Snyder ever again, but we have this actor who's getting popular, like even more popular than he is. He's there. Let's keep this legacy going and see where it ends up. But it's just so weird. No, we're gonna do. You can't do this. It has to be Shazam. It's just,
and in absence of an alternative. Like it's one thing if you're like have it all, like if they were like really fighting for Tyler Hoechlin to be in there or something, and it was like tooth and nail to choose between, or like they're gonna bring back Brandon Ruth, but like they're like no, don't bring back Henry Cavill. Instead, let's not do anything with Superman. Is just such a such a terrible defense.
It's just so
I love how they wanted to bring in Black Superman because they thought that people would get on board and not attack that decision because it would be a shield.
Attacked. Yeah.
It totally got attacked, and it's like, hey, there's actually Black Supermen, not
yes,
Clark Kent,
in the universe.
And we can actually utilize. And
they just read the room so wrong.
Oh, they read it.
They didn't even read it. They
didn't attempt to. Yes,
they didn't even attempt to. They didn't even attempt to read it.
Yeah,
that's what's so funny about The Rock being like, we're listening to the fans, and I would normally hate that. Like I hate saying like we're listening, like all of the fan pandering and we're listening to the fans and all that stuff. A, I hate it when they say it. B, I usually don't even like it when they do it. But it's such a crazy like, oh hey, there are people clamoring for this thing and we're not going to pretend that they don't. It's just weird.
You have a product to sell that people want, and you're choosing actively not to sell.
Not to gain like any type of
I'm sure he was pissed off.
Customers, you're actively denying your customers what they're demanding from you.
Yeah.
Like what fucking world does that make a lick of business sense?
Well,
because it doesn't.
Does not.
Yeah, that's why it's all
well played to Henry Cavill and Danny Garcia and The Rock and all of them for not caving and doing the Shazam cameo or doing the like I know people were like mad at Cavill for a while for some of that, or certain people were or getting frustrated with him, but like dude deserved to ask for more money. And what they would have done with him if they had gotten a hold of him when they wanted him was not going to be good for the character or the universe. And now they're bringing him back in a way that isn't only like a big win for them, but it's a big indictment. Like if the previous administration, either of the like how many 2 or 3 of them that there were, had successfully brought him back, that would have been a crowning achievement. And instead, since it didn't work, they like tried to get rid of him to spite him. And getting him back doesn't just say, look what we did and you couldn't, but it also says like it's an indictment of their entire approach to the entire franchise.
But the beautiful thing about this, though, this is what has kind of like warmed my vindictive son of a bitch heart all week.
Jesus.
Oh no, I'm petty right now, and I'm going to
go, Scott. No.
But I was, because I've got my new job, so like I don't get to be on my phone. Like I got I got work to do from 8 to 5. And so I'm finally looking at my phone on Monday when I'm taking my oldest to soccer practice. So I drop him off. I'm in the car. Finally, it's 6 o'clock. I breathe. I open my phone, and in the Squadcast chat, I see the THR article. And I love Jordan because he was like, oh, I'm sure you guys have already seen this. I'm like, actually, no, I haven't. Thank you, Jordan. Let me read this. And I read it. And it's like, okay, James Gunn's secret project. Okay, Matt Reeves, lots of new Batman stuff. Cool, I'm down. They get to the Black Adam stuff. And then it's like, oh, fuck. Like, it's like, oh, Hamada is the reason. Like, we already had the video from last week that was, well, the previous regime didn't want it to happen, but, we got it to happen.
Gone. Yeah,
now they're gone. And then you're reading this article, and then it's like, oh, no, let's shovel all the shit on Hamada's shoulders and be like, oh, this motherfucker, it's his fault that we haven't had Superman for the last 6 years. Oh, and by the way, this is his last week. And I'm just reading this article, and I'm reading this article going, damn! Like, it was like the shade, the burn. It's like, where's the aloe for all of this? And I'm like, and this is in the trade. Where is the aloe? Because the burn is like 3rd degree, and it's in a trade. And I know it's really funny that they released this because they knew the reviews weren't going to be great. But it's like, but this is what they led with. Like, this is their positive spin, is taking Hamada and like throwing him under a bus, a train, and a.
Well, what did he say about the Snyderverse, the cul-de-sac? And I love Shiraz.
Shiraz.
He had a great tweet. He goes, apparently, his career was the cul-de-sac, and I was like,
let me tell you, man.
But also, like, when I was reading that article, and Dwayne was, he went behind his back, right? So initially, there were discussions between Hamada and Dwayne, and I understand, like, I saw that Dwayne understands how business works, right? So he is in that room talking to Hamada about bringing back Superman, and Henry Cavill is the Superman of this generation, whatever. And what did Hamada tell him? Like, what was the reason he gave Dwayne about not bringing him back?
Stand up on a stepladder too, like Vin Diesel, and went,
Did he give the actual reason? Did he give the actual reason?
No, what the article said was that Hamada was trying to avoid the franchise becoming under the control of individual creators such as Zack Snyder, or as it had been with Zack Snyder, which I found really interesting. That I understand the point of reference, because Zack Snyder used to be like a monolithic creator within the DCEU, but it's 2022, and Zack Snyder hasn't had that kind of influence since 2016. So even like Zack Snyder's Justice League doesn't count. Like, we're talking about the current slate, and that was so why would that be the reference unless that was related to why Hamada didn't want Cavill back?
But I also love Dwayne's move, which is, well, okay, I'm going to go talk to your boss. Like, I'm going to go talk to your manager.
Yeah, or your mom and dad.
Right.
Dwayne is such a Karen.
Right. Oh, yeah. Listen, I was in that room for hours asking for Superman, and he would not give me Superman. What are you gonna do for me?
I just want to see
Superman, and when I got to the store, there was no Superman.
Yeah, and on the flyer it says Superman.
I just wanted to be in that room when Hamada gave his actual reason for not bringing Cavill back, because it's not just a one meeting thing. Like, this went on for 6 years, as he was saying. So. Yeah. Hamada must have admitted to the actual reason why he didn't want to get Cavill back, and I just want to see Dwayne's face at that moment when he admits.
Yeah, because obviously, look, Hamada, the first time it was probably like, oh no, man, I don't think that's such a good idea.
We tried, it didn't work.
And Dwayne was like, oh really? Oh, it had.
And Dwayne knows what Henry's side.
Yeah,
of course, they're represented by the same person,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, this is why I love that Comic-Con power move so much, because that was for Hamada. He was making Hall H boo And Hamada knew that too. He knew he was watching, the DC Films president was watching Hall H boo him, not by name, but that's exactly what they were doing. Was Dwayne was saying, some people don't know who's going to be Superman, and all of Hall H goes boo, like, like, oh man, what a power move.
Yeah.
Again, Dwayne Johnson. He knows business, he knows hype, he's listening and everything like that. But yeah, Steven, you were just, did you read that article about the whole
back in July I did. It panned out pretty well for me, I think.
You think?
I think tangentially, I'm not saying that this is the reason he didn't want him back, but after I said that name drop of Snyder was really interesting to notice.
Oh, we lost Kirkland.
It's I am curious about the nature of the contracts and the Producers Guild requirements, because you can't tell me that Zack Snyder isn't at least a credited executive producer contractually if Henry Cavill is in another Superman movie. There's no way that there is not a contract that stipulates that he's an executive producer at the minimum.
Yeah, executive producer I think he would get, because he's been getting that for most of the DC
movies.
He
was on the Suicide Squad and
and the Wonder Woman movies and
But this would be the first time that he introduced Wonder Woman, but this would be the first time that his character. And so that's why I'm saying, I wonder if there's any sort of, the idea of contractual creative control is obviously long since out the window. As I learned after being contractually, he's obligated to approve the director's cut of Justice League. It's but contractually, what actually happens?
I remember the Screen Rant article, Stephen. Thank you. Yeah.
But we got somebody joining in right now. We got,
Ray.
There he is.
He arrived too late. I mean, Casey, you spoke his name
that was like an hour ago.
Yeah. It's like Henry Cavill, though. We had to wait a little long to get it.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to up the petty quotient here.
I wasn't petty enough for you, Ray.
No, you weren't. No, you weren't. Because one of us spent damn near a week arguing with dumbasses that were all of a sudden defending
that was your own damn
Walter
fault.
Hamada.
That was your own damn fault.
Oh, no. I engaged willingly. Okay, I did. I understand. But the narrative, the nerve, the
I know what I did.
Gall. Okay, so I know exactly what I did. I know I did it for a reason. I did it for sometimes you have to present an example for the rest of the class to see. Don't fucking do this.
Well, and here's the thing too.
Stupid.
Sometimes on Twitter, some motherfuckers don't recognize when the second shoe is about to drop, and they dig their heels in at the wrong time.
Yes, which is why
when stuff like this comes out, it's that's the exact right time that you say. By the way, Hamada's when someone digs their heels in, you're like, oh, let's call attention to that, because in about a week, I can guarantee you this story is going to develop.
Which is precisely why. And there was at least one or two dumbasses who, the thread went on for a day and a half. They're defending him and yada yada. And when that article came out, not the THR piece, but the one where he's the one that the day from day before yesterday, where he's out, he's packed his bags, he's gone. I couldn't screenshot that shit fast enough. I was like, oh, by the way, suck on this.
Yeah,
gone.
It's funny too because those two articles, the one on Monday and then the one talking about Hamada, I was like, wait, did these come out a week early? Because I thought this would all come out next week. When it came to, but I get it with the THR article, talking about the DCU and all the, what's happening when it comes to all that and Cavill and hey, there's they're in early stages of maybe developing. Another Superman movie and all the stuff, Flash 2, Wonder Woman 3, all this stuff. I mean, I think they were trying to get ahead of like, possible bad reviews. I mean, which did come, Travis. But it's like,
I'm not a part of the press. I didn't see the yesterday. I'm not putting
What are you
anything out.
talking about?
I'm not putting anything out.
Okay,
Somehow
time out.
you're in
Time
Rotten
out.
Tomatoes. No, I'm just kidding.
Fuck it,
No,
Travis.
they were trying to get ahead of it. They were trying to get ahead of it.
One person called the movie trash on this stream. It was not me. It was not me.
Ray,
First words out of Steven's mouth.
Ray, stay on target right now. You're gonna get petty. Get petty. We can come back later to what we all thought. Wait till you hear Tim. Wait till you hear Tim tomorrow morning on DC Squadcast.
Oh, I know he didn't like it. I know he's a fuddy duddy. I know he didn't.
Okay, but Ray, now that you're here, okay, let's get your initial reaction to it.
I fucking loved it. Truthfully.
Yeah. I listened to the Friday flight on patreon.com/theflightcast. So I heard his.
Thank you. You know what but the funny thing about it was like, a lot of times I measure how much I enjoy a movie by how much I grin during shit that's happening, and there was just multiple times, and then the the mid credit scene where it was just like, that's when I got really fucking giddy.
100% confirmed.
Yes, but no,
the football.
Charlie Brown kicked the football.
Peter Griffin beat the shit out of Lucy.
A couple weeks ago.
Yes, Peter Griffin beat the shit out of Lucy, and Charlie Brown got to kick that damn football. Yes, it is official. There it is. No doubt. But
because if anybody's wondering, like when we were a few weeks ago on the Vox stream, Ray was like he had a good I love the whole thing about like, hey, are we gonna be able to kick the football and not have her just take away the football, and we have Charlie Brown going like he does, and we got to kick the football. So yes,
thankfully, yeah. But no, when I started recording, Scott, it was like I was already happy when I left the theater, but then an hour or so had passed. I had some other errands and stuff to run, but then I got home, and when I started recording the episode again, I was like listening to myself. I'm like, no, I really like that movie. Like I really legitimately enjoyed the hell out of that movie. And I guess part of it is also like, okay, look, the movie actually surprised me. Like in terms of what's that? What is this?
Oh yeah, that's what.
Yes.
Put. Celebrating the return.
No, that was bad.
No, and this was the fun part tonight. Because then somebody enjoyed it too.
Traitor! How dare he like that?
Oh, you clout chaser!
Justice Superman.
Hey, we just got confirmation. Black Adam canon to Zack Snyder's Justice League. Go on.
There you go.
Hey, according to I'm just going by the rules that people have given me.
That have been put forth.
Anytime that Zack
hate the game. I'm just saying.
Yeah. I mean, if you like that, then I'm just saying. Anyway, sorry.
No, but it's just the movie. You go into a movie like that with an expectation, especially with The Rock starring in it, and then the movie did things I was surprised it did. Truthfully, like as far as the storytelling and some of the deeper themes. Like, I don't know if anybody's brought this up, but how about the fact that we just had a superhero movie that didn't take place in a variant of New York or like a false New York, right? This was a purely non-American comic book movie that we just saw. There is something to be said for that. There really is. When you talk about like the location and the international implications
and the colonialism commentary that they had.
Oh, see, that's the funny part is like I saw some people talk about how the villain was weak, and it's like the villain was literally oppression.
Ooh.
Literally. Ooh. The villain in the movie was literally oppression. Like it wasn't like
a
traditional villain.
We all know who the villain was, right? The actor. I mean, he was Jafar in Aladdin, the live action.
I learned that
Travis
last
didn't
night.
believe me.
I didn't know that. I haven't seen
really?
They had him turn into another red CGI motherfucker.
Like a very similar,
They're gonna recast him as Red Hulk next.
When he turned into Sabag, though, his face didn't look like the actor much.
No, he didn't.
No, it didn't. By the way,
I love the design though.
There is nothing. There's nothing at the end of the credits scene wise, but there is a really cool shout out to Jack Kirby at the end of the movie, at the end of the
I
credits.
saw that.
Well, because he created Intergang.
Oh, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because
I wish they
saw
connected Intergang
and-
stuff to the Steppenwolf invasion, though. That was the
Well,
only thing I wish they did.
Yeah, and there was a question Antoine in the chat was asking about like the technology that Intergang had, because in the comics, of course, Intergang has their technology because Apocalypse is like feeding it to them. Like that's the whole point of Intergang. That's why Jack Kirby created them. I just got the sense, headcanon it, was they discovered. I have a feeling if they moved into Kahndaq, they discovered Eternium because all their stuff was powered by Eternium.
Right. Yeah.
So instead of having access to apocalyptic technology, it just looks like they retro-engineered.
They changed it. Yeah.
They changed it to use Eternium as the MacGuffin that powers all their shit.
Yeah.
So where did Eternium come from?
What are you talking about? We saw him dig it up from the dirt. That's it.
Just planet
So
Earth.
how did that?
And you got
It's
the
a natural
300
resource of
moment,
ours. Yeah.
And then you get the Sparta moment. Yeah.
From Eternia.
I mean, that's the
I
thing.
wish,
That's
I wish
just
they
one little
connected it
thing.
to that.
Well,
It's just one little thing.
but it doesn't have to do with. I mean, I haven't read the comic. Doesn't have to do with the Rock of Eternity. Are they? Isn't there a connection with that? Or
I've never heard of Eternium until this movie came out, but I think
they change stuff. They change things. That's the
Okay.
thing.
yeah.
And you do that. I mean, that's what happens when it comes to this live action stuff.
Oh, here we go. Here it is from the comics. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Eternium is the name given to shards of matter cast off from the Rock of Eternity
There you
after its destruction by Dr. Savant and his mad attempts to rid the universe of all magic. It's a post-Zero Hour. It's
so
a
it is
post-Zero-
connected to Shazam, kind of.
No, absolutely.
They wouldn't put it in there.
Because Shazam got reintroduced post-crisis. Like that was the first time that we had the whole. He kind of stays being a kid, like he still has the kid personality when he becomes, Captain Marvel / Shazam. But yes, there is Eternium. It's from the 90s,
So
where the Rock of Eternity was destroyed, and so this is like the pieces.
Yeah, that's fair.
So-
then,
so-
like
so-
they
so-
connected
so
it to Shazam.
So
Yeah.
can we finally? Thank you for bringing this up. Because can we finally toss that stupid fucking argument in the garbage? I don't know if you guys already have already.
Which one?
The one about how that all the concerns about the fact that he should be fighting Zachary Levi and connecting to Shazam instead of Superman.
Well,
Look, I'm gonna tell you,
Tim, Ray, you should hear Tim make that argument on the episode. Your blood's gonna boil.
Okay.
I just appreciate the fact that it was more
Tim?
connected than I thought it was going to be.
Tim,
I
if
didn't
you're
know that-
watching
yeah.
Tim, if you're watching this, we're going to talk about this
I'm over
later
here.
because, I'm
Ray.
I'm looking at Tim in case he's watching this. Tim, if you're going to sit there and actually tell me that a general audience individual could watch that movie and has no fucking clue that it's connected to Shazam, what the fuck?
Especially if you
But
saw
Ray,
the damn two trailers.
Deathstroke.
The
The trailer
played
was there,
before the
right? You guys
movie.
saw the trailer at least?
I saw the
Right.
trailer.
I saw the
But
trailer.
Deathstroke is not a
That was good enough
Batman
for me,
villain.
and I haven't even seen Shazam.
That's what I'm saying.
But Deathstroke is not a Batman villain.
What?
Deathstroke is not a Batman villain. You know that argument?
Oh, that
He's
no,
a Titan villain or
but-
whatever.
but
huh?
they- but
People
just
can
like-
fight whoever they want. It just
I
doesn't matter.
lost-
Just like
I
Black
lost
Adam's
count-
going to replace Shazam in Kingdom Come.
I
Boom!
lost
That's how-
count how many times they said the name Shazam in the movie. That's how much they said it. Seriously,
Because
the
it's just-
lightning
because-
bolt
because,
looks
like-
the same. Like,
Because
what
it's
they-
the same powers.
Right,
It's the exact same
exactly.
powers.
Simon Hunsu's in the movie. I don't know.
Yeah, I
what-
know.
Right.
I was so happy for that.
There is
Twice.
It was so great to
I
see him.
know.
You don't
So great
deserve
to see
this.
I love how the first time he appeared, he was like, "We choose our champion," and the second time he appeared, "You don't deserve this."
We made a mistake.
We
made a bad mistake.
It's like you really have to just not be paying attention. And I'm sorry, even the general audience person that has never seen Shazam and didn't pay attention to that trailer, if they see Shazam: Fury of the Gods in March and they've seen Black Adam, they're going to go, "Where's Black Adam?" That's going to be in their head. Seriously, the connection has been made. It's
I
right
would not
there.
be surprised if there's a mid-credit scene with.
But in my theater, when he was saying Shazam, even when Sarashai said Shazam in the beginning, people were cheering for that. So I'm assuming that people saw that movie.
Well, my wife, you know, as a general audience gauge, she just leaned over to me and went, "Are they connected?" And I said, "He's his nemesis." And she went, "Okay." Like, well, that's all she needed. That's all she needed to go is, "Are they connected?" He's his nemesis. Okay, thank you. I was like, good.
She didn't go, but why is he gonna fight Superman? And why is Superman's costume not fucking black, Scott?
I was when the trailers were rolling, I was like, all right, here's another trailer. All right, we got Black Panther. All right, we got, it was just like, I was like, you better show. And then all of a sudden it finally, and I literally went like,
That would have been so
stupid.
stupid.
They showed Shazam. I'm like, thank you.
That would have been so stupid. That would have been like taking two more steps back if you don't show the Shazam trailer before Black Adam. That would have been ridiculous.
Because they showed the Shazam trailer before Super Pets, which was great because now my 6-year-old is like, can I see Shazam?
Yes.
Because and I'm like, I don't know because I still haven't shown you the first one because that boardroom scene would scare the shit out of you.
Right.
Oh, that scene was. Damn you, David Sandberg. No, I love that scene.
No, I love this Seven Deadly.
Fire,
Seven Deadly Sins are great.
That boardroom scene is dope as fuck.
Oh, fuck yeah, it is.
No, but it's just I guess part of my enthusiasm for it is just because I was just eager to get on Twitter and be like, okay, this argument is even more bullshit than I thought. That argument is even more bullshit than I thought. These arguments are really even more bullshit than I thought. Unbelievable, okay. I don't know if this has come up at all.
Oh god, okay. Let's see. This is gonna be fun because Ray hasn't been listening to us.
Has anybody talked about the dumb the people that apparently think? Yeah, I'm not gonna name. I named a name in the Patreon. I'm not gonna say the name out loud here, but an individual who apparently can't understand why Snyder fans would enjoy Black Adam because apparently it's similar to Justice League.
I think that was a very, very rare L for that person because usually he is on point with everything.
I respectfully disagree with you on that, Casey. He has said dumb things before, but that's
all right. Clarify. Okay.
He's saying the comparison is okay, if the things you don't. Speaking from that point of view, because I saw the tweet, I don't know who the guy is, but I saw enough people trying to be like. I think the point is that you look at 2017 Justice League, right, and the things you don't like in it. He's saying those same things in that movie are in Black Adam.
No, they're not. No, they fucking are not. They are not.
I think there's some things in there.
Except for the ones that are.
Yeah.
No, they're fucking
I think
it was Steven that said it. Burner count?
The bucket of chicken, is that more Zack Snyder or Joss Whedon?
I forgot about the chicken. Oh my god.
No, that's you, Steven. You're the bucket of chicken.
Steven, what's Granny's peach tea?
Huh?
I mean, seriously, what's the? I mean, what? So there's no humor whatsoever in BVS.
Are you equating? We can talk about the difference between Granny's peach tea and the bucket of chicken.
Yeah, Granny's peach tea to me feels like when she sees that it's like a disheartening. Holy fuck, I'm about to die.
Okay.
Where him eating chicken is like he's snacking. Where do you get this chicken
Here's my
from?
problem. First of all, I feel like fixating on the fried chicken is really just why the fuck do you eat chicken? But on top, the bigger problem that I have with this comparison is, I'm sorry, I missed the part where Black Adam was filmed twice, and the second time it was filmed, there was an era of toxic set abuse and bullshit going on, and they went so far over budget, and it affected the quality of the film because of the bad edit. I missed the part where that shit happens. That's my issue. You can't just erase all the.
But you're talking about behind the scenes stuff versus
you can't
what's
do that, Steven. You can't erase the context of the production and make that fucking comment.
Let's rewind a little bit, and talk about what this person thought about Justice League when they saw it before everyone was aware of the behind the scenes stuff versus what did you think about Justice League the first time you saw it? Did you think those things about it when you walked out of the theater? I think that there's a different where you were more accepting of a lot of that stuff, whereas
and this isn't like a fan purity thing. It's just that those were things you were more willing to forgive at the time before you recognized those things. Where a lot of those complaints were complaints that people had about Justice League prior to knowing the behind the scenes stuff. So I don't think it's fair to use that as a standard for comparing this to that, because that's not. I don't think that's. I can criticize Justice League without even getting into the behind the scenes stuff, and just in terms of the way it's edited and
the problem is, though, Steven, he didn't tweet this in 2017. He tweeted it in 2022. He tweeted it now with everyone having the benefit of the hindsight of the behind the scenes stuff. You can't, and especially when he made the comment about, as somebody like how much he enjoys Man of Steel, enjoys BVS, and that was really what started me on like the iffy end with it, because why are we still looking for all of these movies to be in the level of Man of Steel and Batman v Superman? Why? Why is that an expectation? That shouldn't be a minimum expectation. It really shouldn't.
I think
he's setting that as the expectation. What he's saying is, of the people who claim to have that, because there's people, and I don't think he's including. I think you might be including yourself in a group that he's not talking about. What he's saying is, the group of people who say that's the gold standard, and hated the Justice League 2017, why would they not apply that to this? And so, like, if you don't have that standard that those movies should be, you know, the ideal, then it doesn't really apply to you. He's saying for anyone who says, you know, Birds of Prey is bad because it's not like Man of Steel, or the Suicide Squad is bad because it's not like Man of Steel, those people are the ones that you'd be talking to. I don't think he's talking about people who would say like, oh, I had fun with Birds of Prey. It's not the same as Zack Snyder, but it's not supposed to be. That's an entirely different conversation in my mind.
He's coming from a place of assuming that, because he quoted Snyder fans, right? So he's coming from a place of thinking that Snyder fans, quote unquote, don't like when movies are this funny, or, you know, stuff like that. So I feel like that's where his tweet was misunderstood or something like that, because usually, like I said, he even likes The Last Jedi. So so I feel like, you know, usually he is on point, but with that, I feel like he misunderstood what Snyder fans like in the DC movies.
Well, maybe he should have used Snyder cult instead of Snyder fans, because that's the problem. Is like,
well, you're talking about like niche community terminology that doesn't,
that he knows,
like,
that he should know.
Yeah, but still, there's anytime somebody says, I don't understand why Star Wars fans don't like this, and it's like you can slice up any fandom any way to say like, well, some Star Wars fans like this, like Andor, for example. I don't get why Star Wars fans don't like Andor. Well, a lot of them do. Some of them don't. So yes, both things are true. Star Wars fans like Andor, and Star Wars fans don't like Andor. So you have to say, is the person saying no Star Wars fans like Andor, or are they like there's a contextual relevance to the language there that I don't think you can parse it out and say, no, he meant everybody who likes this, because that then doesn't make sense. Either the person has no grasp of the English language, or maybe they meant something more nuanced by the way that they chose their words, and that's kind of the way that I go with it.
Well, I just don't think it's necessarily fair or even right that the onus and the responsibility is on us to parse what they're saying. Write better. Be more clear. You have more characters. You can do it in 280. I've done it. I'm not saying it can't be done. It can be done. So if his point was only to talk about those particular types of fans, fine. Make that more clear, because he did not make that clear enough whatsoever. And that and he continued it on like in the thread and explained his point, and was really like going forward about, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it, the brainless action that was in the film. Like, essentially, like, I don't want to paraphrase exactly what he said, but just obviously that comparison bothers me, especially as somebody who understands how absolute dog shit that other film is, and how this film literally does things that film couldn't even think to do, truthfully. Because there's a lot of good in this particular movie that doesn't deserve, oh, it's good but not great. Doesn't deserve all the backhanded bullshit that it's been getting from these critics and from a lot of people that may or may not have agendas toward it, or at the very least are just like, no, I just don't like it. Okay, fine. You just don't like it. Why can't you just say you don't like it instead of saying, well, it's good but not great? I don't dig the condescension that's being thrown at this.
Maybe
movie right
I think
now.
part of the problem also is and I'm gonna go against what I was just saying, but or it's gonna sound like I am, but I'm not. So I'll try to clarify. But like for example, with the action, I thought like that the slow mo, like the keyframe shots were like awesome. It was very
Let's face it, this movie is visually fucking.
Yeah, there's a lot of like very Alex Ross style slow motion kind of keyframe shots, and that was really cool. What bothered me about it is that the editing of the action around it. I'm going to compare it to Zack Snyder, not because that's the only way to do it, but because it's a style that style exists because of Zack Snyder, right? That came from 300, it came from Watchmen, etc. And the way that what makes those moments work is the continuity of the action leading up to, like for example, the Justice League when they all slow down and they're in the third act and when they all jump and there's the Batmobile and they're all lined up. That works because there's continuity leading up to it and then it slows down. Whereas Black Adam, it's like fast cut style, kind of all over the place. You can't make out what's going on.
Completely agree with you, Stephen.
And
that's
then
one
it cuts
thing I
to
like
this really
about
cool shot. It's like, oh, that was a really cool shot, but like none of the action around it is incoherent. And both styles are valid, but it was aping a style that it wasn't actually emulating. And I liked. Those are two styles that I like, but I just don't think like technically that's not the way that those things should be constructed, and so it's a little bit sloppy in the editing to me. And that's not like so that's where I would say like good, not great, because sure it's cool. That shot was cool, the action was cool, the whole scene is like exciting with the score and everything, but it on certain levels hits that kind of editing that reminds me of Justice League 2017, where it's like this feels kind of cobbled together, and it does a way better job than what Justice League 2017 did in those moments. But there is a lack of continuity in editing that bugged me in those moments.
But then there's other moments, like something that I particularly spoke to that I loved, which is in the third act. Actually, a movie that doesn't have a third act problem. I will say that.
I will agree with that.
Because the third act has some of the coolest stuff. And one of my biggest ones was Dr. Fate versus Sabak. And I think, Anthony, you referenced it. But like almost like the camera is like constantly moving because it's bouncing off the reflection. The reflection of his helmet.
That was so cool.
I thought that was so awesome. I loved that whole scene.
That was fire.
It was like bouncing off the reflection on the helmets. It was
right.
So
where's that in Justice League 2017? Exactly. Exactly.
It was
That's
off of Mustache.
They cut that scene. It was supposed to be in there. Yeah.
I don't know.
but to the point though is that, and for me, I've always said I think the movie's fine. I think it's okay. It's fun, and I'm not sure if you feel like Ray that I'm giving it a backhanded compliment. I'm just saying, did I enjoy myself? Yes, but do I think it is what normally when I would say a movie is good or great, it doesn't reach that level for me. Because I distinguish that from it was fun, it's fine, it's okay, but that's what I say. Is I say when people ask me how was Black Adam, I say it's fine, it's okay, I enjoyed myself, it's a fun 2 hours, but that's how I present it. Now I'm not sure whether you think that's being a backhanded comment. That's just me being as honest. That's
I'm
me
not
being
referring.
as
Yeah, I'm not referring.
Being as honest to it as possible, saying I'm not overtly recommending the movie, but I'm also not saying it's a dumpster fire.
As I've gotten older, I guess this is where the cynical part of me comes into play. I pretty much have just stopped recommending these movies to people because I don't fucking know what anybody likes. So you know what? It's there. If you want to watch it, go ahead. I don't care. But no, you can tell. I'm not anything that you just said.
Do you like big traps? Guess what? Yeah. You go watch.
It's like you're talking about like actual traps. I'm like, the Saw franchise. Like, I guess that's for you. Like,
you like traps? It's like someone goes, the Saw franchise? No, I'm talking about traps.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
The trapezius. Yeah.
Rocky. T2.
Yes. Yeah. No, but like
drink more Zoa.
Yeah.
But you can read, like if you see some of these headlines, you know when people are being snarky assholes about it or not. I wouldn't say that saying it's okay
talking
was
about, like,
fun.
The Verge? Did you see the Verge headline?
I did
When
see.
he was
Yes,
talking
I
about
saw
glorifying like murder to kids,
The-
and I
the-
was
the-
like,
the-
"Whoa, that's a take." Whoa, that is
Yeah, that's right.
definitely-
You were the voice. That's right.
Put it
You were
between
the
the
one. I
lines.
forgot, Dave. You were the one that. That was like the dude that gave BVS 1 star out of 10 because the dude said "Christ" when he almost got his head blown off at the beginning of the movie. Like it's the same mindset. It's like, why even?
That's a guy who's wrapping his kid in fucking bubble wrap. Like, yeah, you're going outside. Well, shit. It's like it's it's Christmas story.
Well, Christ.
That's like all like can't move. He's
unlike
that parent.
my kids. That's like you're bleeding. Okay, do I see bone? No, great. We'll splash some water on it. Keep playing. Go.
It's ridiculous. Just like, okay, so Black Adam, and by the way, we haven't really brought up the showdown between Sabak and Black Adam, which I thought was great, but the way that he takes him out, that was probably my favorite shot of the movie. That was probably my favorite shot of the movie.
It was
He
fire.
grabbed the horns and then just
Literally
ripped
fire.
them in half, and he's
Yes.
just like, ah! I was like, I literally went, oh shit!
I kind of had oh shit.
I was
whoa.
thinking about that when he was in that position when Sabak was on the throne. I thought he would do it
going
right
for the
there.
horns. He kept on going for the horns, and I was like, "Is he gonna rip his head off like a Mortal
That's- I
Kombat
was
style
thinking-
finisher with
I
a
was
He grabbed
thinking
the
the same
horns and he
thing.
leaned back like this. Like
I thought it was going to be
Yeah,
full
yeah.
on decapitation. Yeah, that's what I was expecting.
I thought he would do the
brutal,
tear
though,
thing
for what
in
he
front
did.
of Hawkman. Hawkman was right there.
Okay, so I low key loved both of the Hawkman Black Adam fights. Like they were just like I don't know something about it. I'm just sitting in my chair, just like, oh, all right, yes. I don't know.
There were two things that I liked that Black Adam didn't do, which I actually was nervous that they would do. But I thought that he would totally steal the sonic boom thing while flying. He didn't do that. And the second thing was the POV punching shots in midair.
Oh,
He didn't do that as well. So I like that they stayed away from that.
I mean, they did the whole quick punch
Right.
thing that we've seen before, like the quick stuff. But when he was like when they were doing, I mean, first off, I mean, again, it was just like the visual effects and everything, visually stunning. But yeah, when he just finally gave that last little freaking just grabbing the horns and ripped him in half, and he just I was like, whoa, and somebody on my Twitter feed they gave a review. Somebody who's pretty popular they were surprised that it's still got a PG-13 rating with some of the stuff, and I'm like, yeah, but I mean, there wasn't blood when he
you
ripped him
can
in
do
half. It was
all
lava,
sorts of
fire,
nasty, gory things to aliens and extra
Right.
dimensional beings.
He was
that you
alien.
can't do to
Hey,
humans.
Dave, what do we call this again?
Oh, standards and practices.
Practices.
Yes.
Yep.
Which we
Make
always
them
talk about in
make
Batman
them a
Animated.
robot, and you can fuck them off.
Yeah, exactly. If he's a demon now. It's like, all right, long as you make his blood fiery lava looking, you can rip him in half and do a whole Mortal Kombat
Also in that even in that scene, Hawkman was like, "No, you can fight it. Don't do it." I'm like, "He's literally from hell. What are you saying?"
We gotta save him. He's
He
innocent.
did say it. You can hear it.
He could be on the JSA. We just lost Kent.
With Zod, at least he's from another planet. He's a man. He's a person. Whatever. But Sabag is literally a demon from hell. What are you saying?
Wait, no, hang on. Didn't Carter actually look up at him and say, "Kick his ass"?
He
did.
Yeah, but
say that.
while Black Adam was trying to kill him, Hawkman was like, "Don't do it."
I think what they're going
Yeah,
for
you
is
can
he didn't
control
want
it.
him to explode again.
That's how I took it. I didn't take it as he didn't want him to kill him. I took it as focusing the explosion so it didn't blow the place up like he did back in the palace. 5,000 years ago.
That's
how
what
took
I
it.
took as.
Yeah, the whole fact that his rage doesn't allow him to control his
Right.
power.
Yeah, that makes
that's-
sense.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
because at that point, after what happened to Fate, I don't think Carter gave a shit what happened to Sabak. I think he was like, "No, we need to kill him."
He killed my
Like,
buddy.
that-
Yeah, I also, and this is a thing, I know we gave The Rock and the lead up to this movie a lot of shit about the anti-hero thing. I thought the joke at the end of Super Pets was funny as hell.
Right.
Having Black Adam's dog talk to Crypto about the difference between an anti-hero and a villain. I remember sitting there in Super Pets going, okay, this shit's funny. Like I appreciate
But
this. And then
what
no,
makes
hold
him
on,
an
Steven. Steven, stop.
Nothing makes him an anti-hero. Nothing.
No,
Nothing
stop.
at all.
He's a spray
Stop,
bottle.
Steven.
This makes Scott
Hey.
the anti-hero.
I'm the captain now. But what I'm talking for me, Steven, if you would let me make my fucking point, is
No.
do I just get to listen to you talk for 30 more minutes? So it's. I can play you. I can play music while you talk, just like Andrew does. So,
and Dice is right out. He's.
I know. This is the best part. But no, what I appreciated was when Black Adam first showed up, and he just started fucking those dudes up. I was like, okay, he's fucking some dudes up, and then he kept fucking dudes up, and I was sitting there going, cool. Like, I was afraid with the whole like anti-hero talk that he was at some point going to be like they were gonna like turn him into a hero. And I kind of and personally I appreciate it as the movie went on, he just kept fucking dudes up. And I was like, I'm down for this.
what the talk with Dr. Fate was, right? Like he kind of agreed to not kill those two dudes, but still did. Yeah. And I was like, yep. Thank you. Don't change.
Don't change.
No. Or his excuse was, I waited till you caught up with me.
Yeah.
That whole right. Yeah.
Cool. That was pretty cool.
On the topic of like dudes that he was like fucking up, I took the liberty of trying my best to count in the first 10 minutes how many people he killed. And I counted around 88 to 89 people in 10 minutes. By the end of the movie, I was at about 135, and I know I missed a lot. So.
I was gonna say that seems low.
How did you keep track of that?
I liked when second time when they were going into that place and Hawkman was making the plan.
Yes.
And then he just started.
Because
he started beating the
just
shit.
like,
oh, by the way, that was
like,
one of those dumb choices where they're literally saying the name of the mine as a caption comes up. It's like, okay, either say it or give me the caption. You literally don't have to do both at the same time.
Subtitles, man.
For some people in the audience, it's.
I know. No, stop it. No, it's like I didn't need the narration at the beginning of the movie. It's like, stop it. Stop.
Well, did I read it?
No,
I needed it. I didn't know anything about Black Adam or any of this stuff.
You would have learned it.
You would have watched the movie. Yeah, I didn't need the kids giving me.
I was like, okay, this is where we are. I'm okay with this.
What does he?
I also don't like. I don't like the token kid character in these movies.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that either.
I'm not a fan of that.
He's got a crazy little trapdoor thing. Look at that.
That was cool though.
That was.
He's hitting that trap audience again.
Shia LaBeouf killed that kid role when he was an iRobot, man. He did it to perfection, man.
I wasn't 100% on the kid. No, there were definitely parts of the kid that I found annoying at times, but I was 50-50. It was a balance. I can't call it. We have seen way more annoying kids in comic book movies, Scott. We've seen way
Zachary Levi.
Way worse.
Zachary Levi is one of them.
Casey, shut your mouth. Shut your Dave, kick him out. He's done.
I'm about to.
I thought you were going to say Asher. He said, no,
what are you talking about? The kids are great in that movie. What are you talking about?
I do legit love the kids in the Shazam.
You got to bounce? All right. Black Adam has to bounce.
Yo, appreciate you having me on.
Yeah, man.
Peace out, everyone. I do want to say one thing, and this is just my final thought. As I was watching the movie, and like I said, I loved it. As going through some of the fight scenes, the blows that Hawkman was dealing to Black Adam, one of my thoughts was, Superman gonna fuck you up. If you're gonna let Black Adam get this uppercutted, or if you're gonna let Hawkman get these uppercuts in on you like this, Superman gonna fuck you up, man. So I don't know what's gonna happen when they come back, but I thought, considering what to expect from the post credit scene and all that shit, I was like, get your game up, Black Adam. Superman is a far more formidable foe than Hawkman is. And he was giving you the business.
Did you see the smirk on Waller's face when she said "as you wish"? Because she's
like,
"Oh no, I have something for your ass. I do."
Exactly. Yeah. And look, the fight scene between Fate, Black Adam, and Hawkman, all of that shit was dope. It just looked great. It just popped off the screen. That's just one of the thoughts I had. Was just like, Hawkman is giving you the business right now. You think you can fuck with that dude who?
I mean, when Superman is gonna heat vision and he's, Black Adam is gonna throw lightning, that's gonna clash, and that scene is definitely coming.
There we go, Scott. There we go. Hey, appreciate you having me on, Dave.
Yeah.
Y'all have a good night. Good night, man. Appreciate
Great
it.
movie, man.
All right.
It was.
Yes.
Love
Great
it.
job.
Great job. Thanks for all your work, Anthony.
You were great.
You were great.
Get some fucking Zoas to Canada. Already.
Yeah, please.
Yo,
You're good.
Zoas of Canada. I got you.
That's all right. Thanks, Anthony. One of the things also too is like, I mean, for some reason I remember hearing about it, but I was like, oh yeah, duh. When he was in capture, and then I love the fact that Dr. Fate was like, we can't take this dude on our own, so I'm gonna go ahead and like fucking project to where Black Adam is.
Yeah, that was
I'm gonna help him escape. And I know, like, some people had issues with that whole scene where it's like, little
Little
Black Adam, not didn't.
By
have
the way, call out to the CGI. That looked fucking
Dude,
fantastic.
seriously,
That was
again,
amazing work
CGI
right there.
was fantastic.
That was so. I mean, that was we've come such a long way from stick figure Cap and how bad that looked in the first Avenger. We've come such a long way from that.
I thought it was funny because someone was pointing. I think it was what Dave was alluding to.
Whoa!
He's the fucking Flash. I knew it. You sped up. Like all your words were like it was like.
All right. Go ahead. Start talking again, Steven.
That's just how I talk.
Oh, your mic's like
his head's about to explode.
Your audio is faster than your video.
What? How is it now? Why does StreamYard?
Sounds better.
You've gotten slow.
My audio.
Slow down, Steve.
All right.
You're good now.
Well, I don't remember what I was going to say anymore because
little rock body, CGI, skinny body.
Oh yeah, it was funny because when that scene first started to like reveal the skinny body or whatever, there was a moment where I held my breath, like, oh wow, this could be weird, and then it showed that he was actually like surprisingly like beefed up for a slave, and I was like, that's actually really, really smart to be like, you know what, we're gonna make him thinner, but not like the amount of skinny that he actually should be, because the Rock's head on a skinny dude would like
no.
It still looked weird to me.
You guys
though,
got a different
the
version.
Rock,
He looked fucking awful. Yeah.
Just like the amount of muscle that the Rock has, like just in his face alone. Yeah, this guy he's pretty fit. He's not a skinny guy.
Like, skinny Rock was still Henry Cavill buff. No, but he's still Henry Cavill buff.
Right.
It's just his face is a lot fuller than what that body would take. So anytime they're doing a zoom in on him, it's like his face looks like the 250-pound Rock, and then they're showing his shoulders, and it's very small. So I don't think Skinny Steve looks good either. So I think they're all just, you can make it look as good as possible.
Well, the other problem too is, like, even if you were to try to composite it from like old shots of the Rock, there aren't any where his head isn't like bigger. Like, are there is there a single shot where the Rock has it, like in life, where the Rock has a skinny head? Like
2003 Rock, who after he got his pec surgery, that's the skinniest you ever see him. No, he got that. He got them taken out and stuff like that. It's when he was starting to do the acting, because they had told him, hey, at that point they said, don't be so big because you're not going to get roles. So if you look at his wrestling career in 2003, he's very slim down. He's very toned. He's not what this guy is, but that's the most he's ever looked like a normal human being in his life, because they're like, no one wants to work with you. You'll only be the action guy. And now it's the reverse, where he's like, I just got to get I got huge and like
The action guy.
Yeah, he accepted it now, so
he leaned into it. No, but I thought the CGI looked, it was one of those things too where I was worried about it too. I'm like, oh my god, it's gonna be a bobblehead kind of situation. Like, what's gonna happen? And it wasn't. It was great. It was again, the CGI was it was top notch when
it was surprisingly well. Like considering my complaints with like the editing and etc. There was no moments that I can recall where maybe a little bit with like Sabak, but there was no moments where it was like, oh wow, that needed some more time rendering. Like the textures were all good, the movements were. I mean, there was a little bit of like rubber bandy fate and stuff, but that's just kind of typical for like CGI, digidoubles. But yeah, I was impressed with how infrequently I noticed like bad like digital stunt doubles and stuff.
The one I love was Fate because he was just that was all CGI.
The one time it stood out to me actually was there was like a shot here or there when Black Adam was killing the Inner Gang guys when he first woke up.
Mm-hmm. Like, I will say almost every Inner Gang person that died by falling or being thrown was just like, oh, this is just cartoon physics. But that was a stylistic.
Yeah,
that was
a
choice.
Yeah.
There was that one scene where Dr. Fate, Zoom called again when he was in the field and that person was falling behind him. Mm-hmm. So Fate was like, did you kill him? And he just waited and that person was falling behind him.
He could have saved him too. It's like if he's
exactly.
He didn't make
but that was funny.
Yeah.
There was still more. I still feel like this movie falls in the situational humor category and not in the one-liners and quip category like we see with
there were some one-liners and quips.
It's pretty quippy to me.
Okay, but
his very first where he's like, tell him the man.
Okay, no.
Okay, that one worked for me. I actually laughed.
I didn't say there were no one-liners and quips in the movie. I'm just saying it wasn't besieged by them like certain other movies in another franchise.
I think just every character does it. That's when you start to feel that like, okay, when you introduce that brother character and he's comedic for like the first 15 minutes, like, okay, this is a guy, but then everybody's getting their chance to have a one-liner here, have a one-liner here, and it just, even when you got Pierce doing the one-liners, who I think is the best at it, I think it felt very MCU-ish at times.
Because Pierce's delivery was that straight. It's that British delivery.
Exactly.
I mean, I know he's Irish,
yeah,
but still,
but he's British Irish.
But it's that dry delivery of I'm saying this, and
he's got a point.
And in context, it's hilarious, but I'm not saying it with an inflection. It's like I'm telling a joke.
Yeah,
it's the reason I love the whole
Atom Smasher.
Well, and the problem with quips in the MCU is not so much like, oh, funny stuff shouldn't exist, but that it's like a rhythm where it feels like
unnatural.
Where it's like line, quip. Line, and this had the same like, I don't want to say like compare the frequency or whatever, but there was plenty of quips in the same way.
It had that pacing of that.
But a lot of them were character driven even though as someone who didn't even like them necessarily, but I would agree that it was distinctly different. Like whereas the MCU turned everyone into Tony Stark basically, where it's like everyone's got the wordplay and the puns and the same rhythm of delivery. All of the quips here were like, for example, Black Adam's quips were not the same as the brothers' quips, were not the same as the kids' quips, and even though it was like borderline character breaking, I liked most of the Black Adam's, like him trying to figure out how to nail that. Tell him the man in black sent you. I really enjoyed that, even though it was like, to me that was like, okay, I'm just gonna give up on this being like.
He there's like one point where he was flying, he was all telling it, and then it was already too late. He just kind of looked forward and just kept flying. Like, okay.
Yeah. Well, the very first one, where he's like, "Tell him the man in." Okay.
When he finally said that to Sabak.
Yeah.
When he finally said that to Sabak, that got the loudest cheer in my theater.
Did it really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It got a big laugh. Yeah, it got a big reaction out of my crowd too.
I mean, but there, okay, but like there are definitely like more poignant, like emotionally driven moments in this film. like one of the things that I talked about like in the Patreon, Scott, was about the fact that like it's funny, Steven, you said that you have an editing problem with this movie. I didn't have so much of an editing problem because I really didn't catch a lot of what you caught with respect to the action. But what I did feel in the first half hour for a bit was I felt like it was going fast. I felt like the history lesson was going fast, and the kid's narration didn't help it because it's like, okay, why is this kid telling me this story?
Right. In addition to 500 words of subtitles in the same period.
But the subtitles don't bother me. They speak in the native tongue, whatever. But like the thing is, like, what you, at least for me, you come to realize in the rest of the film is like, okay, that's not the only history lesson that we're getting, because the story that the story the kid is telling you at the beginning is not the whole story. He's telling you the story that everyone in Kahndaq knows.
He's telling you the text. He's telling you the textbook version.
Exactly. Yeah. He's reading it from the book, essentially.
Yeah, because obviously it changes like throughout the movie.
Although I think all of that would have been better. Like, I think I was saying this before you got on, but if they had just opened it in the tomb and taken all of that exposition and made that that could have been like for example, as she's reading the tomb, that could have been revealed in a way that wasn't such a lore dump at the beginning. And preserve some mystery to the character, not the same way as like I'm going to compare to Predator. Not because I'm saying it should have been done the same way that Predator did it, but if you look at how much like story and lore you can pick up about like the people and cultures and stuff, like the Predators themselves in that, from watching the way they behave, you can communicate a lot of that stuff through this. Like, they've got the statue, they've got they've got all the stuff culturally in Kahndaq that they can bring it up naturally throughout the plot, but maintain that, the whole idea of the Man in Black, maintain that as a more of a mystery, instead of saying up front, like, here's everything you need to know about Black Adam. Like, let us wonder, why is he this way? Why is he that way? How did this happen? And then the audience, I think you got to trust them to be smart enough to pick that stuff up as it goes. And I didn't feel like, it just dumped that all up front, and then again dumped it in the middle when it didn't. I don't think that any of the dumps were necessary.
But that's always a balance between the notion of trusting the audience to figure things out and like explaining things to them, and like all of these CBMs on some level kind of struggle with that balance in terms of what do you dump and what do you not dump. For me, all I can tell you is that, subjectively speaking, I understood the pace of the first 30 minutes when the other dumps happened, because it was a case where, from a general audience perspective, somebody's like, okay, why is the JSA like, if he's really a hero, if he's really like the protector of Kahndaq, why are they so worried about him? And then comes the second part where Adriana confronts him and is like, what really happened? What was your rage? That whole part of it. And then the part later when you find out the real truth, that wasn't even the son, that was actually the father. Like, those were light bulb moments for me. And maybe it's because I haven't read any Black Adam comics. Maybe it's because
that was actually a twist. Like, that's nothing to do with how it goes down in the comics.
So then for me, from a general audience standpoint, what they did worked for me. The light bulb went on, because I was like, oh shit. Because the thing is, in the first scene, like at the beginning, the kid vanishes. Like, the kid's there. Like, you don't have any reason to believe anything different.
When they showed the kid as like Black Adam, did he have like the hair?
Yes, he did.
Oh, yes, he did.
But I think they were doing like a shadow, because when you see him after, I'm like, oh, he's gonna look like the OG Black Adam. It was just the young Rock actor, but they definitely made him look like comic book.
Oh yeah, because like you saw a brief moment, I was like, and I went, did I see that widow's peak kind of thing going on? I was like, oh.
I was looking for the pointy ears. I was like, are they going to give him the pointy ears? Like,
but I think stuff like they've got the statue, for example, is a big thing. So like, you just cut all of that opening exposition, and they call him to save them in the tomb. So everything you need. Oh, the savior came back, the crown, that stuff is all inherent to the tomb, and that doesn't need even extra exposition. That's simply, you cut that and people pick that up as it goes. And then the statue is there. Oh, Kahndaq's protector is back. And then later in the movie, oh, that statue isn't you. That statue is your son. That, I don't know. To me, that lands so much better because it's not being spoon fed, and so my brain is trying to figure out all of that as opposed to the movie.
But I also wonder if maybe because we know that this movie went through several rounds of test screenings and reshoots, I wonder if
it's 100% audience notes. I smell audience notes all over that structure.
Because I think because of what we see is still in the movie, what you're talking about, Steven, I'm seeing it too. Like I this is what I referred to earlier. Like, I'm tired of my brain seeing how the sausage is made when I'm watching a movie. I wish I could turn that part of my brain off, but I could see
always going to be on.
This is the way the movie was originally written and structured, and then this is that other 2 or 3 layers that was slapped on top of it because of
to address notes.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, but that's the thing. But you can't ignore those. Like that's literally the audience telling you. I mean, I know you make that look, Steven, but I'm sorry, it is still a business. You can't just say, "Well, ignore the test screening
we were talking about Justice League 2017. That's how that movie exists, is from that kind of note. Take all the complaints you've ever heard about Batman v Superman. Take a test screening for Batman v Superman. Take all the audience notes and implement them.
Do we have proof of a test screening for Justice League 2017 that said put in forced conflict with and make Wonder Woman punch? Were those audience notes? Or was that studio notes? Was that executive notes?
Yeah. It was the same thing. I mean,
it's not the same thing.
No, executive notes come from the test screen. The audience turns in notes, and then executives pick the ones that they care about and ignore the other ones. So ultimately, it's still the things that executives think are important versus not.
And it's why that Sandberg video is just like, I want to pin that.
I love that guy.
I love that Sandberg video.
God damn. We all know how audiences would say to fix Batman v Superman. So if that movie had gone through the same test screening process and they had followed the same notes, I mean, you would have had opening exposition. You would have had all of this stuff.
I made like a video of after I saw Batman vs Superman, the theatrical, and I was like, I liked it, but then I was like, I made a video of like how I would have done it and like explain things and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden the Ultimate Edition came out and went, never mind. I was like, oh shit, I should probably delete this video because now all of a sudden I get what the fuck was happening because of that half hour that was injected into that was removed from it and then put back in. I was like, oh, well, shit. Okay, so some of the points that I was making in my video now are clarified in this extra half an hour. It was just kind of funny. I remember I was like contemplating deleting that video, but yeah, it's just crazy.
I think there's a decisive difference between what the executives decided to do with Justice League 2017 and what the audience notes were from test screenings for Black Adam. I really don't think that's comparable as much as you think it is.
I think the point that's being made is that, but the process is inherently flawed.
Yeah,
I think it's inherently flawed process. Stripping away this particular movie example, I go back to the fact of what you typically get when you test screen a movie like that over and over again. Because I remember this. I'm gonna throw this little nugget at you.
Ooh.
The director's cut of Kate and Leopold.
Fuck, I was not expecting this poll.
Oh man,
I didn't see the director's cut of that movie. I don't think.
It's funny
That's
because
on the Letterboxd watch list.
We watched that so many times as a kid, and I feel like I know the reference you're about to make. But it's on the tip of my tongue. But you need to
because Meg Ryan's character is in like market testing and PR and all of that stuff, and there is a scene it was cut from the theatrical version, but it's in the director's extended cut that came out on home video. That is a test audience screening of a movie, and the dumbass comments that you get from these test screeners. Go find it. Go watch it. Okay. Maybe you can find the clip on YouTube. But no, it's in Kate Leopold, and you almost see why it was cut from the theatrical, because it's one of those times when the movie is when movies comment on how movies are made, and you're like, somebody felt a little a little called out by this scene, didn't
Yeah.
they?
I love it.
And I think that I don't think that there's zero value to audience. Oh, I don't think there's zero value to audience screenings, but I think that fundamentally the issue is that you get people who they'll go and see a movie, and then you immediately after ask for notes, and they'll say things like, "Oh, I didn't pick up this in the beginning," or I couldn't follow that plot line," and for a lot of that kind of thing, if you can go back for another, if the movie is entertaining enough for you to want to go back and look for those answers, and they're there, then that's good enough. You shouldn't. I don't think you should have. It should be an expectation for people to walk out of a movie saying, "I understood every single plot beat." So, like for example, if it had been a twist that, oh wait, it's Black Adam, it was his son, and not actually him, and like that was revealed without all the exposition, and then you go back and you watch it again, and you'd be like, oh, I can see how they threaded that line in there. That was there the whole time. If I had paid attention, I would have picked it up. But that's the type of thing where you'd get a note where they'd say like, oh, I didn't catch that. And they'd say, oh, we need to make that obvious earlier on. No, you don't need to make it obvious earlier on. You need them to want to go watch it again to pick it up earlier on.
I am not giving humanity that much credit. I'm just not. Maybe that's just the other. That's just the other cynical part of me.
Force them to pay attention. I'm just.
Or just accept that you'll get divisive reactions to movies like BVS is a great example. That movie would have been absolutely butchered if it took all the fan suggestions for how to fix. The type of things we know it would get from audience feedback, and if that had all been implemented, or take like Man of Steel and like Zod snap neck fixes or whatever.
But do we know what was implemented like with either of those films to make that like statement?
To make what?
Do we know what the audience notes were for like any of the test screenings for either of those movies?
No, but I'm saying you know what audiences say about.
I know
BVS
what they say now
today.
After seeing the movie that released.
Yeah,
but
so
I don't
if
know
they were shown that in a test screening, what would they say about BVS? Like you've had plenty of these arguments. You know what people would say about what BVS should and shouldn't have done, or what it was good at or bad at.
But we're not talking about the movie that came out. We're talking about what happened in the test screenings. Like, did anything change? Are you suggesting that nothing changed after test screenings
For BVS and Man of Steel?
Yeah.
I don't know that Zach does test. He does like peer screenings, but it's not common for him to do like audience screenings.
Okay, so he
we never really heard about any of the three movies.
I think that came after the Zach era of DCU. I think once they started going away from that filmmaker, thing.
Yeah, Wonder Woman is the first one, or maybe Suicide Squad. Yeah, Suicide Squad because people saw the Ayer cut or a version of the Ayer cut. But which makes sense because that's after Jeff Johns took over. Jeff Johns was not in charge for the BVS moment. But
and
regardless,
John Berg.
But the point is that we know if that was an edit, like the ultimate cut, let's say an earlier cut prior to theatrical, you sit a bunch of people down and you watch that. We know what they would say about that because what they have said. And so if you showed that to a test screening audience and then took all those notes seriously, what's the final product? You get a movie where Batman isn't so dark and Superman is smiling a lot more and like Granny's peach tea isn't there, like, and all of a sudden you're like, what's going on?
I get that. I guess for me it's difficult for me to say that it's almost like there's a supposition that there's a version of Black Adam that is closer to that it was changed surreptitiously for similar reasons because of audience notes, and I don't know.
Who knows how it got? I don't know how it got there, but I know it's got the same. It's 2 hours and 4 minutes long. That is a timestamp that says something to me because we know that
and Hiram Garcia has said they cut out. They cut out more character moments and so stuff got excised.
It's got tons of ADR dialogue that's obvious for the kid. It's less obvious in some other places, but they're so like we know they did ADR for whatever. Maybe it was just the recording was bad, but so there's all that kind of that stuff present, and so it could be the resolve of a number of things. But like especially when you've got a scene that is it's a 5 minute solid narration of here's what's going on. That's exactly the kind of thing you do in post, because you can do whatever you want for the narration in that scene. You just have to have someone in the audio booth. You don't need to get the budget to go on set and schedule everyone for reshoots. So that's why often, like Sucker Punch is a good example for that. The whole monologue at like the beginning and end of Sucker Punch is a product of reshoots to make the plot more clear. In the Snyder cut of Sucker Punch, you don't have that closing monologue from is it who gives the Rocket gives the closing monologue?
Not Rocket.
Sweet Pea. Yeah.
Sweet Pea gives it. Yeah, because Rocket dies, right?
Yeah, Rocket. Yeah, I was like, yeah.
But Steven, you're assuming that this director would have, without a test screenings, this director would have made a significantly better movie. Which I don't think.
I thought like Jungle Cruise was good. I mean, that was the weird. I don't know, but like I thought Jungle Cruise was like a fun, like well told movie, and there were moments of this that were well done, and so it's highly possible that stuff was done, out of necessity to kind of clean it up. So I'm not saying like the 2.5 hour version of this is like, I actually think this movie would be better at 90 minutes if you just trim all that stuff out and just give me the. I keep on comparing it to Dredd, which feels kind of weird, but at the same time, you look at the amount of storytelling in Dredd that's actually there versus like the amount of exposition, or like the world is full, there's lore, you understand what's going on, you don't need that, like, and there is some monologue too. And so I think if you trim down a lot of that stuff, you don't really lose as much as they would be afraid of losing, and you gain a little bit of I don't know, it's not so spoon-fed.
Again, going to the flashback stuff, there's a way to do that, and there's directors that if you watch their movies, you go, oh wow, when they do like flashback to add to the present day of the story, there's ways to do that. Sadly, when it comes to the CBMs, it's like, it's just so expositional. Like, it's just like, oh no, that wasn't you, was it? It's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, you gotta say it. It's like,
I just think
I don't know.
I just think with Black Adam, I feel like they just wanted to make a crowd pleaser and appease to the maximum audience possible. So this kind of thing just happens.
It happens. And I guess it's I mean, it's ultimately all subjective, and I guess with respect to
no, Casey, it was objective, and we expected you to like magically like appear.
There was a point where like Casey said that, and we were joking like, oh, Ray just heard that. He's like, he heard the call, like
the sonic boom's about to happen. And he's going to appear.
Hey, it's.
I said it in a joking way. I completely agree that it's subjective, but still, I said that I was more satisfied by this movie than I was with the Batman, when that is objectively better made.
Objectively better made?
That's what we expected, and that's what we expected.
That's when I was like,
how is it objectively better made?
That is what it's not. I was joking about it.
He's making a joke, Ray.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can relax.
No,
it's a joke.
Dude,
I want to get a shot of Casey like going, and when he said
that's
he went, that's what
I was like, before Ray gets here.
I know, right? Look at Ray. Ray is like ready to go off. We're like, dude. It's okay. We're having fun. We're having fun.
I was just gonna. We were just gonna talk. I'm just gonna ask the question. Just where's the objective measure of X? That's all.
I'm on your side, Ray. I agree. Okay. You cannot measure that. So
Travis, you understand, right? You understand.
I do. I'm just still in shock that Casey said he likes Black Adam more than the Batman. I'm just like, someone just kicked me in the balls right now. I'm just sitting here like.
Look, the Batman's third act just didn't do it for me. I'm sorry.
Third act, yeah. Same thing as Black Adam.
It is a bit of a shift. It is a bit of a shift. I get it, but it's still so great.
It's yeah. Well, that just reminds me of the hyperbole in general of the people that are just like, what? Oh, hey, you know what? How about we talk about that?
Let's talk about something that
we talked about it before you got here.
We talked about it.
The Williams theme.
But
well,
I want to. What I want to talk about though more is like the fact that it's like, all right, because I seen some people on Twitter going like, why is like the yellow behind the S so like orangey and blah blah blah.
I was one of those people, but after seeing it in the theater, I was like, those were bad pictures from the phone.
Come on now. Of course they're bad pictures from the phone. It's someone phone pressed them against, never take that as gospel.
Well, it was very clear. And by the way, I can live with what they did with the theme. I can live with it.
The three notes that we
at least they remade it.
It's
remade
three
it,
notes, right? It's 3 notes. They remade it, and it didn't feel out of place for the rest of the score. It fit into the rest of the score. I can live with that. Don't fucking do it again, but I can live with that.
Yes.
Okay? I can live with that there. But it was really clear to me, guys, that they weren't going for a Superman 78 look. They were trying to rip him off the page. They were going for a classic look. They gave him the damn S curl.
I know. Look, that was there. Like it was
Right.
there.
But also they didn't reboot his character though. Like the way he was speaking, it was Henry Cavill Superman.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
He wasn't giving cheesy, I'm a big fan of I'm also a big fan of justice.
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
no, he did. And like to Steven's point, Ray, you missed this. Steven made a really good point about the dialogue they gave him was so like in character and spoke to his history.
Steven, did you bring up the thing that you sent us the message about last week that you didn't want to bring up? Can we talk about that now publicly?
We talked about that a little bit ago. We can talk about it again.
You did talk about it? Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
You already covered it. I was hanging out with my buddy at the bar tonight. Damn it!
What point, Steven? I didn't hear that.
That the Superman's dialogue where he said it's been a while since someone made the world this nervous is way more like it's embracing the Man of Steel and BVS kind of character arc for him, specifically like the controversial element of that, and even Suicide Squad, because that's why Amanda Waller forms Task Force X.
Right.
And so when people are talking about like, I don't know, I don't, it's like I don't want to fall into either side of the argument of like, no, this is not like, oh, this is restoring the Snyderverse, but at the same time, I'm not saying like, oh, this is Whedon's Superman, but it is not the same thing that they did to Superman in Justice League, because in the Whedon cut, because that version was trying to separate itself and ignore as much of that as possible, whereas this straight up says like, oh, the world used to be really uncomfortable about this, and they're not now, but they are again with you, and that's, I think, like a really interesting, like if that's your first foot forward with bringing back Henry Cavill, that is a encouraging sign for me.
What did you bring up?
Completely agree with that.
You're sharing this?
That just posted 9 minutes ago. The cinema score.
All right, B+.
Oh,
Did you
nice.
did you guys see the opening day total for the box office?
We talked about that.
7.6.
It was like, well, how much was it? Like
It's 7.6.
7.6
on Thursday.
Was that domestic?
What's
Right?
where'd the 25 million number come from then?
Estimates,
Friday.
deadline.
That's right.
Internet. That was Friday.
Okay.
That's
Internet-
Thursday and Friday. Domestic. Thursday and
that's-
Friday.
Because they're saying it's
Was
like they're saying I forget who it was that said it's like his biggest opening for like one
Deadline
of his
was saying
movies.
that. Deadline was saying that. Yeah.
So basically, opening weekend is always domestic because it opens in different dates internationally, so they always count just domestic, and
Right.
for Friday they count Thursdays as well.
Okay.
Yeah, the Thursday previews always typically get
Yes.
lumped into the Friday numbers,
I think
unless
Friday that fast.
because they're making an estimate based on pre-sales
Mhm.
and
Okay.
ticket.
That's
yeah.
the good thing with apps nowadays. You can see, okay, how many seats in these theaters are sold yet.
Yeah, just like tomorrow, we're gonna get like tomorrow, like evening my time, like probably about 6 o'clock. There's gonna be an article going. Black Adam did this much in the box office, and I'm like, it's not even over yet. Stop it with your like projections and shit. That's what I hate about that. It's like, can we just wait till Sunday morning till we actually have? And even on Sunday, they have.
It doesn't matter because you got Sunday tickets. Like you really can't report it until Monday.
Yeah, but most of that is accurate though. Like
yeah, I was gonna say I would be a lot more like hold your horses if it was commonly wrong, but the forecasting is a pretty solid science on that, and I don't know exactly how they do it.
See, that's what I would like to know.
They've got enough data to know at at noon on Friday, we know how well it's going to do Friday night, based on in the same way that like sure, you don't know what the weather is going to be Friday night until it is that, but you also know what it has historically done. So. Yeah.
There's probably a formula of.
Arthur, Agatha, and Dashiell. I heard you, Dave. I heard you. Yes. I got you on that one.
Hey, I put it out there. It's in my top 3 of Spielberg films.
Dude, I love Minority.
I love Minority Report.
It is a fantastic movie. Yes.
Great.
But I think it's probably like you were saying, Stephen. If you know at this point how much money's in, I'm sure there is some time. There's some factor that they can multiply by that accounts for.
Well, because they know pre-sales and they know how well it's doing, how well it did the previous day, and how well it's doing so far up to that point on Friday. So, like, what, Thursday sales, Friday pre-sales, the rest of the weekend pre-sales, and half a day sales on Friday, I would say is probably enough for them to estimate within 5%.
And that's the same cinema score as 2016 Squad and then 2017 Justice League.
And yeah, rule of thumb is generally like A minus is like pretty good and B plus is like lukewarm.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't it? Was that? Did 20? I thought I saw it.
So Venom got a B plus. Both Venoms got a B.
Well, according to Andrew Dice in the fucking chat, who just is going buck wild. It's done. We're done, guys. Done. Which,
right. Something I found really interesting is the the audience score, the verified rating is 89% on Rotten Tomatoes. What's fascinating is they started separating that from verified versus all audience. And for all of my writing, I actually use the all audience score still because it has parity with past scores. I can't take the verified audience score and compare that to a movie 3 years ago.
Right, it's apples and oranges.
Well,
But something interesting here is I for anyone who doesn't know, I have like a big spreadsheet with way too many Rotten Tomatoes numbers in them for way too many movies. But I don't think I've ever seen, and this might change over the weekend, so we'll see how it behaves. It's the first time I ever recall seeing a movie where the all-audience score is higher than the verified audience score. Almost always the all-audience score trails by about 5%, but it's 2% higher now. And that doesn't necessarily, I don't know what that means, but it's an interesting anomaly, especially when...
The movie could have legs, maybe.
How long have they been doing the verified audience score?
Travis, like, no.
I think after Captain...
Have you seen Dwayne Johnson's legs? Sorry.
Yeah, they are big. Yeah,
It was they are big.
I just feel like it was something like when I saw 2016 Suicide Squad, which I fucking hate that movie. But around me, everyone's like, I love it. I'm going to go back. I'm going to see it. I felt like a general, okay, the people that I saw this with enjoy this. Black Adam, I haven't got that. I've gone 50-50 from the people I know. And even the theater, it felt like that B plus kind of like that. So I just don't feel like it is that you got to go out and see it talking about.
No, but I can see it having... With it, The Rock is weird at the box office because he's not a huge draw, but I do think it'll have. I don't think it'll actually have strong legs, but it'll have long legs, if that makes sense. Like I think it'll.
And China also, it's not released yet, so
yeah. What the hell just happened right now?
Okay, that happened to everybody.
I thought that was my internet crashed.
We all just like rearranged too, almost.
No, we started talking about China and they cut out.
That happened to all of you.
They heard us. They heard us.
All of you did, because I thought my internet was going. Wow,
Yeah.
The
I
Rock
thought
is
my internet was
texting
going
me.
out.
He's giving me some.
The Rock's like, someone's talking about my movie not doing well.
What the hell?
I was gonna say they'll confirm. Is it confirmed getting a China release? Because I know it's been.
Yes,
very...
but the
okay.
date is not confirmed.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, just because I know movies are just very 50-50 nowadays with the China.
I can see this doing very well.
China.
There's nothing in this movie that would offend China, though. So
I can see this doing very well internationally and having like a fairly steady stream of like a Venom or a not quite 2016 Suicide Squad, but I can see a Rock movie. I can see, and with how much they're marketing it, I can see a lot of like, you know, third, fourth, fifth week people being like, oh, we've got to see that new Rock movie because that's the thing to see.
What I'm surprised about is they didn't let Squad in because it had like the Enchantress, like demonic stuff, and they're gonna let Sabak in. I don't like that. Feels very strange that was the big reason.
Maybe it's because it's specifically not. You know, it's Egyptian. It's Egyptian.
Yeah,
Does
maybe
that have anything
could
to do with
be-
it?
Yeah, I just went the
Maybe?
correlation because like they're both. I feel like that Sabak is in that demonic
Well,
side.
he's a bad guy. Aren't they okay?
but he's not a bitch.
Was the
guys,
problem?
apparently some white guy is just Pierce Brosnan. Guys, stop it. Go to sleep, please. Just some white guy, Pierce Brosnan.
Pierce,
Sorry,
wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Steven, get your co-host.
Get your guy.
Get your guy. Take him home.
Don't
Tuck
worry,
him
he's-
in.
He's on a good one tonight.
Dude,
Some white
he's
guy.
Dice
Because,
has
you know,
the
white
edit
guys
authority.
don't
I
do
just let
anything
him
anymore.
do his thing.
Guys, aren't you a white guy? Okay. What do we got here? What is it?
No, you stop sharing my Twitter feed.
Oh, okay.
What is
I
this,
saw
Scott?
it. I saw it right
He's
there.
trying to get him canceled on there. What is this?
Scott?
What are
Yeah.
you liking?
What are these tweets from 2002?
Yeah. Why'd you like this picture of Anne Hathaway? But no,
Because she's hot.
No, I'm not.
Thank you.
Hey, guys, I'm not saying Pierce Brosnan's like, not a black, but you just said some white guy. It's fucking Pierce Brosnan.
It's Pierce
man.
Brosnan. Come on.
Jesus Christ.
By the way,
I get it.
good
You're
on
trying to be
him.
progressive and be like some white guy, but Jesus Christ, it's Pierce Brosnan. God.
And by the way, good on him. He turned
My God.
70 in May.
Oh, he looks damn
Exactly.
good.
Jesus Christ.
He looks.
some
He
white
don't
guy.
look
phenomenal.
70. That's for damn sure. That's. I mean, I don't know what. I guess.
Yeah, no,
the
I just
70
don't
looks
like. I just
differently,
didn't. I just didn't like the disrespect. That's all.
course,
I'm not saying he's
That's
like
all
a
Dice
black
has.
full, but
Dice
it's
is
like
full of disrespect.
some white guy.
Look
Oh,
at how he treats Steven on their own podcast.
That's very true.
You guys don't even know how there are episodes I listen to, and I'm like, oh wow, he politely edited around me interrupting him every 10 seconds to make it sound like I'm not a total asshole.
Well, I'm sure he probably wants to edit this right now. Look at him. Let him go. I'll give you the file.
He asked earlier. I guess he asked me earlier if I thought Black Adam was better than Book of Boba Fett.
Oh, so you read that?
It's a very fair
Yeah.
comparison.
I did. I did see that, and it's like, how I don't see like how where's what's the correlation? I don't,
I'll tell you the correlation. I'll tell you the correlation.
What's the correlation?
Those two are projects that Steven hated and you liked. So he wanted to know.
Well,
Dice is being a little
Dice?
troll right now, and it's
Right
fine.
now.
I know, yeah. Or he's just being how he is.
I'm being polite.
Look, at some point but no, it's all good because at some point Steven and I are gonna gush over Andor and it will be kumbaya. It'll be all good because we both enjoy that damn show. That's for sure.
Oh, it's phenomenal.
Yeah, the last episode was like
Okay,
that show is,
okay.
Yeah, no, I'm behind. I'm getting caught up
man.
this weekend,
I know, I'm
but I
behind,
can't
Behind
wait.
too.
it's
Guys,
like a legit
guys.
70s like political spy thriller. It's,
Oh yeah!
It's awesome. It is so
Oh
awesome.
my god! Yes, you're speaking my language. I'm getting hot. I'm getting all hot and bothered right now.
Easy there. He's going to take off his sweatshirt right there, man.
Okay, no, you want me? But
it was really telling that a Star Wars movie or show cut to like, and here's a beach scene on a beach planet, and a bunch of aliens enjoying the beach, and I wasn't like, come on, do we really need to like? It was like, wow, that was actually felt very. It was funny because of like the way they do the alien cultures and everything, but it wasn't like oh, here's just another weird Cantina homage. Like,
well, I'm looking forward to finally watching it. I'll tell you this. This is what's happened now that I have my new job. I have finished 4 books this week.
Wow.
Look at you go.
I mean,
so you're doing nothing at work.
Yeah. Zero
no.
production.
No, Casey, no. This is the difference. I have a commute again. So there's listening to audiobooks to work and from work. I get an hour for lunch. I don't know what the fuck this is.
You listen to books during lunch?
I read books. No, I take a book with me to lunch, and I read a book during lunch. And when I come home, I'm home. Like that shit stays in
Really?
the office at 5 o'clock.
I'm so sorry that you didn't get to experience this until just now.
Yeah.
I didn't know what I was missing, apparently, for the last 13 years. So,
okay.
So,
Or,
4
or
books.
you could be me and
Four-
just use that free time to be like, oh, I need more side hustles, and then be like, oh wait, so it's just everything is work all the time. That's
No, not that. Not that at all. Go watch your kid play soccer. They scored a goal, I heard. So,
they did. It was awesome. He also went the wrong way one time. We had Chap,
It's fine.
Took the ball
It's
the other
fine.
way.
That
He's
happens.
6.
It happens.
He's 6. It happens. As
Yeah.
long as he's not a daisy picker, I'm okay.
No,
Daisy
it's
picker.
he's the shortest kid on the field at all times, and he's got his motor keeps going, and so he the other kids will like get distracted and like forget that there's a ball in play, but when Shep's on the field, he doesn't let them forget that the ball is in play. So it's like
Good for Shep.
Yeah.
Good.
Hey, the best player in the world is Messi, and he's short. So
Well, it helps because trust me, I got my kid who at 9 years old is up to, here on me. Let's not forget I have a 6'1" wife. So it's like
Yeah, you guys are pretty. Yeah, your kids are all going to be tall.
Heather
Oh,
is
yeah.
6'1"? Wow.
Yes,
Okay.
she's 6'1".
I didn't know that.
5'10". Yeah,
You're
I'm
5'10"? Wait a minute.
Yes.
Wow.
In shoes or barefoot?
Barefoot.
Okay, yeah.
No, this is okay. So in
Walking
the
around in
event,
pumps.
like, because when
When she
Tim-
wears heels, I'm done.
Split up.
It's-
Oh yeah.
when Tim was up here last November for Zack Snyder's Justice League, that was the reality check in terms of like height difference because I'm 6'2", so it was like,
Hello,
"Hi, Tim."
child.
It was just like,
Oh no, I looked down to Tim. So like,
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Tim's like what? 5 foot? 5'2", 3, 4?
Uh,
Something like that.
I want to say like 5'3" or 4".
Yeah, that
5'2" or
sounds about
3"?
right.
Yeah, around there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but
So
no,
like
I just,
the size chart would be really like lining us all up is like really fun.
I'm just wondering how tall all of us are now, like between the 6 of us. Like, am I the tallest out of all of us, or like I
looks
don't
like
know.
it.
I
Probably.
guess.
I don't know. Okay, I mean, let's go at Kirkland. How tall?
5'10", something like that. 5'11", maybe.
Okay. Yeah.
Taylor?
Okay.
I'm a 5'10"er.
5'10"
Okay.
also. Steven, you're 5'7", right?
6'1" in Vin Diesel years.
You stand on a soapbox. Yeah, 'cause
By the Apple Box scale. 6'1" by the Apple Box
How
scale.
tall is Vin
Yeah.
Diesel?
5'8".
Not tall.
5'8".
Yeah, Steven had like a fucking gunslinger over there. 5'8". He's like Black Adam watch.
Black Adam, yeah, shooting off all those other.
How
in-
tall's Vin
intergangs.
Diesel? 5'8".
That was funny.
Yeah, 5'10" as well. I was gonna get
okay,
7'5".
so wow, all three of you are 5.
Well, in
Canadian
Canada,
thing.
you can't go
Canadian
past
thing,
5'10",
yeah.
or they
is
execute.
that what it
you.
is
Yeah.
in Canada? Justin Trudeau is like,
Just
nope,
snuck
nope,
it in.
nope,
Yeah.
nope. Hey,
They're like,
Wait,
they'll go to America if they're 5'11". We must. Keep them.
Wait, but what about all the hockey players?
But
They're not Canadians. They're all like from other.
when they're taller, it's because the skates. The skates are. That's true. They all are
make them
Americans.
6 foot.
The skates are like
6 feet on
stilettos.
skates.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Stiletto skates.
yeah, exactly.
Casey, you're
I'm 5'11".
okay. So you're an inch taller than the Canadians. Okay.
No, thanks, Dave. Fuck you too. Yeah. The
Hey,
viewers could get that. You didn't have to
Hey,
re-mention
I feel
it.
so
going
insecure
7.
now.
I'm going-
I don't know what
hey,
happened.
I'm short. I don't care. I don't.
Yeah, fuck
You know,
Travis.
I'm 5'8" when I wear my boots. 5'8 and a half, right? Jesus Christ.
Hey, thank you, Casey. I've been saying that for years. I mean, that's why I'm on Taylor. That's why I'm on hashtag Team Taylor.
My whole podcast is waiting for me to die every day. They're like, "Fuck Travis," they're making me do this. Taylor's
grow
waking
one
up.
extra inch.
Yeah,
5'11".
Taylor's waking up to messages.
Trudeau do the rest.
Yeah, Taylor wakes up to messages at 2 a.m. when I'm like, "Did you edit this correctly?"
Yeah, it's traumatizing. It's either that or did you watch Everything Everywhere All at Once? Those two.
Which he still
Have you still
hasn't.
not?
I know I haven't.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
You and Ray just need to get on that already.
Ray hasn't either.
No,
what's going on?
I'm so disappointed in him on so many levels.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm double disappointed because I feel like he purposely not watches A24 movies.
Casey, you don't.
What do
get
you
to
have
be
against
disappointed.
cinema?
You don't get to be disappointed because we can go down a list of classics.
That's true.
You don't get that much
gotta be
cachet from
careful,
knowing
Casey.
they live.
You've only seen 2 Rock movies.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
There's
You haven't seen
you
Be
shouldn't
Cool.
have you shouldn't have discrimination against A24.
I don't have
I'm just saying.
discrimination against A24. Like then it just what are you, an A24ist? No,
Yes.
no, it's not.
You have A24ism. That's what you have.
Yes.
I've seen what? No, I've seen Enemy. I've seen one A20. See, the problem is like I don't.
You know what? I haven't seen Enemy yet.
That's like the one I haven't heard of A24.
Oh, it's Jill.
I haven't seen Enemy yet.
And it's Villeneuve.
Yep.
That's why I saw it, because I wanted to see all of his movies
Another
last
5'10"
year.
Canadian.
Like I wanted to see all the movies of his that I hadn't seen before Dune. I wanted to get caught up, so I binged like Enemy, Sicario, and Prisoners in like 3 days last year.
Prisoners
is just so. I
fucking
watched
good.
that
Prisoners
like
is
a
awesome.
month ago, and I watched it with somebody who hadn't seen it before. I'm like, I'm telling you right now, this movie is long, but it will go by quick. And both Gyllenhaal and Jackman give Academy Award-winning performance, and so does Dano. Dano also. Don't forget about Dano.
Yeah.
Dano is like, and he even like revealed recently the reason why he wanted to do it because he had a crush on Roger
Hugh Jackman?
Was it?
Yeah.
The cinematographer was Roger Deakins, right? In that movie?
Roger Deakins.
Yeah.
Oh.
He said he had a big crush on him, so he was like, "Yeah, I want to do this movie because he loved that guy." He just obviously he was kidding, but it was just kind of funny how that. But yeah, watching that again, like, man, I mean, seriously, those two were just—they gave like just Oscar caliber performances.
It was a really, and I didn't even know Viola Davis was in it until I watched the movie. I was
Yeah.
like, what?
And even
Terrence
Terrence Howard, I mean, Jesus Christ.
Stacked
Yeah.
cast.
Stacked.
Who
But,
plays Melissa Leo, right? That plays Dano's
That is
mom?
Melissa Leo, yes.
Yeah, it's just
And
like
that-
every person's somebody really talented.
Yeah, but you know what? As great as that movie was, I think out of those three, Sicario was like my favorite watch because I just love that ending. I love that ending is so cold and like disturbing, but it disturbingly satisfying. I shouldn't have been that satisfied at what happened, but I was.
Well, I mean, Prisoners ending too is like one of those like you go, what, credits are rolling, fuck, you know, you do like one of those things. That's why,
But that's why I love
That
Villeneuve.
movie is
Even
really
Arrival
tough to
does that
watch.
too, because Arrival's
Yes.
fucking like when you know what's gonna happen, you know that it's kind of this. Well, I have to do this to get to this, and the pain this character is gonna go through. Like that, I'm always stuck between Arrival and Prisoners for me, as far as seeing Arrival in theaters was an experience.
Arrival's my favorite movie.
Arrival is like
Same.
that was such a breath of fresh air, like for me, because I love when filmmakers take those types of risks with science fiction, and you don't see it very often. I mean, you see a little bit more of it now, but like,
but
just what he did with that movie was like, yes.
And see, for me, I just love what he did with Blade Runner 2049 and Dune.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, and I can't wait for Dune Part 2 to come out, because then it's going to be the complete movie. Like, because I still, I mean, like, even if they don't do a supercut, I'm still going to do the thing where, like, I play one, and when one's done, I just go.
Well, they're gonna do the double features, like theaters. That's
And I'm
gonna
there.
happen.
That's
That's totally gonna happen. There's gonna be double features of that, and I'll see. Like I'll go to the theater for that. I'll see that in IMAX. I'm not misspeaking when I say that either. That happened again today. I posted that I was seeing it in IMAX, and somebody was like, IMAX? And I was like,
no, I'll go back to the McWayne Center because fucking size matters. Because you remember that video, Dave, of that dome that I went to go see Dune on?
Yeah. Jesus Christ. I would love to see something like that. My God. It's got to be crazy. But yeah, I know. But prisoners, that might be, when it comes to his movies, I don't know. There's just something about that movie where it's just the atmosphere, everything about that movie, just everything. You feel the cold, you feel everything, you feel the rain, and there's even like a part where it's like snows at one point, and it's just everything. Like when I could feel that atmosphere. I mean, that's one of my biggest complaints about Dark Knight Rises. It's like, I know you guys shot this during summer in Chicago. I can't see your breath in all this snow. And I'm like, Christopher Nolan, how did you even that probably bugged him, because I know Christopher Nolan probably was like, fuck, but I have to do this. And I just and that's why it's the weakest of the bunch of the trilogy, obviously. Do I hate it? No, I still like it, which I think, Scott, we've talked about how we still like that movie. It's the weakest of the trilogy, sure. But it's just like that little detail when I can tell, when I can't feel the atmosphere because I know it's like, oh, it's fake snow. I can't see their breath. I don't know. There's just something about that.
Or like the snowing at the end of Blade Runner 2049 when Ryan Gosling is just laying there and you're just like, oh, I just feel the cold and the pain and oh yes. Oh.
Yeah. No, that's the. I feel like the consensus with the TDK trilogy is 2, 1, 3, as far as the order. It's not my order. My order, of course, is.
Well, I mean, there's sometimes where I'm like,
I got something for
3.
you.
Yeah, because there's sometimes I'm like, Batman Begins. It's just
Batman Begins is fucking amazing. I love that.
Same for me as well. It's 1, 2, 3. Oh yes,
wow,
this was another amazing series that Ray hasn't watched.
Because there's a Mike Flanagan catch up list now too.
Yeah.
Oh, you better get
I've seen Midnight Club too.
Midnight Club's great. I still need to see Midnight Club.
I haven't seen Midnight Club Doctor Sleep. No. I've only seen Doctor
Sleep's great, of course.
Have you finished Midnight Club yet, Casey? I got 2 more episodes left. I'm gonna try and finish it this weekend. It's because Flanagan just never misses. He's just so good.
No, he does not miss.
No,
the closest he's come to missing for me was Haunting of Bly Manor.
I agree.
Wasn't as strong as the first one,
but that's also because he wasn't as hands-on with that one because he was making Midnight Mass while they were making Bly Manor.
And I would agree.
Before that show,
Bly Manor.
Me too. But the problem with that I had was my expectations. Like I was hoping for horror, but it went into emotional storytelling and stuff. For the second half
say that in the first episode, though, they say it's not a ghost story; it's a love story, and that's once you watch it with that, and it's just kind of like almost like the way I feel. I'm not sure if anyone. I'm sure some people have seen this, like Crimson Peak, where I feel like they market that. Yeah, they market that to be like, this is a scary, really horror, and it's not that. There is horror elements to it, but it is this like twisted.
I like that movie so much.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that.
That's Del Toro, right? Was that
Del Toro? Yeah.
It's so visually beautiful.
Oh yeah, it's Hiddleston. It's how do we say her name? She's Mia, whatever. Alice in Wonderland girl.
All right. So I gotta ask though, who here's seen Halloween Ends? Anybody?
Yes.
Not in.
The fact that you said.
No,
guilty.
I'm kind of surprised. I did not think in my lifetime we would have a Halloween movie that would have like the Last Jedi BVS discourse, but yet here we are, and it's it's interesting. I'm on the side that I like it better than Kills, but I think when I gave my score, it was like a 50% on the dot because I like what they're going for. That's always the problem. I feel like these last 3 Halloween movies, they always have these grand ideas like, oh, this could be really cool, but the execution's just not there. And I'm happy it's over. But there's some things I like about it. I just think that as a Jamie Lee Curtis send off, it's not great. But we've also had 3 of them, so does it matter? No,
No, Taylor, what are your thoughts as you see it too?
I'm definitely more on the positive side, and I had to really sit on it after watching it, and just kind of everything that we were getting. I felt like it was new. There were things that were familiar from other iterations of the Halloween series that I really liked that they incorporated into this. And it felt very different from the cliche that we would maybe have expected in a Halloween movie. And I really did like it. I think it could have been refined. It could have been definitely tweaked at some points, but things that they were doing, I was definitely leaning forward in my seat. I was really engaging with what was going on with the characters and had a lot of like, holy shit moments. But at the end of the day, I feel like 2018's Halloween could have been the only sequel we got, and that would have been fine. But these two extra ones, I'm okay with. Like, yeah.
That's the way I felt too. I was like, the 2018 version, loved it. I thought it was great. Jamie Lee Curtis back and the way she was, and I thought it was great. Halloween Kills, I hated it. I was like, evil dies tonight. I was
evil dies tonight.
To be honest, I actually think the story that they were going for Halloween Ends should have been in Halloween Kills, because I feel like what a lot of people have like been saying about it is the fact that it's like, Michael Myers is kind of he's in the sidecar. He's not so much, it's the story with this one Corey dude, that who finds inspiration and blah, blah, blah. Spoiler alert. I don't know. It's been a couple weeks, whatever the fuck. Anyway, who cares? But I just feel like it should have been the middle one, because I think they could have did something more with that. I was digging with, but at the same time, how many times have they gone almost like Michael Myers, paranormal? We're going to tease it. It's paranormal. Then all of a sudden, but then they go, nope, he's just a dude. I'm like, fuck, all right.
And that's how this whole thing started in 2018, though. Like, we want to get him back to basics. He's gonna just be a guy now. He's just gonna be a killer. And then when you get
do that, when he gets shot multiple times and he's still kicking, and then all of a sudden he vanished, and he's been vanished for 4 years, and then all of a sudden you like catch up with him. I'm like, okay, he got shot and beat to shit in Halloween Kills. Did he just heal up? And he's like, I'm fine. I'm good.
And he's 60 plus too, so he's not like a young person. He's like a 60-plus-year-old getting shot.
I hope I'm in that good of shape when I get.
Get shot 3 times and walk it off. Like
he got no medical treatment. And I'm just like, can we just lean into the fact that he's paranoid? I mean, they did that with Jason. At first, it was just like, oh, it's the mom. And then it was like, oh, but hey, maybe we can do a paranormal dead thing. And it's like, Jason is a fucking paranormal character now. And it's like, cool. But Michael Myers, they're like, not just a dude. I'm like, how?
Kills starts to lead into that when they're like, oh, he might be more because evil's taking him over. But then when you meet him, it ends. It's like, no, he's just a dude.
And even like Laurie's like, oh, maybe I have to face him. We have a connection. What's the connection? I don't know. You're not sister and brother like they tried to do. What is it now? And it's like, there's nothing there. I
think they made 2018 and it became a really big hit. And they're like, well, let's, because they announced those 2 movies back to back. It wasn't we're going to do Kills and then Ends. It was like, we're doing 2 sequels. They're going to come out 1 year and then the next year, like they Matrix Resurrections it and, or Reloaded to Resurrection.
But I mean, like what's funny too is like they especially with Halloween Ends, how many times where they were trying to establish like, oh, there's so much history between Laurie and Michael. I'm like, 1 movie. You guys wiped out every other movie. There's 1 movie, so you guys keep cutting back to the first movie. It's not working. You guys try. It's like 1 movie when there's like literally like there's a sequel to that movie, and then there was 2 other movies that Jamie Lee Curtis showed up in a different timeline that you guys could have just totally kept going. But you guys were like, no, you're trying to just go with the 1 movie that was a huge phenomenal hit, and you're trying to do this like whole thing, and it's just it just when they were doing the flashbacks, I was like, what are you doing? It's 1 movie 40 years ago. You're making it seem like there's this history between these 2 characters. There's not. It's 40-year gap. You can't. you guys fucked up. You guys should have just played on the sequels. You should have just played on the sequels and said fuck it. Even though they're not.
But they
that
killed
great.
her off, right? That was the issue they always had.
Yeah.
I was like, well, they killed her in that timeline.
Did they do that? I didn't even know that
Yeah.
in Resurrections or whatever the fuck.
They kill her the first 5 minutes because that was
that's
the only
right,
way
they
she
do,
agreed to be
huh?
in it. She's like, I
She
don't
was
want
on
to do
the
another
poster.
one.
She was still on the poster though.
It's okay. So if you look at the H2O poster and the Resurrections poster, they literally just took her picture from H2O and put it on Resurrections. Yeah. Because apparently, so there's a great story on YouTube if you look it up. That's how they got her back for H2O, which I think is like the definitive great ending. Is they said, well, John Carpenter's coming back, Deborah's coming back to produce it. Let's do this. By the time it was all said and done, she was the only one from the original crew that was sticking around to do it.
No.
And then her whole pitch was that they're going to kill Michael, and they told her that the whole production until like the end. They're like, well, technically, there's a clause in the contract that says we're not allowed to kill Michael. So what we're going to do is we're going to fake kill him, and then if we do another one, you know, you'll come back for that. Then she's like, I'll do another one, but you got to kill me off and stuff like that. But she was pretty much just lied to, like, oh yeah, you're gonna kill him off. This is gonna be the final one. So I feel like that's why she did this trilogy, because she was not happy with this ending. She's like, okay, let me take another crack at it. And yeah, but this Halloween doesn't even have time travel. It has just as many timelines as T2, because you got the zombie films, which I'm not a fan of.
They should just have a multiverse of Laurie.
It's the Michael verse, just all these different Michaels just fighting it out. You know?
Why
Does
not?
Halloween have like the most like sequels and like just franchise films compared to like Friday the 13th and
Friday the 13th is 12, so I don't know how many.
Yeah, I don't think Halloween has that many.
Yeah, because that's the big thing with the next Friday the 13th. It would be the 13th film. So
I don't care what anybody says. I'm a fan of Season of the Witch. Halloween 3. I thought
like
that was
it.
great.
Yeah.
You know,
but I feel like that's what they're trying to do with Ends, is they wanted to do an anthology, but they don't want to because they got to use Michael and use the name. So we're going to do like an anthology type of movie, and Michael's around, but it's not his story per se.
I will say the opening scene of Halloween Ends was like, whoa,
oh my
shit.
God.
Oh my God.
That was the best part of the whole movie, was like that opening scene. You're like, oh, okay, babysitter. Hi. And then all of a sudden, the shit that happens, we won't spoil it, but I'm like, whoa, that was like
gets really
dark.
fast.
It gets really dark, and I was like, okay, cool. But then it just fell apart for me afterwards. You know, it just went through the whole motions of like, oh my God, they were really trying to capture that nostalgia, because all the you know, I mean, first off, you had like a 22-year-old like being bullied by high school people. Like
it
I was
was
like,
really
what?
weird choice. Yeah.
Yeah, I
He's
was
like
like,
an
wait a
adult,
minute,
and
this
they're like,
kid,
hey,
they're like,
fucking loser.
the dude is like older than these kids. They're
Yeah.
like in high school, and he's getting bullied by them. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
yeah. And then one of them literally had a mullet, and I'm like going, oh, fuck, this is okay. I mean, I guess the mullet may be coming back in 2022. I don't know. It was all very strange. And they still had a radio like DJ, and the dude had like, the dude had a fro, it's a black dude with a fro, and he's like, yeah, spinning the hits at like late at night. I'm like, okay. I'm like, you guys are really trying to capture what was like before, and I'm like, it's not like that now. I mean, you should have had like a podcaster. He should have been a
They
podcaster.
did that, remember, in 2018. So they got to do something different. That's why.
Right.
That's why when you start getting into the 7th and 8th movie, you're like, okay, now what can we do? We did the podcaster. Well, let's go back to the radio DJ. So,
I count 13 Halloween movies. You say there were 12.
There's
Friday
12.
13th?
Okay, so it does have that record now. It's beaten Friday 13th, because Friday 13th's at 12. I'm not sure if people count Freddy versus Jason or not. In that,
I like that movie.
I
I'm
love
just
Freddy
saying-
versus Jason. That's a
I'm
cult
just
classic.
saying,
It's so
I
good.
like the fact that Freddy was fucking doing roundhouse kicks and fighting him. He was
Remember
like
they
fighting
did a
him,
weigh-in
like,
at Vegas to promote
Yeah.
the movie? Like, that was some of the best shit ever. Like, oh yeah, it's so
oh
good.
man, when they had the showdown, Freddy was like, he's been fucking studying some moves. He was doing some shit. Obviously Jason was still just like big, brooding, and just with his hatchet.
He's durable.
whatever.
That's all he
Yeah.
brings to the fight. He's that boxer that just like he waits to get punched a lot, and then he'll hit you with that one blow.
Like
Mickey Ward.
takes Manhattan, punch that guy.
Remember he punches that guy's head clean off and it goes
yeah.
flying. He should have been a boxer. He shouldn't have been a serial killer. He should have been a boxer. He would have made a good living. So
Yeah, so what I liked about Freddy versus Jason was like Freddy had to like build up his strength. So like when he was trying to kill people, he couldn't do it right at the beginning. So he was like, still can't do it. you know. But anyway,
he actually only kills one person in that movie too. If you watch it, only one person dies because of Freddy. So
there you go. See, I know we took a little tangent here. I know.
Yeah, all these people are like fucking Halloween ends.
Yeah.
Watching this shit.
I had to I just had to see if anybody has seen it because I just. I couldn't. I was like, oh.
Well, it's the last one, right? So we'll never talk about Halloween ever again. They're never gonna make another one. It's over.
Sure, they're not. How much more can they do when it comes to some of this stuff? You know,
I think they'll do a full reboot in the '80s, like they do with Halloween.
Well, that's
Kills.
the thing is the Rob Zombie ones I liked. I know the second one was a little okay. I get it, but at the same time, I was like, Zombie did some good shit. He gave some more backstory to Michael Myers. And I thought it was great.
I just hate how Rob Zombie's just always upset. Why is he obsessed with people fucking corpses? There's always some dialogue in his movies oh yeah, this corpse
he's Rob
over here.
Zombie.
I don't need it in every movie. In every movie, he's like, oh, I've never been attracted to a dead body, but this one, oh yeah. I was just like, why? I remember watching Halloween 2, sitting beside my mom, just like, please, can this movie be over? And this was 10 minutes
with your mom?
Because most slashers, it's like, you're gonna get some nudie stuff like that. I was still a teenager, is fine, but when this guy's talking about fucking a dead body, it's like, I really don't want to be here. I hate Rob Zombie in this moment right now. Why? And they already had this joke in Halloween 1. We don't need it. I like some of the things, but he just gets the way people describe Taika and James Gunn. That's Rob Zombie for me, where he puts too much of himself in it, and I can't enjoy it. And he just loves objectifying women. And I'm not trying to be fucking woke Travis and the chat term anymore, but it's just how did he get away with some of this shit? But he's fucking Rob Zombie, so there you go. Now he's making the fucking monsters, which I haven't even seen.
The monsters, yeah.
The monsters, yeah.
Apparently, it's very true to the show, but whatever.
Yeah, that's. I mean, there's
totally different.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the one movie he could get away with necrophilia jokes.
I know, and apparently he doesn't do it there.
Because of the nature of
family friendly.
But the show joked about that, not necessarily sex, but the show joked about
into the monsters. I was an Addams Family guy.
Me too.
I liked Addams Family more. But anyway, so I mean, so this is actually brings me to a question that maybe we can wrap this up on. That Travis kind of brought up. It's like, how many times have you watched a movie with one of your parents, specifically your mom, and you're like, fuck.
I have a story about
movie, that. When you're just is there anything you've watched with your mom where you go, oh my God,
I got a good one too.
Kirkland, what do you got?
Well, it's not actually my mom was there, but I watched Midsommar for the first time with my girlfriend and my dad. So that was an interesting dynamic, especially the scene that you know of that I'm talking about. And, the scene, so that was an interesting one.
Poor Shay. I feel more bad for her than you. Her dad, her boyfriend's dad is sitting with you guys watching this sex stuff go on.
I regretted it. I was loving the movie, so I didn't want to turn it off. I was like, wow, just enjoy it. It'll be over in an hour maybe.
Okay, who else wants to go?
Taylor, you gotta tell your TV show.
I got two. Cause the one that really, because I was younger when I saw this one, and this one sticks with me a lot more, was when Piranha 3D came to theaters, and I was young, and I thought it would be like Jaws, and I knew that I love Jaws.
Wasn't that one marketed as 3DD too?
Yeah,
that was a sequel. That was a sequel.
Oh, so yeah, there you go.
Sequel to that.
Yeah, so I thought, okay, yeah, Mom, this will be like Jaws. Let's go see it. So there was just. It definitely wasn't as bad as Piranha 3DD, but there was some brutal stuff in 3D. I don't know if I should go explicit, but it was explicit. And just seeing it with my mom, there was 2 other people in the theater. And it was
so it was you and your mom and 2 other people?
Oh yeah, it was awkward.
Oh my God.
God, it was cringy.
Oh, dear Lord.
The other thing, you guys get a big kick of it, and I definitely have my reservations about it, but being older now, it's not super bad, but still awkward because my mom comes to visit me when I stay with us, and she's up like, my mom's here, but I can't get in the way of podcast stuff. I gotta watch shows, I gotta watch movies, and so I gotta watch The Boys, and my mom just sits and watches it with me.
I would not want to watch The Boys with my mom.
No, it's not fun.
The specific scene that we had talked about was funny. It was like when Homelander's like in season 2, like making out with himself and like milking him, like all that stuff, and you're with your mom. And I'm like,
I don't know how to explain it to my mom. Like, Mom, I swear this is for podcast. Like,
it's a new Marvel movie.
It's weird because like my mom would probably watch that and would be like, Ray, did you see what happened in The Boys?
Or on her own? Oh.
No, well, I mean, she'd probably watch it on her own and then be like, Ray, did you see what happened in The Boys? Like, I don't think she watches.
There's nothing wrong
The
with
Boys,
that,
but
it's watching with your mom. That's the thing.
So it's Blazing Saddles again.
You like this?
For me?
You like what's going on?
Because
okay.
she was the one that showed me the movie. Like the first time I watched Blazing Saddles was with my mom, and it was like over Christmas holiday many years ago, and like it was unedited. Like AMC was showing it unedited, right? So it was literally one of the moments where, like, I've talked before about how like white people have like looked to me for permission to laugh at the movie when they watch the movie with me. That is a thing that has happened multiple times in real life. But the very first time that I watched the movie, I was frozen for like good 10, 15 minutes because it was hilarious, and I didn't know if it was right to laugh at what I was seeing on screen, and so I just wasn't moving. Mom's on the other side of we're in the family room. I'm in like the couch. She's over the love seat in the corner, and I look over, and I mean, she's on the ground. She's laughing at like every joke. So I'm like, okay, clearly it's hilarious enough for Mom. I can laugh at these jokes too. But it was initially when I first watched it, it was that shock where it was just like, oh, this is really funny, but I don't know if I'm going to go to hell or not for laughing at these jokes at all. So yeah, that was the very first time I watched it. I had to look to her for permission to laugh at it.
Yeah, one of mine was like I watched Something About Mary with my mom, and I was like, oh, Jesus Christ, especially during that one scene. Yeah,
that's funny you brought that up because I was going to tell that story next because my dad had the same thing where a friend of his said like, oh yeah, you should watch this. It's a really fun movie. He's like, oh, was it fine with my mom? He's like, oh yeah, it'd be a fine movie, and he regretted it. He was so mad at his friend for like I don't know if his friend did it as a joke, but yeah, he watched that with my grandma, and there was another scene too. I remember I don't know, maybe I've told this before, but it's what is the Jim Carrey, Jeff Goldblum alien? It's like Earth Girls Are Easy.
With Damon Wayans. Yeah.
And I just remember there is a sex scene between Jeff Goldblum and Gina Davis, and my dad physically got up and fast forwarded it, and that almost made it more awkward because it was my dad, me, and my grandma, and then like a cut. So it was like a family thing, but it was almost like you should just let it go because now we're in this moment where he's just standing there fast forwarding through this sex scene. But yeah, I've never seen the movie since.
Scott, do you have one?
Okay. Let's see.
He was muted.
I was because I was actually listening to Midnight Mass while all that talk was going on.
Wow.
I was listening to hymns. I was finding Jesus with all y'all depraved folks going on in this chat.
Judgment.
It's real. I'm looking at you and judging you harshly. Actually, I think the most awkward, I don't really have a memory of it ever happening with, if it happened ever with my parents, it would have been with my dad because we're the two who watch movies together a lot. But the real awkward stuff has been watching either Game of Thrones or Orange is the New Black with my in-laws.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's something right
fair.
there. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of sexuality in those. Yeah.
You're like, do you think these brothers and sisters should fuck? Father-in-law?
Father-in-law?
That's how he said father-in-law.
I was thinking about the brothel, not the incest. I forgot all about the incest.
Oh, the incest.
House of Dragon was like, hey, did you like the Game of Thrones incest? You go, no. We're like, well, we're quadrupling down right now.
Not as many sex scenes, but a lot more.
Not as many
incest.
sex scenes.
Yeah.
Not as many- it's a lot of clothed sex scenes this season, but it's siblings getting it on. So there you go.
Yeah.
Everyone, be careful of that finale leak. So be careful if you don't want to see it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't
Watch
see it yet.
out.
Did you see it, Travis?
Not yet.
He probably leaked it.
Not yet. You're totally gonna watch it. Just wait like a day. You gotta wait like 2 more days, essentially.
You know me. I'm one of the most impatient people in the world. I need it now.
Y'all people are weird. I can wait. But I'll wait till like, you know, it will either be right before or right after Dave and I record the next episode of Batman the Animated stream. Since it's
There you
always
go.
on Sunday nights at 9 p.m. Central here on Film Junkee.
There it is. Cheers. Steven, do you have let's get back to awkward watching anything? Do you have anything that as
I don't know, not really. I mean, there were times like the weirdest one maybe was when I recommended Blast from the Past to my now sister-in-law's family, who I was like staying with while I was at. They lived near where I was going to school. And the movie's like not that bad, but they're really conservative, and there's like a lot of just casual swearing throughout. And then there's that moment where there's the commercial for the sun, like the suntan lotion or whatever that he's watching at the hotel. And my let's see, what would it be? I guess what's the name of your sister-in-law's father? Got up and like fast forwarded, and it was just like quiet. It wouldn't have been a big deal if it was my family, but it was like somebody else's family that I was like, with my family, maybe the weirdest was when my mom had us watch Zardoz together. I watched Zardoz with I think my whole family watched it. My mom recommended it.
That's a weird family movie. Yeah.
Fair enough. My mom wasn't like a big film person, but she was very big on like specific culturally relevant stuff, and so that was one that she remembered having watched when she was in school or something, and had us watch, and it was very interesting. The gun is good, the penis is evil, all that.
KC, do you have any awkward movie watching moments with any family members or anything like that?
Not really. I don't watch movies with them for this particular reason. I don't want those moments. But when I was a kid, like when they used to watch the movies and I used to be there, they just forwarded the kissing and all that stuff. So just from the childhood, but once I was a teen, I just never watched any movie with them.
Good.
But it's hard to beat Midsommar. Like I cannot even imagine being in that situation.
And that's probably not even like the worst one I've watched with my family. Like my parents, fortunately or unfortunately, never really cared about like sheltering me from that stuff. Like I remember watching Pulp Fiction like way too young with my dad, and like the GIMP scene. I just didn't understand what was happening. But like it happened.
Why is that man behind him thrusting?
And like it doesn't show obviously penetration or anything, so I was just like, what is happening in this scene? And I didn't really think anything of it. But just a lot
dancing? Is he dancing with him?
Oh my god.
Heimlich maneuver, he's choking.
No, right, because like that was one of the, there was a short list of R-rated movies growing up that I wasn't allowed to watch. And that I could watch all the rest, like Lethal Weapon, Die Hard, like all manner of violence and whatever. I could watch any of that. My parents showed me Coming to America for the first time at like age 6. So like that was nothing, but like Pulp Fiction and like Basic Instinct were like on the short list of movies that I still could not watch.
Somebody brought that in the chat right there. That I'm like, did you watch Basic Instinct with your parents? What the fuck? No, there's no way. That movie is purely like around sex.
It's erotic.
I mean,
it's an erotic movie.
It's
like watching Shane with your parents.
It's porn. It's porn. That was the movie that I watched at my aunt's house because she would do that whole like double VCR, record 2 movies on one VHS tape from
lots of A and B repeat going on.
Oh yeah.
oh yeah. Oh yeah, because that's how I saw Basic Instinct and Body of Evidence.
See, he knows.
Body
it's like
of
this
Evidence.
theory. This theory that we have.
We
on
have
the
this
Geekverse.
theory that So obviously, if people don't know, to get a little X-rated here, A and B repeat as a young lad. If you found a movie that had a sex scene, maybe you could loop that for whatever you need to use it for. We had talked to all our significant others. They never remember having seeing A and B in their life. And I think it's just men that have used this feature on the remote for that reason. And then I've asked females since then. I've not asked one female yet that knows about the A and B buttons, the repeat buttons. We're savages, is what we are, us men. Yeah.
No, it's strictly a guy thing.
Because no one else is looping a film for just like, oh, look at this scene, look at that, it's beautiful.
I love this action sequence.
The amount of like
random
random AV knowledge that like any dude over the age of 14 has is like.
That's.
I got a computer in 20. It was a hand me down, but it was in what 2000, and it was an E-machine. I don't remember those. It was like the PC equivalent of like the Mac single unit things, but it had audio video input, so I could plug my VCR into it. And what did I do? I'm trying to.
What's a VCR?
I had a VHS of Not Another Teen Movie, I think.
No.
And I recorded the whole thing onto the computer. But it recorded. Let's see who all remembers the mid 2000s with computer video. But it all recorded as .avi, and I didn't have an internet connection, and so I couldn't get a DivX codec. Everyone remember the DivX codec?
Oh yeah, LimeWire was always pumping that out too.
So my dad needed my external hard drive for some reason. And it was like it was fine. There was nothing on it, but there was. I don't remember what. It might have been titled. I don't remember what it was titled, but I do remember, like the movie. It's a rated R teen comedy. There's boobs and stuff, but it's not that bad. But there's because I didn't have the DivX codec and it was the .avi. If you open it in Windows Media Player, the audio would play, but not the video. Right. Does anybody remember how Not Another Teen Movie opens up?
Yes, 100%.
Because it spoofs American Pie.
Imagine finding that and listening to only the audio and having to figure out what.
Chris Evans, don't forget.
She's watching something and then she like has a vibrator and it's like.
And it's like, oh, it's your birthday. They bring in the cousins. They bring in like their pastor and everything. Yeah, and it's just this whole.
And the fucking vibrator's
but
like.
There's enough specific audio to be like, what are you? What is this and why do you have it? And there's no explanation. No, Dad, if you just get the DivX codec, I'll show you. It's not
DivX. What?
DivX, .avi used to be like the high, like the 720p video file. Yeah. But you couldn't play it without the DivX. It was actually a DivX. I had a friend who used to burn DivX CDs. This is better than a DVD.
That was me as well. Like I used to burn everything to CDs. Like I had a collection of CDs.
Yeah, dude, we had binders. Like when that started, like with LimeWire and like Morpheus and that shit got big. Like we all like you just go to the computer lab. Everybody had like these big CD binders just full of. Like,
and the dude with the best collection, it was just like handed out. Like I mean that's how I know what Fight Club is and Seven and Scanner Darkly and
Scanner Darkly. Yes.
Man, what are
American Psycho's one I saw from
American Psycho.
You know what? Okay, Equilibrium was
huge.
Christian Bale's Matrix. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. Have you seen American Psycho? Yeah. Well, it's like it's him, but it's like Matrix. Like it's not green though.
Yeah.
I always called Equilibrium Fahrenheit 451 meets the Matrix.
There you go.
Because it is. It really is.
It is. It really is.
It's been a good minute.
No, the AV knowledge that I have, you brought up the whole 2 VCR thing, and like my dad was the one that taught me how to do that, right? And we did that shit with Blockbuster stuff all the time. Yes, that was a thing.
Sucks when you get a bad copy and you screwed up. I remember we tried the Phantom Menace and you turn on and like Qui-Gon's face is like all fucking.
or remember, or whenever the tab would fall off, and who remembered how to put Scotch tape over?
Oh yes, absolutely, yes. Totally.
Jimmy rigging this.
But like but see like
yeah.
So my dad taught me how to do that, but then like my uncle took it to a new level because what he would do is he loves like classic cartoons, television, and like he's how I got into the Munsters because he like watched that religiously. He still loves it to this day. But what he would do is like when he was working, he would set one of his VCRs to automatically record on a timer when it came on. And then he would just have a tape full of these episodes that were there,
the original
fully
Netflix.
Recorded.
The original,
the original DVR.
And then on the weekend, he would get another blank tape and he would like edit all the commercials out, and put commercial-free version. So he had like
you had to pay $5.99 for that one though.
Full tapes of like the Flintstones and like the Munsters, like completely commercially edited. And I was like, that's a great idea. So I started doing that. Like I had all when Sci-Fi Channel aired, like they started airing the uncut versions of Star Trek the original series. I did the exact same thing. I would record them and like edit all. I had 12 VHS tapes and I got a label maker and I like totally like labeled, like had all the, it was like 7 episodes to a tape on SLP mode on T120s.
Yeah,
I'm getting really geeky here. Really nerdy with this shit.
And it was always funny in job interviews then being like, explain this knowledge. I'm like, I know what I know about computers because I learned how to do it in order to pirate and distribute and do all sorts of like, no, I got to find another explanation.
I know, right? Yeah. Oh, the shady shit we did. I mean, I made fake report cards on my computer. It's like you couldn't put that on a resume.
Oh,
yeah, I did. Yeah, and I sold them,
and they were good. Everyone believed them, and like that should be good for my that should be a good indication for my potential job performance. But like I can't tell you about it.
Yeah, I can't tell you how I did it, but I did it. I did it and I sold it and they passed, and a lot of my friends were had happy parents apparently. So I'm good for your company.
Spreading happiness.
Yeah, that's what I do. Yeah, that's what I've been doing.
The best I could do was like professionalism and maturity. The fact that how many alcoholic beverages was I purchasing long before I was 21, and I didn't even need a fake ID. No, because this puppy's been around since 1997.
You had a face. You had the face.
I had the face. No one even bought. Like I didn't have to worry about getting a fake ID. My face was the fake. Remember, I had more hair up here, but I had this, and literally, I can't tell you how many drinks I got. I could just order. I'd be like, Jack and Coke, please, and like, okay, here you go, thank you. And I just sit around, looking at my friends, going.
Exactly. So you have just always looked of age.
Yes. Basically. Wait a minute. Oh no. Oh, hold on. No, this is. Let me pull this out. Hold on.
What the fuck is he getting?
He's pulling something out of the portal. No.
Fake
he has one of those. He has one of those faces where it's like, you look older. I mean, I have I have one of those faces where I'm like, I'm probably gonna get carded till I'm fucking dead or whatever the hell, It's like one of those things.
Okay, here we go.
Uh-oh.
So this is senior prom. So this is 22 years ago. I'll cover up my date just out of courtesy.
Okay.
No, I think we'd all like to see.
There you go. Yeah.
Look at that guy.
Look at
that beard.
Beard. Full beard. Everything.
Can you move your hand? It's not showing.
No, just that was one of my 4 prom dates.
Wow.
Oh,
wow. 4
celebrity.
No. Okay. Here's the story. I didn't.
You're a scumbag.
What's the truth?
Yeah, you just lied to them.
I don't want to hear your story. I want to hear what actually happened.
Okay, no. Here's the story.
You had a good night.
Okay, when I say this is me we're talking about. So like there's no game going on here.
Yeah.
I had no game. So I didn't have my first date until my senior year of high school. So that was the thing. After a couple of months, she dumped me, but then had the gall to say, "But I'll still go to prom with you." And I was like, "Fuck that shit! No."
And you're still hiding her face. Come on.
No.
Let's pick her apart. Come on. Let's just roast.
Yeah. What's her name? First and last name.
Yeah.
We'll dox her right now.
No doxing. No doxing here.
No doxing tonight.
No, but
You fucked
so
with Scott from DC Squadcast?
This is for Scott.
Platform,
Yeah, I just hacked your Amazon account. You just bought me a new pair of socks.
Easy.
So
And a case of Zoa.
So I had too much self-respect to go, no, you don't get to dump me and then I'm still going to take you to prom. That's not how this works. So I went to my best friend and I said, would you be my date to prom? She was a junior and she was my best friend at the time. And she was like, well, I was already going, she had a group of 3 other juniors who they didn't all have dates and they were just going to go together. And she said,
"This is a very great beginning of a movie."
Yeah, I think I saw this one. AB
Licorice Pizza 2.
Oh man!
So basically, they were like,
right now.
"Do you just, So my friend said, "Hey, how about this? I'll be your date, but do you just want to go with all of us?" And I said, "Sure." So I literally, I picked her up. I bought her a corsage, but we all went to dinner together, and we all showed up to prom together. We took a picture, all 5 of us, like we were all like one big date to prom. And so the joke all night was, yeah, here's Scott with his 4 prom dates. And I had so much fun because I was a senior, they were all juniors, and the seniors were being fuddy-duddies at prom and like being wallflowers and like not having fun, while all the juniors were like living it up and like dancing and like actually enjoying prom. So there I was with all the juniors having a damn good time at my senior prom. And then we went to an after party at someone's house where we watched Ferris Bueller's Day Off and ate like pizza and just had drinks, and it was really fun.
Did you have a cane or a fedora or like a big fur coat or something?
Dumb and Dumber.
Okay.
No, I'm picturing more pimp-like.
No. But
Wrong hand, Scott.
Stop it, Casey. But here's the claim to fame. That's not a rental.
Oh.
I still
own have that.
I still own this tux.
Oh wow!
Fit into it?
Yeah.
Go put it on. Go put it on. No.
We'll wait.
Because Dave,
Keep the photo frame on and then go put it on.
No, but Dave, because you know this, because you watched me, because back in 20 back in
yes I did privately.
Yeah, he was AB and repeating his spot. No, put that on. Put that on. Yes.
No, the beginning of the beginning of 2020. Remember, I lost 30 pounds. Remember when that happened?
Yeah.
I'm down to my high school weight.
Oh,
so
congratulations.
yes, I can still fit in this thing. So so I bought, because what my brain was, it was S&K Men's Warehouse. They had a sale where you could get the entire shebang: the jacket, the shirt, the cummerbund, the pants, the bow tie, the cufflinks. Because I got French cuff shirts, and $99.
That's
and I'm like,
moly.
I was like,
that's only like $500 today.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think
that's my rent.
I was about to say, like, what's inflation? Yeah.
But the point was that if you think about how much a tux rental is, it was literally like, if I wear this thing twice,
paid for.
Totally.
With savings. And you know how many times I've gotten to wear this tux? I mean, I got engaged to Heather in this tux. So
nice.
You got good mileage out of it.
Yeah. Many days yet to come. You can still fit into it.
What are you laughing about, Casey? What are you giggling about?
Dice's comments.
Fuck! What's
Dice is on a good one. Dice on a good one. He definitely is. He's definitely on a good one. I don't know what's maybe he's sipping something and he's just feeling frisky. I don't know.
Scott's going to get all of you canceled. Do we know all of Scott's kids have the same? Yes, because actually, if you've seen my children, it is very evident that they all came from the same person. It's ridiculous. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, look alike.
Okay, let me go. I have no problem. I mean, you guys have
My
seen
wet
kids
dreams
grow up.
Guys.
Here we go. If it is not evident to everyone that these handsome boys all come from the same mother, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, they all look very much similar. Yeah. Good looking kids. Like it.
I know.
Full heads of hair. And they'll keep it because it skips a generation.
Callum is that big now?
Yes.
Yeah, remember when he'd be on, remember
he was a newborn on he was like fresh, like steam coming off of him when he was first on the show. Like, what the hell?
When he knocked your beer over on your laptop?
Yes. No, here's a picture from today.
Look at that.
How is he that big already?
Wow.
Come on. Man.
Yeah,
because he's 2. Yeah. Because it's been 2 years.
Yeah,
it's been 2 years. Wow.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I still remember when
beard's gonna be coming in soon.
You were holding on.
He's gonna be buying booze soon.
Oh no! Here's the one. Here's the one that Steven got that I still love. I keep it on my phone because Steven got this and I love it. Because this is how I feel when I'm talking to some of you. It's like, Dad, who are these fucking weirdos? I don't know, son.
There it is.
Have you thought about that though, Scott?
Shot.
And like probably the same thing for you, Steven, that if they want, when we pass away, our kids are gonna have like hours of footage and audio of us, which is like something I will never have my dad. I'll have like photos and videos, but I've thought about that, man, like they can just go and see, like they'll watch a movie one day and be like, did my dad ever review this? And they'll be like, oh man, he has such bad taste.
Not just your kids, your grandkids and their kids. Like,
no, but
I have thought about that a little bit, but I also think, like, imagine, maybe this is different for everyone. I like to not get too full of myself as a parent, and I have to keep myself in check and remember, like, if I were told, hey, do you want to go watch hundreds of hours worth of your dad drinking and talking about movies with friends before you were born or when you were a kid, I would be like, that's interesting to know that exists. No.
What's really funny now is that when my kids like run down and bring their friends, like, because once again you've seen me show off this basement. It's like their friends don't get to come in here, but they'll point and they'll go, "Daddy podcasts over there."
I just figure on some level they're like, your dad really is obsessed with Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. Like, why?
And they'll bully his kid.
Do you know about the second week drop off, Callum?
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
Callum box office mojo.
No. But the best thing is that Callum. I still love the fact that Callum was there for my very first YouTube share with Zack Snyder, because I still love people not realizing that he's there. He is there with a pacifier under, like, I'm holding him underneath this frame. And I remember, I think like Ohio Dave was like, I thought I heard a noise. And I was like, yes, that would be my baby. Because I was like, shh, don't say anything. This
Zack
is too
Snyder
awesome.
is here.
This is my big break.
Don't ruin this for me.
Famous director.
I'll never forgive you if you cry while Zach's on.
Yeah.
And then he goes on Dave's show and like kills my computer live on.
That was hilarious. That was hilarious. Because he was just holding them, and all of a sudden he just knocks over your beer right onto your laptop, and it was just like, I think Steven, you actually like screenshot that and put
there's a whole sequence. He got like the whole like
face. Your face was like, and then it was like, it was like 3 shots of like, oh shit, damn it, kind of thing. It was like, it was great. Yeah. But you got a new laptop. That's what's good. Hey,
and it's worked out very well.
Exactly. Still rocking that laptop. So nothing wrong with that.
But Steven, that is a very interesting idea to think that as long as the internet exists and as long as Dave's channel stays online.
I got a copyright strike today. Just saying.
Oh,
oops. It was my okay. So it was my fake like Cavill cameo that I did like a month ago, where it was like, you know, I took the shot. It was like I made it a short. It was like the shot was like nobody on this planet can stop me. You know, that was in the fucking trailer, and then I, you know, put. Yeah, but I'm also a big fan of Justice. And then I, you know, and then all of a sudden, you know, he punches and I added.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, that one. After a month, after it was blowing up because everybody's looking for the fucking cameo, and I was like, holy shit, the thing is blowing up. Look at it go. And then all of a sudden I get a fucking email going, yeah, we took your video down. I'm like, what? It's not even the real thing. It's a gag.
It's probably Dwayne Johnson going to WB like, take that down.
That's why he didn't show up tonight, damn it. No, but yeah. So I took it down. I tried to dispute it, but they responded like within like an hour, and they're going, nope, sorry, we're keeping it down. So I'm like, whatever.
There was I saw something today. I think Hiram Garcia.
Damn it.
Hiram Garcia, I think, was saying that he was like unhappy that like it leaked a week early.
Right.
What do you
by you. By you.
Oh, shit.
What do you expect was going to happen?
I'm sure they asked Warner Brothers if they could just straight up post it.
I read that, and I read his quote.
Monday morning, they're going to post it, just like the fucking DC fucking.
It was like this, the standard, like, you know, we work really hard, and it's really disappointing. And I'm just like, whatever, please, come on. If there was ever a time to believe in the controlled leak, that's the time. Seriously, like you
no. By the way, because people who were at the New York premiere, they didn't collect phone. Like I've been told that like at some things they collect your phone or or something. They just said, please don't film anything. Like they literally went on the honor system, and I'm like,
they knew.
And it was not even the relatives or family members or anything. They let fans in and thousands of fans, so it was definitely gonna get out. No, and Dave was so sure. He was like, he waited till the last hour, and he was like, "Is it out yet? Is it out yet?" And sure enough, it leaked the same day.
No, they knew. I mean, that's why, like, you know, in the past week, like, Dwayne Johnson's been, like, leaning into the whole thing. I mean, he literally has been, like, asking, like, hey, what about that mid-credit scene? You like that? And then Jimmy Fallon, like, hey, Superman back, you know, kind of thing.
Yeah, like the whole press tour. Like
I guarantee you next week it's going to be online. They're gonna post it and be like, "Hey, look at this."
They are. No, because it didn't. Because like that's. It's how do you keep that under wraps? Like I was even. It's funny. Like when I went at like 10 this morning, there was only like maybe 10 people in the theater. Whatever, it is what it is. But I'm sitting there, and as soon as the credits rolled, I actually got angry that 3 people left. I'm like, "You idiots!" Whatever. You're missing out on it. It is what it is. You'll see it later. Maybe. I don't know.
There were like 7 people in my theater, and 3 of them hightailed it the second the credits started with like a half a bucket of popcorn left. They were like, we're out of here. I was like, okay.
That was a weird thing for me, too, is like as soon as the movie ended, round of applause, like before the Cavill thing or anything like that. So I was like, okay, a lot of people were liking this movie, a lot of laughs and all that stuff. But then the same people that clapped just like hightailed it out of there. Like again, like it's not even an end credit scene. It's a half credit scene. It's not even a 50%.
They don't know, right? There's people that
I kind of love that. I imagine living a life in which the notion that the thought would never enter your mind. I wonder if there's a reason to wait around after this. Like that is so foreign to you that you would go to the movie and enjoy it, and then get up and leave. I wish I could live that life.
There is something for the blissful ignorance of like the general audience at times. Like we can never have that unless we get like neuralized Men in Black style. We're always going to have this knowledge and this predisposition in our head, like. It's muscle memory at this point. It's like, no, you're not getting up. I don't care if you have to go to the bathroom, you're staying because you're going to see whatever the credit scene is.
Even if I know there isn't something like there's just a part of me that I guess it's also been trained because like I go to these movies where there's all these crowds and I don't want to leave with those crowds. So I just enjoy reading the names, listening to the music.
Mm-hmm.
I would.
And I recognize enough of the names now too from having like, interviewed or seen other stuff with them that like it's really cool to be like, oh, that dude worked on this. But with him, that's why I got going to movies alone. Because if I go to movies with friends, if I go to movies with friends or family, they're like itching to leave like right away. Whereas if I'm by myself, I just chill until
And then especially with like with CBMs. I love waiting for the special thanks at the end to go, okay, like because like
comic book artists and shit.
Well, like the artists and the writers, who's getting it,
you
know, are they giving not like the fact that at the end of Black Adam, like they give a shout out to Jack Kirby, and I'm like,
that was I remember that being a negotiation the first few years dating Shonda because at the time, like I mean, the MCU was around, but like it wasn't the audience hadn't been trained on that yet, and so but like my family, like that saying for the end of the credits was just something that we always did because post-credit scenes have existed before 2008, and we know this. So like we, as a family, we would sit and watch the credits. Like my dad, that was just a thing that we always did. But with Shonda, she was always like early on, she was itching to leave the theater. And I just had to sit there and like, no, I'm not leaving, I'm not going anywhere. And she was pissed the first couple of years, but she's now got used to it.
Oh, then you think of something like X-Men Origins Wolverine, where you had two different end credit scenes and you didn't know which one you were going to get.
Right.
That's right. They should start doing that again.
Because you got the dead. You got the dead. Oh God! Because you got the dead.
I know the Deadpool ending.
No. Yeah, you had the Deadpool one, and you had the one that set up him being in Japan for the Wolverine.
No, and there was a third. There was one of Stryker walking till his feet bled.
That's right.
Because that's the one I got, and I was fucking pissed.
You're like, I wanted Deadpool.
I don't want the Stryker scene. I want Wolverine or Deadpool.
Yeah. That was so weird because like the Deadpool one was like it's like he just like grabbed onto his head and then like I guess his mouth went like came open and he was just like and it was like okay, cool. Finally, you what is this? I remember just not being happy about it because I'm like, you sewed his mouth shut. Like what the? So now it's open. Okay, so we're gonna get the proper Deadpool after this. I mean, anyways.
We did in 2016.
Yeah, we did. 7 years later.
Yes, we did, and we're getting a Deadpool 3 with with Hugh Jackman coming back.
Hey, Hugh, you want to play Wolverine one more time? Yeah, sure, Ryan.
Yeah, perfect way to do it. By the way, I think it's great. It's gonna be great, and if it's not gonna be a one-off. Come on, he's gonna be in Secret Wars. Let's face it. Anybody? Come on, he's
with Robert Downey.
Yeah,
Tobey Maguire.
Oh Lord. Okay.
Andrew. It's all
living strong.
It's gonna be what people wanted Multiverse of Madness to be. I think.
Here we go.
Yeah, I know. That's what it's going to be. That's what it's going to be. Anyway, so I think we could wrap this up right now. I think we've talked about every little. The only thing that I would mention about Black Adam,
was Travis.
I was like, yeah. There's your Zoa.
There's your Zoa. There it is, right there.
Oh, but I think the only thing we didn't mention. I mean, I think we mentioned everything. I think I prefer Black Adam without a cape. I'm gonna put that out there. I think he's better without the cape.
I agree with you, but I did appreciate him getting a very comic book look,
polished
for the end.
And I was gonna say too, like his first appearance with the hood, it hid the Rock for me, so it made it like that much more impactful of being like, oh, this is Black Adam arriving, and visually it looked phenomenal.
It did.
I like his new suit, but I prefer his rugged suit, but with a cape.
Really, you want the cape still?
Yeah,
I agree.
I like
agree
without
with
the cape.
The
I
hood,
don't know.
the hood cape, the hooded cape.
The reveal, like, because there have been the people that have like compared it to they compared this movie to Aquaman, and it's like, okay, that part was very much like when he steps out of the water in the classic suit in Aquaman, and also like I did think the end was clever because I appreciated that. They just call him Teth Adam the whole movie. I actually really dug that. I was like, oh, all right. So
it was the Michael Bay New Divide. That type of ending, but it was like done with the logo.
Yes.
So
Oh man, someone's gonna edit that now. We're gonna get the Linkin Park edit for if Black Adam was made in 2008.
Oh no, not that. That was overdone.
Right.
No, but yeah, I mean, and we'll see what happens when it. I mean, obviously they're already talking about a sequel. They're already talking about world building. Guess we'll find out Sunday to Monday. See how good the box office is, and hopefully that will warrant a full-on green light of a Superman movie. Because as far as
I think
we
that's
go,
guaranteed either way.
Yeah,
I agree with
the hype. The hype was
I
there.
hope so.
John Campea said that he heard from an insider that the script for the second movie is already written.
Well, there you go.
Well, okay, John Campea.
I will
whatever.
pick that
But,
to. Yeah, we all know that
but-
Casey's.
but no, I
mean,
I agree with
he leaked the
He
Spider-Man
outsources.
stuff.
He does.
Yeah.
I agree with Steven though. Like that's the Superman movie's a given because the cameo doesn't exist unless you gave him what he wanted.
True,
On
but at the
some
same
level,
time, it's
so.
like they're almost like testing the
I
water.
think both Black Adam and Superman, this movie would need to bomb pretty hard. I think for them to not
And
go
it
ahead
won't.
and move forward with Black Adam 2. It might change. He might lose a little bit of like clout or authority for it, but I feel like top to bottom this movie is very much like, can't you wait until the next one comes out? And it's so you don't do that and then not also do the next one. It's like it's very Marvel in that way where looking back on it, people are going to be like, oh, that one, kind of surprised they launched it from that one, but
The gold standard.
yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a strategy
Shut
that
up,
works for a
Casey.
reason.
Gold standard. That's the new gold standard.
Casey, you're just trying to piss me off.
Travis said it earlier when you weren't here, and I was like, "Why are you saying it now? Wait for Ray to
Wait
come
for
on."
Ray to get here.
So you talked about you talked about movies being objectively better. You talked about gold standards.
Oh, we
really
were hitting all your buttons.
You just need to call somebody's son, and that would have been like Beetlejuice. I would have shown up.
That was the only thing. Yeah, I know. That would have been the 3 thing right there, and you would have been
Oh my
summoned
God.
all of a sudden. You would have been like wherever you were, even if you were driving home, you would have just showed up. Like what?
No, but there are the people. Just real quick, there are the people that have like
real quick.
That's
great.
You're laughing at yourself because it's not just me. Doug on it.
That was good. That was good.
But
my earbuds have died. By the way, my AirPods have died. Like we've been on here for so
Well,
long.
yeah, that's how long it's been. That's funny.
Scott, we have had conversations on Zoom that have ended with birds cawing in my window.
I know we have.
We've done that, yes.
We would do that again if you'd watch some TV so we could record some podcasts. I'm just saying.
All right.
Squad. Yes.
Okay. The third Wednesday, or Tuesday rather, went well. So
good.
It's a formality at this point. I just gotta wait for it to be official. But at any rate,
Have you seen Blonde?
Oh,
Blonde?
Yeah.
we're trying to wrap it up, Casey.
I gotta
Come
go.
on.
I was seeing
Dude, I know it's like in the afternoon for you, but a lot of us want to go to sleep.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's 2:40 a.m.
Go A and B,
Fine.
repeat Blonde.
It's Steven.
Well,
It's
save it for the
3:41
next
a.m.
one.
here.
I'll watch Blonde and I'll be ready for that next week. But I think it's we're 4.5 hours into this, so let's go ahead and wrap this up. Okay. All right, we'll go around the horn and do this. Look at Steven's already yawning. See, look at him go. Look at him go right there. Yes. He's got kids. Come on. Anyways, we'll go around the horn first.
You let that one out.
Yeah.
Yes.
I still got work to do after this.
Patzer on Twitter, Geekverse Pod. What are we at? Geekverse Cast on Twitter. I think we are. Extra Life Stream.
Podcast,
Extra
you'll
Life
find
charity
us.
stream November 5th. Go
Yeah,
check that
November
out.
5th,
We're raising
yeah.
$3,500. Trivia
Casey
battles,
Jones
all that
Hospital.
fun stuff.
Tax
I'm
deductible.
telling the story. Travis, you can have your turn. Okay, I'll leave it there. Taylor, thanks for having me.
Taylor.
It was lots of fun.
Taylor's Field on Twitter. Yeah, Geevers Cast on Twitter. Charity Life Extra Life.
That's
stream,
not what it's for. That's why I don't let you two promote it.
Hey, wait your
Extra
turn.
Life.
Wait your turn. Yeah, it's gonna be a good time. $3,500 for the kids. Scott, I look forward to seeing you there. It's gonna be a good time.
Hey, I'm gonna be there too. Anyway.
There's other people. Ray, I haven't announced you yet.
Okay. Travis will get to you.
So I don't let these two talk. Yeah, November 5th, 9 a.m. It's 24 hours. There'll be a trivia battle. There'll be people
All right,
you see here.
Travis, you go right now. You go.
Yeah, I'm just going to save it. That's going to be at 6 p.m. PST. Dave's hosting the trivia DC portion, so I'm excited to see what the questions have. And yeah, Travis B. Still, you can find everything there. Donations are tax deductible. Goes towards kids that need it, families that need it, cancer, all those type of things. So thank you for the help and just come watch. So
it's for the children.
It's for the
children.
children.
The children.
Yeah.
There you go. All right. Breathe, Travis. All right, Steven.
You Geekverse guys got everything you needed to get out of the way.
You can promote as well. Yeah, November 5th, Extra Life.
Yeah, I'm Stephen Colbert. You can find me on social media at SM Colbert. I have articles going up at screenrant.com. You can also find my podcast with Andrew Dice, BVS by the Minute, at snyderminute.com. And we are also delving too deep, some might say, into the Rings of Power, and we're going to be doing some. Our BVS approach has made us identify some similar parallels in the nature and reception of Rings of Power and BVS, and so. You want to hear all about that? You can hear it. That's on our BVS stream or on our podcast RSS for that. But we got more coming that is going to be possibly another show. So we'll be announcing that as it comes. But yeah, check that all out at Snyder.
It's already on Patreon right now. Just saying.
Yeah.
I got the notification.
There it is. All right, Ray.
You can find me on Twitter at The Flightcast. You can find my blog and my podcast at theflightcast.com. I have the main show, which tomorrow will be my Black Adam review, but I also got to talk about the THR piece because that happened a week too early from my prediction. I said it was going to happen the Monday after Black Adam's opening weekend, and they're like, nope, move that up. And they talked about a lot of stuff, so got to cover that as well after the Black Adam review, and then we'll all hash it out on the Hexagon show with all the feedback. The feedback's been really good lately. We've had a lot of if you ever want to look in the mirror at fandoms and see there's some hard-hitting questions. It's what does it all mean with respect to why do we do this and why are things like this and all that. So yeah, that usually, I think I'm going to start doing that Wednesdays. That's going to be Wednesdays. That particular show comes out. And then Sports Ball Zone, which maybe I'll talk about Bruce Bochy, Dave. Maybe I'll talk about that.
What the hell?
That was crazy, random. Right? I saw that notification. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
All right. It's a good hire.
Being a Giants fan, he was the coach or the manager who, of course, was there with the whole 3 World Series in the past 2010s. He retired. Now he's coming out of retirement to coach or to manage the Texas Rangers. What the shit? All right. Good on him.
Yep. No, hey, just great hire. But yeah, so plenty of that plus college football. Scott, I would give you my condolences, but I was happy that they lost. So
fuck you.
Love it. KC.
All right, you can find me at Krypton Caged on all social media. I won't take time because everyone's sleepy. And go watch Black Adam.
And
that's
Blonde.
it. Okay.
Blonde.
All right.
Make sure to watch Blonde. Yeah.
Okay, Scott.
I wouldn't recommend Blonde. No. I mean, I love it, but I wouldn't recommend it.
Oh, okay. We'll talk about that next week. Anyway, Scott.
Well, of course, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast at DC Squadcast, where podcasts can be found. Subscribe now because we'll be dropping our review of Black Adam tomorrow morning. probably around 8 a.m. So, like I said, just go ahead and subscribe. It'll be there when you wake up, and you can enjoy it with your morning coffee. We're also on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the entire network shows at squadcastmedia.com. And, of course, join us every Sunday night here on Film Junkee at 9 p.m. Central, to which we continue our journey through the animated series on Batman the Fanimated Stream. We begin the very first episode in production order of Season 2, Sideshow.
There it is. All right, guys, smash that like, thumbs up. Thank you to the panel. Thank you to Anthony who showed up. Thank you to Kirkland, Taylor, Steven, Travis, Ray, Casey, and Scott. This has been a lot of fun. As per usual, you guys are up.
Yeah.
Let's all put our
gold standard.
Gold standard.
Oh my God. Watch
Dwayne
Johnson put a screenshot of this on his Twitter and be like, fans are celebrating.
Black Adam
Nation
is thriving.
And again, Jay-Z is going to be like, what the fuck, man? Come on. It's my thing. Anyway, so all been great. And the hierarchy of the DC universe, did it change? Probably not. Maybe got a little shook, but whatever. We're good. Talk to you guys later.